Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Apex Legends Global Series. This is the last chance qualifiers weekend number 1, and it's going to be an exciting day. Bringing all the action with me today, I'm Jamerson, joined by Dia. Dia, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing pretty darn well. I know that you and I were pulling the graveyard shift, but we had to get up early to cover some of the best Apex Legends around. This is going to determine the future of North America and maybe even some of our representatives at LAN with the 2 LCQs, putting forth a few other promising teams. I'm excited to see what sorts of shape we're in coming up on the end of the season.
That's right. We were definitely burning the midnight oil, but we are ready and raring to go. So are our players. So we're going to try and get through this as quickly as possible. So what is going on today for the LCQ? Well, it's the first round of the LCQ. We'll be going through the winner's bracket and the first round of the lower bracket as well. We've got 5 squads that were knocked down here to the LCQ from the split 2. Unfortunately, I believe 2 teams dropped out, but fortunately enough for our challenger squads, that means 2 more teams were able to make their way in. These are the squads that will be competing in the winner's bracket today. And so this is not your last chance. If you find yourselves in the bottom 10 of this lobby, you will have another opportunity to fight your way back in.
It's funny because as opposed to regularly where you used to be starting off in the lower brackets and then making your way up to the winner's bracket, we're starting in the winner's bracket and then we're jumping down to the lower bracket because of the 20 teams competing now, those 10 teams will be playing another 6 games later today to determine whether they get sort of a rematch.
Yeah, that's right. So right now, our top 15 squads from Challenger Circuit are waiting in the wings with our bottom 5 squads from split number 2. We've got another 10 teams, of course, from the Challenger Circuit that will be waiting. And so I think a lot of teams are looking forward to that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the teams that we're looking forward to today. And I think a lot of waves were made and a lot of names were made as well throughout the Challenger Circuit. But some names that we're definitely familiar with. I mean, we're already looking towards Wingman Season as one of the heavy favorites coming into today's LCQ matches.
Yeah, I mean, Wingman Season, holy moly, having won 2 of the 4 Challenger Circuits with a 50% win rate in a Battle Royale, it's pretty darn impressive, but I got my eyes on Redeem right now. They were the ones that won our very first Challenger Circuit of Split 2, and I feel like this roster, it's got something. It's got so much experience, but I just haven't seen them dominate to the level that I would have expected when they had gotten together. If there's one time to do it, it's got to be during this LCQ, and I'm excited to see what Redeem can bring us.
And of course, a lot of eyes are going to be on tripods. Quite literally, Nick Mercs leading that squad. And I mean, every time he ends up streaming these LCQ or Challenger Circuit matches, ends up with about 60, 70K viewers. So that's super awesome to see. But also, it's been their growth over the Challenger Circuit that's been amazing, I think, in terms of their journey.
Very much so. I mean, the IGLing of Luda and the way they sort of distribute responsibilities throughout the team has been a big determiner of their success. It isn't just their mechanics, of course, though. When you're looking at this squad, that's what you're thinking of. But when I'm thinking about IGLing, I'm also thinking about TPM because they're one of those squads that has been around for God, this so long. They're one of the oldest squads in Apex right now in terms of people that have been playing together as 3 for so long.
Yeah, TPM definitely, giving us the whole NA flavor at this point. One of the few rosters that is a full Mexican squad. And so that does kind of round out the last country in North America ultimately there. We definitely have a lot of Canadian presence, but I'm glad to see that we do have some Mexican players as well performing well. I mean, there have been very few, I think, throughout the long majority of the Apex scene. Some have dropped out, gone to other games. So I'm glad to see that TPM are still in. They did take a well-earned break as they did amazingly consistently across the first few Challenger Circuit. Week number 4, they took the break, and now we'll see what they have in store for us. We are waiting for game number 1 to get underway, but let's go ahead and talk about that a little bit more. We're going to be changing things up a little bit. We're starting off on Storm Point for today's games.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting to see a map that has been rising in both popularity and acceptance throughout the course of the split now be the place where everybody's going to make their initial mark. What we normally have is sort of a chaotic map, a little bit of, I don't know exactly what's going to happen, now has to be your home territory. If you're hoping to head to LAN, if you are hoping to be a part of the highest level of competition in the world. So I'm glad that we're starting off here, and at the same time, I'm a little scared, Jamerson, because I don't know if all these squads are ready for the instant mix-up that is Stormpoint.
Yeah, that's right. And again, we're going to have 3 games on Stormpoint, 3 games on World's Edge, and we are heading into the first game of the day. There is so much on the line. Now, we do have to wait, of course, for playoffs to basically settle the dust before we know how many teams from LCQ1 will be able to move on to LCQ2. But the way you can just go ahead and secure that spot is by coming in first place in your region. And if you do that, that guarantees your spot into LCQ2. And the question is, of course, going to be left on the table after that. Right now, though, we do have a flight path coming out from game number 1 that doesn't highly favor a lot of these northeastern squads. You can see TDG, one of them, struggling to get up towards Lightning Rod and Thunderwatch area. But we do have, it looks like maybe some contests that are going to be happening a little early on.
Yeah, I was taking a look towards the southern end of the map to spot out in Cenote because there's an interesting spot that TPM have landed in that gives them a really nice ability to jump around over by Control Center. Of course, we've got a fight going on. Already 3 knocks down, and Z Davis is holding down the fort for Redeem with 50 HP. Might still be able to do it, but Zerbo is dipping and diving everywhere and finally taking him out. Redeem, one of our teams to watch. They're gone already, Jamerson.
Yeah, this is Washed, one of the bottom squads from split number 1, taking them on that early contest. Now, the big question is, with 2 games now left to go on Stormpoint, will Redeem try to change anything up? Quick reses out here for Team Washed, and they'll be able to continue to loot up. It doesn't look like there's anyone currently in the area to try and come in for the third party, so I'm glad that they were able to take that fight quickly and continue to move on. They've got the blue armors as well from that fight, so a nice starting position for them now, getting the early KP. Now we do have, looks like another 50-50 contest taking place now, this time on the northeast side of the map. It's going to be TDG facing off against Alazura and company. TDG, unfortunately, they've got the armor disadvantage here. Double whites up against full triple blue armors on the other side of this one. TDG, though, have regrouped as a full here. We'll try and get out using this rail cannon.
I like it. I like it. One of the best uses of the grav cannon is just to disengage. Nobody's going to be following them through that, and it's one of the few uses that we actually see of these because, well, they do make quite a bit of noise. In the meantime, TDG will be able to continue their loot path and sort of siphon Literally Vibing into another one, because Literally Vibing are going to have a difficult time chasing against what they can now assume is a better looted up team. We'll have to take an alternate rotation into that ring, and speaking of the ring, I'm pretty curious where we're going.
Yeah, it is indicating that it might be more of a centralized zone. It is kind of coming up here towards the northern end, but it is going to be fairly centralized. We don't have the second ring quite yet, but we do have teams setting up, like a squad like Optimal Ambition. They're down there by Antenna. Might be getting to a small skirmish there up against the Sura and that squad, as it looks like they are set up in a building right now. Optimal Ambition on that high ground. Asuras stuck on the low.
Give me a bit of a call as to where the ring might be going as well. You will have a Valkyrie to be able to reposition. There's a lot of times that you can get quite a bit of safety by sitting in Antenna that people may not want to rotate through if it isn't central ring. I'm expecting this one to go a little bit closer to Swamps, just off to the north of Launchpad, and you can actually tell that casuals were thinking that way as well, since on the minimap they were the ones rotating up in such a way as to be able to claim one of those buildings for themselves, already having used the Loba to loot up a little bit faster. We've got some more folks arriving in Antenna, though, so it seems like this is the place to be. Is this where the ring is ending?
Definitely seems like it, with 3-4 squads now showing up to the area, taking up a large majority of the real estate here. It seems like it's going to be pretty hard pulled down on towards that Antenna side, so all the squads here pretty happy, especially with their armor situations. They're not in dire straits with just white armors. Squad that is running that excuse me, the Loba will be definitely happy here, as be able to kind of convert that black market boutique into armors eventually.
Sort of a Frankenstein squad as well, pulling members from multiple different teams across the split. Casuals, I'm expecting to have a little bit of a question around their synergy going into today. All, again, individually experienced, much like Redeem, but with much less time to gel, are going to likely have a bit of a problem going into contest about around multiple squads that have had the entire season to practice together. Big questions there, and we'll see them answered later on. Of course, as Launchpad does get a launch coming out of it, we're going to get teams repositioning, Alter Ego taking the place of that former squad, all on white armors, interestingly enough. It's not something you see every day.
Yeah, this is going to be difficult, especially if they're going to try and move in that zone number 3, zone number 4, rotate with the Valkyrie, but TPM find themselves in some trouble right now. You can see Sponge is almost going to get taken down there. 2 players on super low HP. Talus, will he be able to get a knock? No, he's forced back with that bat. Someone sign us. Getting that first knock now as a continued push forward here. A huge advantage. There's only the knockdown shield in the way of these players. TPM are knocked out in 19th place. Not picking up any points. Someone sign us. Able to take an early fight.
And that consistency that we had hoped for from TPM, at least not showing itself in game 1, but someone sign us. The squad formerly known as Eclectic is looking pretty darn good. They were another squad that I think we were all pleasantly surprised by going into I believe it was 2nd and 3rd Challenger circuits. I was like, wow, these guys are doing pretty darn well. And to see them start off really well is even better. We've got another fight going on, of course, towards the southern end of Antenna, and Casuals are healing up through it with the most cover inside of this building.
Yeah, Casuals and a combination of OA just doing work up against CEC right now. Looks like they're down to just 1 player remaining to rat this one out. In the middle of Antenna is going to be a difficult proposition. See if they can maybe recover that banner and get out, but high chances that they will not be able to with just the position they ended up going down on. Once again, that Black Market Boutique is going to be used. You can see Slacking is the one that's ratting it out for CEC currently. It's just very unfortunate that he's stuck in a spot with so many squads around them. Maybe he can slide in to try and steal that one away.
Now we get a little bit of context as to why everybody's heading into Antenna. For those of you who are wondering and who maybe hadn't quite figured it out yet, yeah, second ring is pulling us pretty darn centralized toward an Antenna. A end zone that we don't get to see too much of, and one that not everybody may make it to. It only seems like TDG are running into a few more problems on their entry. Though they do have that Valk, they're one of our few squads that's actually running the Caustic on Storm Point. And that's the thing that's fascinating me here.
The strength of the Caustic, of course, goes up as there are less legends, or there's less mirror legends in the field, but also in this map in particular, I don't think a lot of people really try and favor him. He is, of course, always going to be potent if you're able to make it to the late game, and that's what TDG, more oftentimes than not, try to play for, if they can try and get themselves into a center spot. But we saw, of course, coming from that northeast side of the map, it ran into some difficulties because of the 50-50 making this rotate. So they're going to be another squad that's going to be looking to late rotate into Antenna a bit later on. They might be happy for it because there is a small chance we did see some teams starting to set up on the outskirts of Launchpad, the outskirts of Gale Station as well, hoping that there's maybe a hard pull in those directions.
I really like where they set up, honestly. It's an interesting point to be able to contest anybody who's trying to come in behind you. However, not if they are in a Trident. Of course, approaching from a different area of the map. This is one of the things that makes Storm Point unique, is your ability to get around just that little bit faster. And we've got squads just making the best use of that already. A lot of teams, though, have passed through the northern end, so it's going to be more of a fight, perhaps a skirmish for the beacon, if anything. I'd like to see Akiru be able to access that bit of information, because this is where it really matters. Noting off to the south as well, NickMercs holding on, waiting around for that very same thing. Information is king on Storm Point.
TDG are actually going to go ahead and Valk rotate hard eastern side. They are trying to avoid any teams showing up here, and that's a good call. We have a lot of teams here on the northern side right now that are all converging on about the same point. A fifth can show up with Northern Forces as Team Washed. We're looking for their second fight of the game, coming in for a third party. Fortunately for them, though, it looks like both sides ends up kind of disengaging and pulling off of this, but Wash still in a pretty decent position to come in for the third party.
I'm really happy. I'm really happy because we got to see a Devo in the hands of Zerbo so often during the season. This guy has popped off with the gravity lift into Devo Beam, and now we've got the chance to see it once again. Gravity lift, of course, going up this time not for a engagement, but instead for a beacon scan, and they're getting a little bit more of that all-important info, that all-important data, moving us into the next couple zones. We did already see that Sheesh managed to pick up some of that info from earlier and have now Valk ulted away, so we can assume that they're inside of the next zone, at least for now.
Yeah, they're going to be safe here in Jurassic Park. I believe they are in for the second ring just on the southeast side there. Yeah, plenty of room to play off of as this ring continues to pull on over. You can see we do hit a standstill. Most of the squads that have already been contested here, Antenna, have already solidified their position. Casuals, definitely one of the strongest teams currently right now sitting here. CEC's slacking, just waiting things out, was never able to recover that banner. We'll see how long he can rat this one out for. Unfortunately, he's in a spot where a lot of teams might try to Valk rotate into. If they end up spotting him out, only spotting out that one indicator, he's going to get full sent on. So he's got to be careful not to show his presence for Northern Forces. They're in that same spot that we saw Washed in now, sliding down onto Zerbo and Jalone. This could be a fight in just a moment.
Yeah, they're mirroring them in a way, and it could make a dangerous situation, especially if Washed engage in a fight. But sitting outside of where the ring is going to be closing right now, they're also taking a pretty wide rotate around the outside in a very similar way to TDG, despite the fact they're not using the Valkyrie ultimate. It'll get them a little more time without an engagement, and it's surprising to me to see a squad that I would count as so powerful in the 3v3s trying to wait things out.
TDG were able to skirt their way along the eastern side all the way to the south, but now they put themselves in front of HCH, who do have Saucer actually coming in, fill in for the third. I don't know if that's the roster going forward. We'll find out more about that. TDG, though, trying their best to survive. Girl taking some decent amount of damage as HCH are trying to pick and prod. They've got Girl down low, forcing out the bubble early on as they want to continue moving here. A defensive bombardment goes down, and there's the first knock. Tony will fall. Black hole coming in as well. They're trying to stick that res instantly. See if Durango can get it. HCH not quite ready to push in. Hill is going to be the first one down there by himself. Craig coming in from the right-hand side as well, coming in for the pinch. Girl is going ahead and establish a position on that high ground. Maybe might be the deciding factor in this fight, slowing things down. With that charge rifle, will be able to put in some decent chunks. So HCH, do not force the issue here. They realize that the res got off. They realize there was enough time. They just back away.
Take a look at where their meds are at, though, because that's the scariest thing about TDG. They've got almost no fast heals left. They're down to just 2 cells, 2 syringes. They've got almost nothing to keep anyone at bay should the hard engage come through. It is a matter of time more than anything. With Northern Forces trying to make their way into the ring, their time seems to have been cut short, potentially, as their portal inside to safety didn't quite make it. Instead, they're having to heal up outside the ring, potentially even using that Valk ultas. Seems like that's what we're preparing to do just to avoid fighting. We're down to 18 squads already, likely 17 very soon, and Northern Forces don't want to be that squad going out in 18th.
They ended up getting pinched by 2 separate squads, finding themselves in a sandwich, and the only option was to go back into the zone here. They are trying their best to heal up before they go. Back down here on the south, though, HCH were able to get a knock onto Girl, and it seems like they might have actually finished them off. Black Hand coming in to try to find a third party, but Shubi ends up taking a lot of damage for it, and HCH are full, well, and healthy to deal with this one. So Black Hand, of course, will just back away on the kill feed. We do have Slacking getting finished off. Casuals were able to peek out and finish off that rat. Going down to Crook here. HCH slowly finding more and more kills here on the south side of the zone.
This is wild to see. A Gibbulus composition once again on Stormpoint. This time, having such a difficult go of it, though. It's really rough trying to pull off this res. Shubi even dancing in front of them to try and tank a bit of damage to allow it to go off. They're having to use their own bodies as pseudo Gibby bubbles just to get players back into the game. Blackhand seem to have stabilized for now, trying to escape off to the edge of the ring, where unfortunately, there's a little bit of company waiting for them. There's a very good chance that this turns into a full 3v3, but passing like ships in the night, Asteria aren't even going to pay a second glance over to Blackhand.
HCH are just getting picked apart, and it looks like they are on their last leg. Shubi getting thirsted there. So big pickups coming out from HCH. Asteria, though, are looking for possibly an opportunity to try and push up. Take a look at the ring. It ended up pulling away from that antenna side. Gale Station was where a lot of teams put their hopes into, but this one going a little bit more northeast as well. That's why we saw teams like Wingman Season starting to set up at Launchpad, because they were happy enough to play that 50-50, hoping the ring ends up walking their way. On the other side, we also have Elazura in a fight. Zerbo going down. Luda involved in that affair as well. So a lot of teams, that northern scuffle is still continuing.
To have Washed go out right now, though, is crazy. And Tripods proven to have quite a bit of tenacity, at least in this first game. An interesting landing spot taken by the roster formerly known as Eclectic. They almost lose one, but HCH are the one to drop Sorcerer first. Crook and Hill now having to hold it down, as Bubbles causing a few problems for Hill. He can't actually poke down at the teammates below until that expires. He can get a few more shots, but they seem to have stabilized for now. Tony gonna go out in the kill feed, and as Hill jumps down to the low ground, this should be a few more kills going into the pockets of HCH. It's down to a 1 versus 1, and someone Sinus or HCH, one of them's going out now, and it's hard to tell which.
Oh, they don't get the gravity lift in time to try and get them out of that bad spot. You have someone sign as Jelly, the only one up for his squad against only one last player for HCH. We'll see if there's an opportunity to try and plug them back in, but Jelly gets tagged up from behind. Hill won't be able to survive the fray here on the south side, but now he needs to somehow get his teammates back in. Not even able to recover the banners. Unfortunately enough, he still has about a minute if he does want to try and pull back out. Taking a look at teams that were inside Antenna early on, kind of questioning this position now. We got Optimal Ambition. We got Team Sheesh here, along with Lightstar Joe and Team Casuals, all fighting for this choke point now. And Team Sheesh need to make a move, need to make a decision on how they want to deal with this.
Very spooky, especially for teams on the low ground like Asuras. We noted that Casuals as well off to the side are creating a big traffic jam in this area, and I wouldn't swap places with any of these teams, not if you paid me. It is a rough corner of the map to be in with so many top tier teams already here, largely as a result of the fact that everybody knows that everybody knew that this is where the zone was going. So there's now a traffic jam as suddenly it's pivoted out. Suddenly you have to leave Antenna, go a little bit further over towards Launchpad, and they're all waiting until the very last second, not wanting to be shot in the back, not wanting to risk that Valkyrie ult until they absolutely have to. 22 seconds left until somebody's going to be forced to pull the trigger, but a team like Literally Vibing, they have the longest way to go.
Team Sheesh is going to be playing the main gatekeeper here, but they need to move themselves. They are not safe within the zone right now. Looks like they're setting up for a skyward dive, and so they're just going to go ahead and avoid a lot of this fighting, allow Optimal Ambition and everyone else to deal with this traffic jam. As you can see, there's a team up top as well. Smooksy is there with Akiru and Charles. They've got a decent angle on teams that are coming out from that Antenna side. Optimal Ambition, they have to be good with this Gibraltar bubble because they still have such a far way to go. Nades maybe with an EMP if you toss out that drone in time, but so much damage is going across onto Optimal Ambition. Bubble out here, and now they've got the zone to their back, a defensive bombardment in their face as well. CIMJ picking up 2 kills, but they end up losing out on 1. They still need to get Smooksy back into this one, but it looks like the gatekeeping is going to be too strong. Wingman Season set up here so early on, is hoping for the pull away from Antenna, and they are going to be rewarded for it.
They're the ones that really end up winning in the extended fight, despite the fact that it looks so good for so many different squads. CIMG especially. Wingman Season are the ones that are now tossing nades, harassing, and really facing almost no punishment, popping out of the side of the building that they already own. Oh, Lightstar Joe getting shot out of the sky. This is just a battle for this 3-pronged building right now, and Asura's waiting in the corner. Is like, please let me in. Casual's going to be approaching this game down a member as well. It's so difficult to get into this building alone, but now you can't stop. You've got a minute left until you've got to exit it and go into the ring.
Yeah, we got 8 squads remaining, but a lot of these squads are damaged. One of those squads that aren't, though, it's going to be Wingman Season up as a full 3. Slow playing a lot of this game, they were fortunate to pick up points here and there. I believe they got a large majority of the kills onto TGG early on. They find a rat here on the other side of the wall as Stunny almost gets that one clip onto the Jibby. We'll just have to pull out that Volt to finish him off. Asura's out. We're now down to 7 squads remaining. 24 seconds before the 5th ring closes.
Incredible play by Noko as well, really holding it down on the Gibraltar. An excellent bubble saves his teammate's life, and we are seeing the thing that just separates Wingman Season from everyone else. The practice, the time, and the synergy that they have formed over the course of these past couple weeks has now got them in a point where, despite the low ground, they are in a powerful position approaching this end game. Casuals, maybe not so much. Casuals are having a rough time, but they turn around. They actually find a lot of damage, but it's not nearly enough to keep them alive. CDE take them out, and now CDE, they're the ones on the ropes.
Yasuo doing his best, coconut impression there, trying his best to rat this one out. We'll see how much longer he can survive for. No surprises here. We've got Wingman Season, Northern Forces, along with Tripods alive. Late Valkyrie redeploy coming out from Wingman Season now to get into the center of the zone. Do have Nick Mercs hitting at least one knock there, and the third party is coming out strong for Wingman Season. They know they've got the win in the bag as Tripods do finish off Northern Season, but Wingman Season charge forward now. Defensive bombardment out, and Zednam knows that it's his own. He can go ahead and take that one up. Tripods now down to just one player remaining. How much longer can Nick Mercs survive for his Wingman Season pushes forward? That's Zednam picking this one up, and now it's just hunting season here for them. One last player remaining, and Wingman Season will secure the first win of the day.
Oh my god, what an incredible way to do it as well. Swooping into the high ground, Wingman Season look polished, and it is on the map that I least expected them to do so. I talked about it, Storm Point tends to be a little bit more chaotic. It's where we're starting off. There's so much pressure, surely somebody cracks, but no, Wingman Season, they seem to have been made stronger by the flames.
Yeah, no, they've been, I think, pretty strong when it comes to the Storm Point. Their overall macro calls, you got to see it right there, why they end up succeeding on this map. Understanding that there's a shot that this ring ends up pulling away from Antenna. They set up shop outside of Antenna. We're playing on that edge just a bit here on the eastern side, and they definitely benefited from that.
It was incredible to watch the way they executed that final ring as well. Not just the bubble that I talked about, which was still picture perfect, by the way, but the ability to Valk ult up and steal a spot away from Tripods, who looked like they actually might have been in a commanding place in the lobby, just changed the entire game. And I'm very curious who, if anyone, has landed in second and how far away they are from the top.
And that's a great sign for Wingman Season, who we have noted has been one of the best performing teams when it comes to the Challenger Circuit, and starting off the day here in an incredibly strong way. That does mean, though, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 of the LCQ winners bracket right after this. All right, welcome back to the Apex Legends Global Series Last Chance Qualifier Weekend number 1. Just before the break in game number 1, it was Wingman Season that walked away with the first victory.
Ooh, man, it looked so good for them as well. But so many of the squads that I was hoping would succeed had a really rough early game. We saw TPM going out there, and of course, right before them, it was Washed who took out Redeem for first blood. TDG had a really rough go of it, and with so many squads struggling to even make it into the end game, I think it's no wonder that we do have the highest level of competition right here in LCQ number 1. HCH were able to pull out some miraculous victories as well, but it was towards the end game the Wingman Season dialed it in and made it look, honestly, like no question.
Yeah, that's right. The zone definitely proving to be a fickle mistress, as a lot of teams set up early on for that antenna pull, and we're expecting that. But Wingman Season playing more of a flexible spot, was able to back away and basically win out from that positioning. End up with 10 kills, along with the plus 12 they get from first place, and get 22 overall. And it seems like Black Hand were able to get their way into the late game here with 10 points overall. It was Tripods, though, who also ends up fragging out, went down in third, unfortunately for them, as it came down really close. There was one last rat that ended up out surviving them throughout all of that. They still pick up 19 after game number 1.
It seems like we're a bit out of order here, so Tripods may have actually ended up pulling out second. Their placement at least would suggest it, and with 12 kills, I can definitely see it. So I'm going to say that the gap in between the first and second place is just about those 3 points right now, between 19 and 22, which isn't the biggest gap that we've seen. It's actually a pretty balanced one that lets Tripods have that shot at number 1. Of course, though, a reminder that in these first 6 games, your goal doesn't have to be number 1. It just has to be top 10. Right now, CIMJ, they're still making that cutoff.
That's right. So, just as long as you hit the top 10, you will avoid getting knocked down to the lower bracket. The other things that we didn't really get to mention is that the top 10 teams here from the winners bracket will, of course, be moving on to the next round. They will also be starting the finals with some advanced points depending upon their placements throughout this. Let's take a look at the second half of the leaderboard here. Optimal Ambition overall only ended up getting 1 kill point, along with that 1 placement point for themselves. HCH, we saw them with a very commanding position on the south side of the zone near Gale Station, but unfortunately they ended up running into a bit too many squads on that rotated for zone number 5.
Yeah, it was a really tough time for them. I felt for it, as HCH just had to body block not 1, not 2, not 3, but even 4 squads that started firing over at them. Made it a very difficult thing for them to get into the ring, into the next couple zones. However, I do think that it allowed them plenty of time to pick up kills, and that at the very least should keep them in contention for one of the top spots as we move forward, because it's weird. We talk about consistency, and you think that comes with placements, but a lot of times our teams that can find themselves favorable fights more frequently, even if they are jumping in between placements, actually end up looking pretty good.
Yeah, and right now, though, it's all about making to the late game. It's about finding those kills in the late game as well, which both Tripods and Wingman Season were able to do. They were, of course, a bit opportunistic when it came to the mid game. A lot of teams kind of rotating through their spots. They're able to pick them apart when they had that opportunity. They did a great job, but it was ultimately, I believe, as the kill leaders, it was Tripods who ended up finding a few more fights. It was just unfortunate that they weren't able to secure second place for themselves. A few placement points that would have definitely helped them actually almost tie things up with Wingman Season, who were playing a bit more of a conservative spot ultimately there in the late game. But it was still a great game number 1, especially for our Challenger Circuit squad. That was the big question coming into the day. Washed did end up, I believe, taking out one of our stronger teams early on in Team Redeem for game number 1.
I wonder whether that contest will happen again as well, because it was right off the rip on a 50-50, and there's a good chance that Redeem and Washed go toe-to-toe again. You can pick up a lot of points that way if you're able to win that 50-50 consistently, but we don't call it a 50-50 for nothing. Both of these teams are putting themselves at risk by landing in exactly the same place, and there's a good chance that we're going to get action there at least for the next 2 games, because, well, the next 2 games are the last ones on Storm Point, as we're about to jump into our second in just a few moments. I gotta say, I'd like to see a little bit of a different play style from Redeem. Since you've only got the 6 games here, I say switch it up, go for it, contest somewhere else.
Yeah. Again, you do not have that much time to reorient yourself and make some sort of adjustments. You need to be taking a look at the VODs when it comes to the breaks and make sure you find out what you're going to do in game number 2. Taking that 50-50 again could prove very detrimental to them. It does seem like this time around, though, they will not get contested for it. Redeemed are not trailing them throughout this one. It looks like they've got North Pad actually to play off of. So good scouting coming out from them, and they're going to allow WASP to just have complete control over command center. A lot of the northeast side of the map actually is a bit difficult to reach because of this flight path. So you're seeing now Lightning Rod, High Point, Thunderwatch, none of those actually getting teams dropping on them.
Breaks my heart too. Lightning Rod's looking so good, actually making use of the gravity cannons again. It seems like we've got a few squads still trying to rotate up there. TDG, one of them, but she's fighting over by wall. And I was expecting this to be maybe with Alter Ego, because they were dropping over by North Pad, but hadn't made their way over just yet. Could have been them. Could have been a little bit of Redeem taking a cheeky grav cannon themselves. Either way, no kills are going to go over on either side. Everybody taking a chill pill, watching out for each other, but for the most part, not gambling anything on an early game contest, and that goes for all of the 20 teams inside this lobby. Everybody has taken a little bit of a breather after game 1 and gone, great. We know what we're all capable of now, but it's about making it into this end game. And there we go. Hey, look, Lightning Rod finally occupied.
Yeah, TDG are going to slowly walk that one up. They were, of course, dropping towards that kind of no-name area just outside of Stormcatcher and then working their way on up. You know how difficult it can be when the flight path doesn't really favor that northeast side of the map. Taking a look at the first ring, Redeemed are happy about this swap off in their drop going over towards that north pad. We're getting a pretty hard pull up there. There are a number of rings that you have to play around. We'll see if it continues pulling over towards that tower, or maybe if it ends up going towards the shuttles or the no-name just outside of it. We do have a small contest, though. Multiple teams now showing up here, the other side of the wall.
Whoa. Casual is just fully sending it in. The bubble pretty early on, though, is still a good bet, as there aren't that many squads that will have taken up these small little buildings. But now that they're all full up, a team like Alter Ego is going to have to wage a war against the rest of them. Loba ult going off next door is going to cause you a lot of problems as well, because, well, now you've got to contend with a team that has nearly infinite resources and will continue to accrue them throughout the game. We mentioned Redeem earlier, having gotten the zone pulling over to them, and given that North Pad actually has a beacon in this game, I'd like to see them stay over there, see if they can farm it out for information and get...
Northern Proficiency also showing up. They'll be able to play off of a low ground building just off to the northeast as well. No one quite trying to fight over the northern hard pull side for them. We have another squad starting to make their rotate in from the northern side. Might have to deal with, of course, this Sheesh squad still playing outside, looking to gatekeep any teams coming in from the north. But CDE will have clear skies just to move past. We'll have the shuttles if they want to get some additional loot as well. It looks like they are trying to get their way into North Pad as quickly as possible. We might have a big pileup, though, with this hard of a pull onto the northern end of the map from the south side. So we'll eventually keep tabs on that. We're not expecting too much action unless CDE do something atrocious here.
They're just going to walk into CIMJ first off. They're sitting outside this rock for right now, I think having scouted that they are not alone, but with the jump tower having been used to get them in, the Valgult's going to be used to get them right out. CDE sort of ghosting everybody instantly and making their way a little bit further into the ring. Hopefully this spot isn't occupied, because they are out of mobility tools.
Yeah, we didn't see too many other squads here inside of North Pad proper. We did have Northern Forces along with Redeem. Redeem are playing off the tower, I believe just off to their south or to their west was Northern Forces. So it's going to be a lot of not just positioning and poking that'll be happening up there. This is the big fight, though. If we're going to have Black Hand facing off against Tripods, well, I didn't expect it so early on, but I mean, this is a rivalry that's been going back and forth for multiple weeks now.
almost constantly mirroring each other. At least the initial barrage of missiles will land using the replicator right now, and interestingly enough, a bubbled up Trident. It seems like Tripods will be able to dictate the terms of this engagement. By dictate the terms, I do mean just leave, as they choose not to take it. You can't blame them, because taking this fight up against Black Hand, continuing this rivalry, maybe not what they're interested in right now.
Yeah, Tripods, in the past would have, but I think with so much more on the line, they've been refining and focusing how they want to play these games, and it's been a lot more focus on the late game, getting that early positioning for them. But this one's difficult. They meet some resistance. They have to Trident rotate out, and they still have a long way to go. And they know that there's a team on the edge that's hunting around for fights. They probably have a good feel for who it's going to be. I imagine they would love to try and take that fight, but right now, having that crossfire set up on them, I think it was a good call for Tripods to just back away.
Yeah, really solid stuff from them for now. TDG having a slower rotation in, but one where they haven't been harassed nearly as much as last game, are now landing on the low ground right next to Northern Forces. They're still pretty out in the open, but I'd be surprised if this is unsafe. Despite the fact that it is a little bit, spooky in the positioning, Northern Forces have no incentive to poke out above them, and as long as TDG don't drop a member, they should be okay in this tunnel.
Girls disconnecting from the squad. Bubble's already gone. She's trying her best to survive as she gets tagged up. From all the squads over there at the shuttles right now, Washed might be actually taking a lot of damage there. You can see Antboy. They've got that whole squad underneath them. Ooh, the one knock onto one. We'll see if Polar and Obsessed want to push in for this. The Gravlift Black Hole going down inside. We've even got so many ultimates being used. The Black Market Boutique to steal away all of this loot. And boy, ends up getting thirsted off by Akiru as well. And Team Wash now find themselves in some trouble as they get pushed. It's going to be the 3v2. Zerbo gets the knock onto Mitten, bringing this down to a 2v2. They might have that armor swap, but Zerbo doesn't care. He's going to go ahead and push forward.
Yes!
That Devo is in his hands as he tries to get that next knock. Now it's a 1v1, and so much might be opened up here as he tries to slide in. Polar Bear will be able to secure that last kill. Alter Ego knocking out Wash and getting the reses.
Not even a turbocharger on the Devo. Things looked close, but Polar Bear does manage to stabilize for the squad. Alter Ego not going to get pushed off the back of this because they've got so many squads in the area that don't want to expose themselves to free fire. They get 3 KP. They get a really nice start to their game, and though it was risky, it ends up paying off. Alter Ego eliminating what could have been one of our favorites. Now, with Black Hand making their move out from the southeastern part of this ring, they've got themselves a spot inside of the zone, but one that they can reposition from. Importantly, Goat actually considering burning the Ash Ultimate for a little bit more of an easy time getting over to Yazto. I like that they've positioned over towards the high ground as well, because it'll give them not only excellent scouting, but great control in the next couple minutes, as they could fire down on both sides of this hill at anybody who may be trying to pass without paying their toll.
Yeah, and how the turntables work out here, as we did have actually Tripods on the other side of the hill looking to gatekeep this squad. A lot of our heavy hitters currently here on the southwest side of the map. Wingman Season almost on a collision course with Black Hand. Shubi is isolated from his team, and you do not want to be standing out in the open with Wingman Season full team firing onto you. Slide down. Coming out from Noko, they do spot out the 2-man dropping down over towards that gravity cannon. They will go ahead and try and focus them down. They have a nice isolated fight here. Wingman Season not having that priority for that early rotate to the north side, are looking for the fight on the edge.
Fascinating they've chosen this path towards the fight as well. I'd expect them to stick with the height, but at least they're all making the same call at the same time. Wingman Season continuing to impress with their synergy inside of this game. They do have that reposition as well. Stoonie's got his ult already, and actually a grav cannon here looks like it's going to be in use as Wingman Season continue to just disengage as their prime directive, keeping them alive and keeping Black Hand from picking up any unnecessary kills.
Yeah, they might have been able to spot out that there were multiple squads in the area. If it was an isolated fight, they almost found one, but the presence of Tripods will force them away, and that's the good call. Both these teams really playing around that same kind of objective, where if we can find an isolated fight, sure, we'll go for it. But if anything kind of spooks us, we are getting out Wingman Season started things off strong with the win. We also know that, of course, Tripods not too far behind, only down by 3 points. They have a lot to play for here. They've also got a lot of pride on the line. So Wingman Season will just take this opportunity now to heal, get some additional loot, and get closer towards those red Evo shields for themselves.
And it cures all wounds, it forgives all mistakes. Being able to pop over to the spiders and pick up so many more resources, it's almost as if their engagements against Black Hand never happened. These sort of cursory poke wars is now you're all better, you've got so many more shield cells, so much more ammunition to work with, and you're setting yourself up for a later game fight. It's been a very well-paced game from all of our teams, but as we continue to close in on this next ring, only 30 seconds away, Zone 3 is where things are going to get spicy, where HCH are going to have to contest inside of the wall, and there may be a team in there, though they don't know it yet.
There's a team in there. They do get presence of that, but they also have to be worried about the team actually coming in for the sandwich to their eastern side. I believe Washed not too far away, just outside of this wall as well. So HCH know that they don't have much time to work with. They need to find a different path around. You can see Washed were showing up. And so, again, it's these spider senses that are coming out from our squads where they understand that this is not a tenable position. This is a position that can instantly go bad. And so they make the call, retreat, and find a different way to rotate in.
Literally vibing, continue in their footsteps. We've got one of our Bangalores of the day. Stormpoint really bringing this legend into the into finally the meta once again, as it's been a very, very long time for the Bangalore, taking up on height as well. Literally vibing have a pretty simple path into the ring and actually a chance to get themselves a beacon, as was really nicely pinged out, but their focus has to be on the choke points ahead of them, because that's going to be the biggest determiner of literally vibing success. Are they getting ratted on? Is somebody holding the choke? Because if so, their game gets vastly more difficult.
They're making the same call that HCH made, so they're kind of shadowing them here, going down from that southern side. But HCH swinging a little bit wider, and they have a lot more ground to play off of. They will have plenty of cover if they want to choose to go for that skyward dive. Wingman Season, though, trying to find something here on the lurk. We'll see if they actually come up with anything. All of them hidden, no one showing any presence. HCH ends up having literally vibing coming up behind them. They will turn around for this fight. They are playing off the edges. Nice crack there. Sorcerer wants to charge up. They've got a lot of tools to use. They do instantly get that crack as well. Hitting for flash, pushing forward, having to deal with this rolling thunder though as they wait things out. You can see Hill is still holding on to that black hole, is waiting out the remnants of that shield, and as he tosses it in, looks like it's a little bit far, but it still contains the squad. Defensive bombardment going down from either side as Crook is looking for that entry. Banshee forces him back, and Hill is looking for that right hand angle as they get that first knock. Jaren will go down to the defensive bombardment, and HCH again looking so clean, so collected in these fights.
This is big though. We've got some other squads starting to come in. Wingman Season could collect HCH right now, but the bubble, having been saved by Crook, allows them just a little bit of respite to reset. Sorcerer gets the shield bat off as well, and only missing 25 HP. HCH can take this fight as well. Crook's out in front though, and with no cover, he's the one that's going to go down first. Wingman Season starting this one off right, taking a reset mid-fight, knowing that they've got that Gibraltar difference now. They're going to be able to start pushing up and likely cleaning up the remainder of HCH. Taking out Crook, fully thirsting him. They're the ones that are going to benefit off of this little bit of KP, and they're not going to push this too far.
Yeah, they've got a minute. They need to move as well. And this ring continuing to pull up to the north. You don't know how many other paths that you need to clear along the way. So Wingman Season not going to overextend. They will just continue now to make their way into the north pad area. Looks like a lot of paths are clear for them as they push up. A lot of teams ended up going for, pulling further in. Sorcerer, though, might have an opportunity along with Hill to actually recover that banner with Wingman Season pulling off from this fight so early on. Tripods find themselves in a fight, though, fighting over the octagon. NickMercs now pushing forward. They've got their bubble down. Doesn't look like Jelly has used one of his own. Luda is trying to hold down the front line, but he ends up getting focused down. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. NickMercs indeed still up. Deeds finding one more. Jelly versus NickMercs in this fight as NickMercs, he pulls out that massive and does get the cleanup, but Will they be able to recover in this fashion? It looks like no squad's having an angle onto them. Gets Deeds up. That's going to be the bubble res onto Luda as well. Tripods with a nice fight here in the early game.
That's the X factor that they bring to any game, really, is just the pure mechanical skill to be able to win that 3v3. It does put them in a dangerous position, though, as they are still resetting, and they've got so much more ground to cover to make their way into a safer position. Wingman Season, having made their way in, currently hold down a building, but we are getting a lot of action over by North Pad, as we've got not one, not two, but three, maybe even four squads making their way in.
Yeah, Redeem with the drop here have that high ground tower being held right now. So all the fighting is taking place inside the building just below them. So many squads showing up here. We got Team Sheesh. We got Optimal Ambition here as well. And a third, fourth squad just coming in from the outskirts. See that final hard pull away right on to that tower for the next ring as well. So Optimal Ambition will be able to utilize that crypto, pick up that info.
Yeah, one of the few squads running crypto here. Good for, at this point, not just the information, but an incredible amount of disruption in the late game as well. So many Gibraltars are going to be relying on that reset. That Nades has the EMP. That's really the only tool to keep that from happening. The one that can force a fight to continue even when the other squads do not wish it. Now relegated, of course, to the top floor. Optimal Ambition do get a little bit less room to work with, but it's just for now as more squads continue to pile in. A lot of these little tunnels going to be occupied as well as Valkolts, everything. Every ultimate is being used right now. We've seen a defensive bombardment. We've seen the Rolling Thunder. We're now seeing the Skyward Dive. Things are getting absolutely crazy as teams are desperate to get inside this zone.
Oh boy, Asteria waiting out that bubble. They do have it to go for the reset. They have to be careful because they have that high ground, which is covered from Redeemed. So if they're not keeping track of it, they can easily get beamed down. Tripods find themselves on the western edge as well. That was one of the squads that was actually pressuring Asteria throughout all of that. So a lot of movements being made. This is one of the slower, this is the slowest game so far in game number 2, but we have so many squads alive here, which is the surprising part in ring number 4. It's 14 squads. There's a lot of fighting now taking place. TPM, believe they've already gotten 2 knocks. They should have one more. Third party showing up. Optimal Ambition ends up getting the knock onto Sponge, and that's the Gibraltar player. They won't have a bubble rest as Sponge ends up getting cleaned up. Sushi and Talus need to try their best to survive, because you know there's going to be a huge battle. A lot of squads are about to go down, but they end up dropping down onto another full squad. They get one knock at the very least, bringing this down to a 2v2, but Joey Blackout from Redeemed, that high ground angle is absolutely punishing all of these squads.
Sushi may not even make it right now, being focused by multiple teams. Does end up taking the portal, that little breach. Talus is going to be unable to res, instead having to stare down Gibraltar in a bubble that goes, push me, I dare you. TPM are down to just the single member now, and Talus is going to have a really rough time making it to the next ring. If somebody could just stop harassing him, he's on 25 HP, maybe even a little bit less. TPM do manage to stabilize for now. Those Bangalore smokes actually buying Talus quite a bit of time. We saw that play from Optimal Ambition. The thing that started all of this really work out is that EMP is devastating in these close range combat.
CDE use that drop to get to the north side. It looks like a combination of northern forces along with Wingman Season taking out Nick Mercs. So Tripods now down one of their players here in the late game. It's the only squad in this lobby, it seems like, are currently damaged, as TPM should have been finished off. CDE, though, still have their work cut out for them, even though they get a nice break here. Just on the other side of this tower, they'll still have to walk this one in. Redeemed might be a bit too busy keeping an eye on that entire southern side of the map. So CDE might have an isolated fight going in. Luda's trying his best to survive as Wingman Season looking to finish things off. They've lost out on one. Away coming in for the third party, helping things out. Noko is still up for Wingman Season, but they are currently damaged.
And Tripods are currently out. Luda on that 10 HP finally bit off a bit more than they could chew. And We're going to hope that they racked up as many kills as they did last game, but the placement certainly will not be as high. Sheesh on this low ground are instead sharing a wall with a squad that I believe is just 2 members right now, but it's Redeem that are continuing to farm up on top. We've talked about it time and time again. This high ground is providing so much room for Joey Blackout, an incredible Gibraltar player, likely one of the best in the league, to be able to really make as much space as possible, farm up as much damage, and get as many kills before Redeem finally have to drop down and gamble just like everyone else.
So for Wingman Season, currently playing this one out as a duo. We'll see if there's an opportunity maybe to try to bring back in their third, but ring is closing in and that window is closing. Even though there's a respawn beacon just there, it is well out of reach for them. Northern Forces trying to hold down the inside of this building for as long as possible. They're going to be saving that Gibraltar bubble for when they finally have to peek out from this door. Port out though from Proficiency to try and scout things out, and he actually finds a nice little corner here on the other side of the blue boxes, tossing out that port just to get it down, get it back up, hopefully in time for the final circle. We still have 11 teams alive, and someone's coming up from behind as they end up losing out on one. Blackhand now coming in for the third party up against Northern Forces. Proficiency is the only one up. OA ends up cleaning up the rest of them, and a prize picks up one along the way, but Optimal Ambition might have stayed around for a little bit too long to secure those kills. They end up losing out on one. TDG still alive throughout all this. Study ends up taking out one from TDG though. They're just trading away, and all the teams and TDG still alive throughout all this. Study ends up taking out one from TDG though. They're just trading away, and all the teams are up on the high ground right now. Well, the only team that's up on the high ground right now is so happy to see that the rest of the lobby is just going down, getting closer and closer to the finish of this game.
TDG really low are going to be largely unharassed for right now, as Optimal Ambition made really nice use of that EMP, but now we'll make use of it no longer. Only one member left, and even Wingman Season you've been talking about for so long are really struggling to get even peaks out of here. Stunny now going to be the one going for it with the Wingman. Nicely enough, we'll be able to find quite a bit of damage. And it's important that they've got a Gibraltar coming up on this end game. You'd like to have Zednim in the game. You'd like to have that Wraith, but the Valk is going to have to do with the vertical play that Stunny can inject into the game. Wingman Season have very little opportunity to leave this place, and I'd like to see them use that defensive bombardment sooner rather than later.
They know there's a team to their right, and honestly, one of the plays might be just to throw that defensive bombardment onto them, force out the bubble early on so you can hold on to your own for as long as possible, but they won't even have the opportunity. They get full sense on now, but they do trade away CDE. This isn't a clear fight for them, as Noko might be able to get another knock, but no, he will ultimately fall. CDE, though, Carlin, the only one up for his squad. Optimal Ambition going down. Hambino picks that one up. TDG fighting on the low ground now. Durango and Girl blinking on red health there. They need the armor swap quick, and it took a full clip to get that, but Girl will be able to get the swap. Fight up against this Gibraltar. Now the arm shield cracked. Girl left with about 30 HP left will get taken out. Asteria still alive throughout all of this, but they are damaged. They do not have Champ up, and so they are currently playing this one as a duo. Multiple squads as a duo here. You have to imagine Redeem in a happy position. They do ultimately drop down. Finally, there's Joey Blackout and Oxy Aries looking to finish things off as they charge forward here. They still have to maintain consistency throughout all this as casuals now in a fight. Joey Blackout with the PK will take out the casuals in just a moment. Here comes the charge out, but that's a huge connect. This actually sways the battle. Redeem, Joey Blackout cannot get Oxy Aries up in time. He does not have the bubble quite yet. A charge comes out. It's gonna be the final 1v1 to clutch things up in the end there. He needs a quick armor swap. Joey Blackout cannot get it in time. Asteria comes in, and it's the Rats that end up winning out in the end. What a huge victory for Asteria.
That was awesome. We do not see games like that every day, and what a big pull, what a big clutch at the end there for Champ to be able to win that for the team. Asteria managed to get those extra 12 points, but make no mistake, Redeem got so many that game from farming kills up on the top and being able to really transition that into an excellent placement as well. It's a total turnaround from game one.
Yeah, the game one, that 50-50 definitely ends up punishing them. They ended up going down without any points on the board. They made up for lost time there in game number two. Congratulations, though, to Asteria, of course, for taking that win. I mean, it's absurd. You very rarely get to see an end game where it comes down to just 3-4 individual 1v1s to try and finish things off, but Asteria were able to buy that time. So congratulations to them. I do want to say, though, of course, shout outs to Nerd Street Gamers. If you guys are enjoying the action today, make sure you guys check out nerdstreet.com. There's a lot going on. We got summer champs that'll be coming up in just a few months where you have your opportunity to play for Apex, Valorant, Halo, Madden, so many games that are going on. And of course, there are constant competitions for Apex Legends. So make sure you check out nerdstreet.com for summer champs and Apex Legends champs as well. Let's go ahead and talk a little bit more about game number two there. That was a pretty hard pull, especially going to the north side. We saw a lot of the teams that tend to play center zone actually having to kind of commit to playing edge.
Yeah, it was an interesting change up in their styles because it is one that's forced, but also something that does happen quite a bit. We've seen two, I want to say, relatively unexpected zone pulls now, and honestly, just the amount of teams that want to play for early rotates is really making things difficult. I'm thinking specifically of TDG here, who, while they did have a much, much better game, we're still forced to play edge when they are clearly trying to play center. It worked out for them, but it's just because of the amount of sheer force of will that they have being able to finally get underneath North Pad. For a team like that, the closer it's pulling to home, the better.
Yeah, and again, it's still coming down to a lot of the squads that have been able to recognize the ring and secure that God spot. That ends up getting a lot of kill points and, of course, the placement points as well. So once again, congratulations, Asteria, for taking a game number two. We're gonna take a short break. When we get back, we'll have one last game on Storm Point before the half. You're not gonna want to miss that, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back right after this break. Welcome back to the ALGS Last Chance Qualifier Weekend number 1. Now, we've got 2 games done here in the winner's bracket, and it was Asteria just before the break that ended up taking that victory.
Incredible to see as well with the last minute clutch, but man, oh man, there were so many teams that could have taken it away as it came down to a 1v1v1. We're going to take a look, of course, back at the last game in terms of the points, with Redeem still coming out in first place despite the fact they didn't place first. That second place with 10 kills was enough to get them 19 points.
Yeah, and they had an excellent position to do it from. You saw constantly on the kill feed, Joey Blackout with, I believe, what was it, the Sentinel, was able to pick up plenty of kills in the mid game. And this is a ring like we had in game number 2, where it's very similar to, I would say, an overlooked circle, where rounds number 3 and 4 is where a lot of the killing is going to happen. There's so much open ground trying to get to that north tower on North Pad. Was free for snipers to just steal away kills.
I'm taking a look at the top 10 here, and I'm surprised that I don't see Northern Forces, actually, because they were looking really good going into that mid-game with the position that actually ends up getting you a lot of safety going towards North Pad, but it didn't end up working out, whereas a team like TDG that had to struggle through everything actually were the ones that ended up finding themselves one of the better positions, find themselves in the top 10. Northern Forces find themselves at 13th, and interestingly enough, Washed ended up going out with a 0-point game.
Yeah, they ended up, of course, we saw them, I believe, early on. It was left there on a frozen screen, unfortunately. We'll get the replays up in just a moment, guys, for game number 2. But we saw them try to push into that shuttle. They had a huge armor disadvantage, took a lot of damage initially just trying to get in, and ended up going down early on. And that's surprising, especially for a squad that ended up taking out Redeem in game number 1. Here's the overall leaderboard, though, after 2 games. Wingman season still up top, Tripods as well. They have made some advancements. I believe Wingman season picking up 6 points in that last game. Tripods very similarly 6 points, so, or maybe 5 points. So extremely close between our top 2. That means the rest of the middle of the pack are actually catching up with these squads.
Yeah, it is kind of funny to see this almost be static at the top, but with Asteria now bringing up the rear, those 12 points that they got off the win are being put to good use and actually putting them in touching distance of being able to take that top spot. Note that Northern Forces, though, are just at the cutoff, tied with Optimal Ambition for the 10th place spot. And top 10, a reminder, is where you want to be. Let's take a look at who's not quite there yet and how close they are, because 9 points is really just second place.
Yeah, and it is only 2 games that we've been through so far. So taking a look at the second half of the leaderboard in just a moment, it would really put into perspective where everyone is. But again, the 28 first place team right now, Wingman season with 28 points. That's a game and a half that if you perform well, then you can easily catch up with. But now it's one last opportunity on Stormpoint to really find your footing before we make that swap, which could be detrimental for a lot of our squads that still aren't feeling like they're fighting at full potential currently.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we get TDG with another even better game, because their difference between game 1 and 2 has been incredible. Game 2 and 3 could be that further step up, and I know that there are other squads that are equally hoping for a return to World's Edge. I'm sure I'm going to touch on it later, but TPM have already struggled in the first couple of games today, and I think that they'd like to return to something that is tried and true, that is where they've had the majority of their competitive careers. A lot of these teams, if they haven't had great 2 games on Stormpoint first, are already starting to think about the next 3 and how high their highs can be there.
Yeah, for TPM, I mean, this is a team that does rely upon finding some lurking mid-game kills and then finding a decent position in the late game. The problem is that you have so many other squads you have to contest with that are challenging you in ring number 4, ring number 5 for those very same spots. You saw when they were making that skyward dive into North Pad, they ended up meeting a lot of resistance. We're not able to push in. I believe it's a combination of like Northern Forces along with Redeem from that high ground angle that absolutely punished them on this rotate. We'll see if they can find their footing, though, in game number 3. But like you said, I'm definitely expecting them to kind of turn things around once we go over to a more familiar map in World's Edge. But that still means we have one last map here on Stormpoint. We're getting all of our players in right now. Let's once again set the stakes. If you end up in the top 10, you'll be moving on to the next round in the winner's bracket, where you will be given additional points depending upon your seeding here in the winners bracket, the bottom 10 teams will have a second shot to survive as they get knocked down into the lower bracket to face off against 10 more squads from the Challenger Circuit. But here we go, heading into game number 3, our final game on Storm Point for this round.
Big stuff for all these squads, and with a lot on the line when it comes to wanting that security of being in the top 10, of potentially getting those additional points. Redeemer, again, going to avoid the 50-50, but Z Davis is going a little bit far out, I gotta say. Taking a look at the minimap up there, he just picks up the Trident and drives off with it for a little bit of a cheeky angle on the start of the game. Trident, of course, will provide a lot of value to this squad, as they will be looking to potentially make some pretty large rotations once we get that ring revealed to us. For right now, though, the biggest thing for me is that everybody who lands in the north has actually managed to get there, even TDG, who've got to make use of the Grav Cannon.
Yeah, it's still a stretch for them, as this is 3 games in a row where the flight path hasn't absolutely favored them. You can see why the strength of Lightning Rod is here. You have a beacon, you have multiple paths. If you don't end up getting the beacon here to find another one, you will have plenty of rotation tools to play off of as well. And so now, taking a look at that ring, though, they're definitely going to have to use them. The Trident might come into play for them. We'll see. There's plenty of presence of squads here on the northern side. It's going to be hard to kind of skirt past them. Ring pulling pretty hard over towards the mill side, but it's not completely encapsulating mill and is going a little bit more towards the east of it.
You're fascinated with how a lot of teams are going to play this out. When you look across the map, you've got squads that are landing over in fish farms that you say, yeah, we're likely going to use the Trident. But when you land up towards the north, if you're a High Point team, a Lightning Rod team, a Thunderwatch team, or even a Command Center squad, the chances that you try and play edge here, if you're comfortable with it, are really, really good, because you have so much more access to that height that is all important in Storm Point. We haven't seen a whole lot of end zones that really have this harsh differentiation between high ground and low ground, but in the individual skirmishes, man, it is so ridiculously good to have not just the ring at your back, as so many of these Lightning Rod teams can have, but the additional security of just having better angles from the high ground.
Now for Black Hand, it looks like having that drop over at mill should work out in their favor. They are a squad that would love to take some early game and mid game fights, but they also know how to maintain their position for that late game. So we'll see exactly where they want to start. They do have TPM in the area, so if they want to move a little bit closer into the center of the second ring, they are going to meet some resistance there. Now, a lot of our squads ending up showing up here. Asura's also on that early rotate to make their way on in towards that mill side. They have to contend with another squad, though, is rotating past them with that skyward dive. And so utilizing this building might be what Asura's go for. Oh my goodness, nifty aims, connecting with some really nice wingman shots, forcing out a bubble of his own. So just the one-man army really putting the fear into them.
That was pretty cool. That was, wow, nifty aims, turning it on in game 3. The rest of Asura's sort of wishing that they had seen some of that, wishing they had the aim of their own at the moment, but largely able to reset behind the Grav Cannon. Casuals have a relatively flexible spot in the ring, if not a power position just yet. They don't have access to the high ground, and we're still waiting on what should be their move for the mid game. This is a temporary spot for them, and one that they should be looking to move from sooner rather than later, even though they have already expended that Valkyrie ultimate and are potentially in a spot where they could take a lot of damage if they try and leave.
Yeah, this is just a decent spot. Like you said, it's a temporary spot. You will want to move on. They've got that Black Market Boutique going down. I think just waiting out maybe an extra 30-40 seconds as the rest of the rotates start coming in would be incredibly useful for them to gain that information. We do have Sheesh, though, finding themselves in an early fight. Kiru going down in that one. And we'll see if they're able to finish them off. They do at least secure that third. So Team Sheesh, the squad looking to climb up the ranks so far, and another squad that we're keeping an eye on.
Taking down Akiru for the moment is going to be important. CIMJ losing out on one, at least temporarily. We've got some squads trying to make their way in towards the not first but second ring. His first ring has largely been abandoned. We've got a few squads outside of it, and we've got most of our teams inside the second, but nobody's playing this middle ground, or rather not very many. As Sheesh continue on the chase, they're actually going to run up against CDE. and maybe even be able to pick some of them off, but a bubble going down from CDE preemptively will prevent that, and she still find themselves sort of hands empty going, well, we want to fight, but where can we actually find an engagement?
Yeah, they're at least happy to at least force another squad back, but it's going to make this rotate later on a bit more difficult. And so you're starting to move to kind of avoid that scramble on board with casuals who have moved up a bit, got out of that kind of vulnerable spot down by that grav cannon. Know that there is a team, I believe Asuras, that are still inside of that compound as well. Another black market boutique as they're just slowly leapfrogging, stealing the loot away from the rest of the squads. A lot of teams expecting this one to pull down to that southwest side of Mills, or excuse me, southeast side of Mills, as we have an engagement. TPM, they got the first knock, and now Lox and Key, the only ones up. It's a full 3-man push coming out from that TPM squad to finish things off. Key is off in his own as Lox is throwing down that port for his squad, as he is able to take it just in time. Someone sign us. They end up losing out on one more. But as they go through that port, Upsushi ends up going down. What is Key doing? He is fighting back for his life, for his squad here. Hits up that bat. But will the third party come out? We know that multiple squads are in the area right now, going for that res, and he gets some crucial damage off. That's the crack, but it's not enough. Oh, he just needed one more shot, one more big shot to take out Sponge. TPM almost through that fight, but they will be able to recover.
That looked so ridiculously good for Key, though, demonstrating still that everybody's playing at the top of their game. Even someone Sinus right now, having lost 2, still can almost take you out. That's the stakes at the moment. That's how much these players wanted. Incredible stuff from Key, and I can't believe we get 3 more games of these guys. 3 more games where Key can show us stuff like that. Is everybody still making their rotations into the ring, though? Most of them haven't gone out, as we've still got, I believe, 18, 19 squads left at the moment. Not a whole lot of early fighting has really left us with, again, several traffic jams being set up across the map as TDG make their rotation in and start locking the doors behind them.
Yeah, one of the few teams running the Caustic here. You can see the strength of it, covering all those doors, locking it up. They've got Black Hand, who ended up not moving far from their drop, just maintaining this position here. Might have a fight eventually, and the Caustic will put some fear into them. And so now for TDG, it's that same game plan for them. Get to the late game. They are so good when it comes to trying ratting things out. Ultimately, that has always been their MO. So I'll look to try and avoid fighting for as long as possible. On board with tripods, we find a nice angle here. They've even got the whip pulled up to provide a little bit more cover on that high ground.
And with the height in their advantage as well, I think one of the things that they've really got to look out for is other teams who are trying to pull off the same strat. There are so many of these rocks inside of Zone 2 that you can play at the top of, that things can get really crazy when you have to not only try and find kills on the low ground, potentially expose yourselves to other teams that are looking to take yours away. For the moment, tripods are setting up in a defensive formation, everybody looking out on different angles, and nobody really too close so as to provide threat just yet. But keep your eyes on whether tripods are actually able to hold on to this height or whether it'll be whisked away from them. Zone 2 now going to start revealing itself to some teams, especially the ones that already have beacons, but not widely known information just yet.
Yeah, Wingman Season are banking on a beacon just to the south as well. We have about 5 squads that haven't worked their way in quite yet, so it seems like a lot of teams, or a few teams, looking for that Zone 3, Zone 4 Valkyrie rotate in for a decent spot. Wingman Season, unfortunately, again, just not able to find the timings for their rotate here, even though this was a fairly closer ring than what we had in game number 2. Casuals been playing this position for some time now, been able to pick up a lot of loot with that black market boutique, and that charge rifle will help them get that purple Evo, the third one for themselves. Sung still sitting on that. Hambino doing a lot of space creation for his team too. Look at how far up he is for his squad.
We've seen some dangers, though, when you spread out this much. Casuals have so much attention directed towards the north. They've got to be worried about squads starting to come up behind them. A team like Literally Vibing, though, off towards their north, even still, are hoping to Valk ult in, potentially find themselves a better position inside of this ring. Maybe even inside of Checkpoint, as they're going to find Sheesh in there, or at least to get the scan down. Sheesh have heard that Valk ult going off and are still picking up some cursory loot, not looking for engagements just yet, even though they were earlier, and taking this a bit slower, just to try and stabilize as much as they can on Stormpoint off of a game that is increasingly more and more difficult to predict.
It looked like they were considering trying to go for that beacon, but clearing out this choke, they end up meeting into some resistance here. They will go ahead and back away a prize, getting cracked there. That's going to be a bat forced out from Team Sheesh at the very least. They still have multiple options to play off of here, and again, they want to try and fall back to pick up the beacon, which would be incredibly helpful for them. But it's another just passive position for a lot of our squads who just were not able to get in early on. It was CDE actually kind of flipping the script there and kind of swapping positions with Team Sheesh, as now they are the ones looking to gatekeep them. They're just going to go ahead and back away and go through that tunnel once again. Again, plenty of options here, but they're going to run out of time fairly shortly, as we still have a lot of squads still up. Casuals ends up getting a knock onto Zerbo, but that is with the 30-30 repeater. Don't know if they'll be able to follow up on that one.
Yeah, tough at the long ranges, but holy moly, not for Lightstar Joe, who just continues to throw out the damage with the Sentinel. Sheesh's previously split positioning is now starting to come right back together around this care package, but the call is still anybody's guess as to whether they'll try and round the corner on CDE down towards the left or over towards the right. They've got a little bit of more positioning on the high ground. It seems like the call is likely going to be to stay here and see what other teams try and come in behind them, since there's very little actual safe space when it comes to going through that tunnel and into the area that Sheesh currently occupy.
That's absurd. And if you're Wast, you are so angry right now. Seems like multiple squads with their sniper rifles are able to just pick them off one at a time. Flashbacks to Season 3 once again, especially going down to the charge rifle for your final player. For Team Sheesh, though, keeping an eye on the northern side. They'll let the zone close in, and they'll be able to pick up that beacon, take up a little bit of that damage, but it'll be fine. You can see they have extra meds there to play off of. CIMJ here, finding a choke for them to play off of. Asteria on the north side of the map as well. So they're in one of those usually untenable positions, but they're okay to play off of it for now. But you will want to look to move in a little bit closer towards Mills in just a moment.
One of the biggest threats from that spot for our winners of Game 2 is going to be the sandwiches that so often occur as they try and rotate up. With so many teams controlling the height as well, there's just a lot of damage that can find its way onto you. You talked about the sniper rifles that we've already seen in the lobby. Well, there are so many more of them that can be pointed at you than you would otherwise expect in, say, your normal run-of-the-mill ranked games. However, the nice things is that for Asteria, getting a look at that map, we at least know that there aren't a whole lot of squads in their area. Even if CEC are looking at them, you've got this really nice, almost free rotation down to the south along this roadway.
Take a look at this ring pull away. A lot of teams were expecting maybe it goes to that southeast side of Mills, but no, it pulls onto Mill proper. And the position that Asteria were playing will be safe inside the zone. Redeem on their back foot. So it looks like they might have only one player remaining. Z Davis going down to Black Hand as Team Sheesh being smoked out here. We do have, of course, the high ground being held for them. And this is a dangerous proposition for any team to try and push up on. It's unfortunate for Team Sheesh because they were probably banking on trying to pick up that beacon, but now they're being delayed. With a minute to go, it looks like they will have to just move without being able to pick that one up. They do have a defensive bombardment down ahead of them. They might be able to come in for the third party.
Looks like they've got a pretty choice spot as well. Having taken where CDE were previously holding, CDE has moved on, and Literally Vibing are still going to have to push through Sheesh. The engagement from earlier just delayed, but not fully solved yet. Asteria have used their Valk ult to rotate in, bypassing a lot of the other problems they would have had, but instead finding themselves with a face full of Prowlers. It should be relatively easy to clean up for them, but sitting outside of Mill, you're really waiting on a third party to be able to get in on this, because you know that there are squads stacked up in here more than likely. You just need to bide your time.
Yeah, the Mills, surprisingly, of course, you can have multiple squads are surviving in the outskirts, in the areas around that. 6 squads basically on the building. Could feasibly coexist. Black Hand, though, losing out onto 1, as most of the teams are starting to converge now. Here's Literally Vibing, making their rotate on in. You have that Skyward Dive. They spot out 1 squad looking to gatekeep. That might have been Sheesh in the area here, and so Literally Vibing. Do they make it across the mountain? Ooh. No. They have to bail out of this one. Almost no value for this. Does seem like they could skirt around to the north and maybe work their way on in, but that could have gone incredibly bad for them. Luckily for them, they do at least swerve around to the north side and make their way in.
This map was designed with Valkyrie in mind, clearly, as Literally Vibing struggled to really get enough value out of that. Still finding themselves in the open, now with no redeploy and with no dome. Only half the smoke is available to them, now none. There's just no cooldowns here to support Literally Vibing making it into the ring, so they've got to run along the edge of it, dropping that Rolling Thunder in front of them and hope that it's enough cover to get inside.
Oh no, Jaren will fall. Unfortunately, he doesn't even have that bubble there. Banshee is the only one up now. HCH playing off the rocks, and Saucer connecting with these wingman shots. It's absolutely deadly here. That's going to be some free kills going their way to finish things off. HCH have been doing a great job across the last few games of picking up some kill points in the early game and the mid game. They just haven't been able to convert it. Maybe this is the game for them.
Unfortunately, as we saw squads go out, their prayers were not enough to keep them in the game. Asteria will be looking for their second win. A high placement, playing off the roof. They've got a good way to do it as well, but they got to keep their eyes, honestly, further out from the mill than right next door. The squads approaching from long range are the ones that can really throw a wrench in your plans, forcing you to miss position, and knowing that HCH are off there to the northwest, I like that they're constantly checking in with that 30-30, making sure they've got enough space. Gibby still has bubble as well. It's something that you can rely on. Not every team has chosen to run going into Stormpoint.
Take a look at all the squads here. We've got Black Hand, we've got TDG, along with Wingman Season, stuck in this pile up, and this is such a terrible position to be in now. With the ring closing up, there's only few spots left inside the main building of Mills. The playoff of Asteria, though, do have roof control at the very least, but it leaves them extremely vulnerable to that high ground angle just across the ways. And return their focus, though, with 15 seconds to go. Make sure that their back is clear. So at least that's one less worry playing off the rooftop for themselves. How can they get involved in a lot of the fights that'll be taking place inside of Mills? Casuals losing out on 2, Northern Proficiency picking those kills up against them.
Looking good for them, but for Casuals, like you illustrate, not nearly so much. And just like that, they actually end up going out. Now down to 14 squads on the day. HCH trying to make their return into this game, into the really top 5, as they've got a pretty nice power position inside of the ring as well. An unusual pivot is taking us out of Mill. We've got Cerberus with a very nice stick, cracking 3 people. I think it's time to push, lads.
Yeah, TDG involved in this as well, as Sheesh ends up picking up a kill throughout all of that. CEC losing out on 1. We'll see if they can get slacking back on up, but it's going to be Black Hand coming in for the third party. A prize has fallen here, as Black Hand still need to stay on the move. They do end up getting one last kill. Prodigy Ace is going down. That's going to be Team Sheesh out, but CEC ends up getting pulled up on by Wingman Season as Zednim. A number of those Northern forces, though, now making their push along this bridge side here on the eastern side of the map. Proficiency doing so much damage as he goes for a second pass. He will go down as Tripods on the other side. A 1-for-1 exchange. Continue to push up now. Cheesy will fall. Now Plexus is left to try and duke it out with Nick Mercs and company, but he gets secondary peeked out, and Nick Mercs will pick up that last kill. Tripods keeping things alive here as Wingman Season ends up going down. So this is a huge opportunity now for Tripods to take away that first place position.
Blackhand were the one that ended up finishing that off as well, taking out the remaining members of Wingman Season. They've already got 7 kills, likely a few more just from all the chaos in Mill. And they really are playing in their home territory. Alter Ego in between Blackhand and HCH, who recently won their fight up against Optimal Ambition, do also have the chance to usurp their titles in this game just by gatekeeping Blackhand and Asteria, who are right next door to them.
Asteria and Blackhand stacked on top of each other inside the main building of Mills. You talked about the gatekeeping potential as well. And there's plenty of space, it seemed like, from where this ring is pulling. And so Zone is incredibly going to be pressuring them. Folsey does have that Skyward dive, but do they really want to go for it? Because this is one of those spots where you might have to use that bubble just for the initial takeoff. Instead, they're going to try and walk this one in. Champ leading the way for his squad. Folsey keeping an eye on that doorway, waiting for that peek out from Blackhand. Decent damage off in the first place, forcing out that early bubble, and Goat ends up getting a kill onto Talus as they make the push on out. And so that's TPM knocked out. We're left with 6 squads remaining. Bubbles coming down along with the defensive bombardments, but there is the port out from Champ to get them into the ring. But is this a safe position? So many nades sliding in. Champ brought down to 1 HP, but he gets the bat off just in time, hits that Q, and now he is forced to hit another bat, left once again with 1 HP and a dream. Folsey and Drago still up as Crook with the 30-30 from long range gets the knock onto him, and now Asteria are getting full sent on. They are on their last legs. Folsey the only one up as Alter Ego looking to clean things up.
By some miracle, Blackhand are still in this as well. They've survived through all of that fire and might just be the ones to take out Asteria. Yasuo goes down though as Folsey Uno reverse cards him, climbing up on that rock. Finally, he will end up going out. Asteria down, and Blackhand now with at least 9 kills have managed to recover, put themselves into the top 4, and are having the performance of their careers. What an incredible game from them so far. If they can finish this off, they will rocket themselves to the top.
Game number 3, proving to be incredibly successful right now for Blackhand and HCH. Both teams have been fragging out, and looks like they might be the final squads that are up as a full 3 with 9 players left. That's going to leave us with a 3v3v2v1 to close things out, and I think both teams have been able to recognize that. Blackhand keeping their focus on the 3 men ahead of them, but they cannot miss out on the 2 and the solo that's still running around. You can see Obsessed and Polar Bear are there, staying alive. Oxy Aries, you got in as they continue to push up. Oxy Aries trying to rat this one out for as long as he can.
As Redeem knows, right? You got to be careful for those rats, for those last couple squads. Asteria stole it away from them here. Can anyone take it away from Blackhand currently, who are in the dominant position over this 3v3? They do have a lot of ground to cover, but they seem to be doing it pretty darn well, as Yatso the one that finally ends up joining them. Really close quarters combat at the moment with Arcstar starting to fly. It's HCH up on this hill who end up finding Flesh, finding the initial knock, but not quite going on the push just yet. Instead, finding the shots on the low ground. Blackhand have overextended. Blackhand are going to go down, but HCH lose 1, and it's time for these secondary engagements to come through. Nice pumps on the PK for Hill as Sorcerer gets back in the fight. Gold bag as well. Surely this is HCH's game.
Yeah, HCH were able to get that res, bringing this up to a 3v2, and there's only one player remaining here, Oxy Aries. Can he at least secure the Thirst on the ground? He's got the utility to try and do so, and he's trying his best to survive. He's pretty healthy here, and he just wants the kill point. That's all he wants. He was able to secure 2nd place, and he's desperately trying to get through that knockdown shield. He actually got the knock onto Hill. It's a 1v1 here. Oxy Aries, will he actually be able to clutch this one up? He's got to get through those knockdown shields. Unfortunately, a quick armor swap gives him about 10 more HP, and does he actually do it? No! HCH just narrowly survived the 1v3 and take the win here in game number 3.
Redeem almost did it. Like, that was so ridiculously close to them pulling off exactly what happened to them in game 2, but a well-earned win from HCH with some incredible control over the ring. They took that spot early, they held it all the way to the end game, and unlike a lot of power positions like that, they ended up picking up a lot of kills as well with an unexpected pivot of the ring that brought this into HCH territory.
Oxyeri's just one of the thirst. He just wanted the thirst, and somehow that Massive ends up getting a secondary knock. That was so scary. Imagine if he could have gotten that clutch up and getting that. Still, though, HCH, like you said, absolutely fragged out. Blackhand as well. Despite not getting the win, this is still a huge bounce back game, especially now as you want the momentum going into the second half of today's games here on in the winners bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they still have likely secured themselves, Blackhand, I'm saying, a position in that top 3 off of this game. And as you talked about, the winner's bracket continues, but Storm Point, its time is done. We're moving on over to World's Edge, where a lot of these teams have a lot more comfortability, a lot more practice. And again, I'm looking at teams like TPM to start picking it up. Even Redeem, who, with that wealth of competitive experience, should have a lot more stability on World's Edge, now get the chance to sort of bring this back and maybe find themselves that last-minute clutch-up that they almost had in Game 3.
That's right. We'll see if the swap off onto World's Edge will be enough for some of our squads that haven't been able to perform quite yet. That does mean, though, we are going to take a break. When we get back, we'll have the second half of the LCQ winners bracket right after this. All right, welcome back, guys, to the LCQ here for the ALGS North America. We're heading into the second half of the winners bracket, round number 1. Again, we have 10 spots on the line to move on. The bottom 10 teams will be dropped down to the lower bracket. We had a lot of fighting early game for this mill pull away in game number 3.
You can tell the fight is getting pretty intense here too, as Key almost clutched out the 1 versus 3 at the very end there. It was a difficult game for a lot of teams though, as so many squads running into Mill had to contend with Black Hand. This time, that's not going to be the case. Now we're popping over onto World's Edge, where Black Hand, traditionally at least, don't have that much dominance over a single POI. Things got pretty crazy in the end game as well, with Oxy Aries almost won the game while almost forgetting that he could do it.
Yeah, I mean, this game ended up being multiple series of almost 1v3s coming out. Oxy Aries was just initially trying to secure this thirst. You saw him putting about, 5 shots of that Mastiff into that knockdown shield. It's a blue one, though. That's definitely a chonker. As we look at the finishes, HCH end up with 14 kills in that game. Again, it's about the beautiful positioning coming out from them. They were able to take that north side of Mills, had that high ground rock, and it was just free fire for their snipers.
1 in every 4 people that dropped in got killed by HCH. That's so much threat that they're putting down onto the map. A 26-point game should rocket them up in the standings, especially considering that Wingman season finished only in 9th, our previous really highest score. 4 points total for them, and while this may not have been the game they were expecting, they are still in contention for that top spot that is slowly but surely being taken away from them.
Importantly as well, I believe Tripods have caught up in the ranks as well and might have taken over Wingman season, dropped them down quite possibly into 3rd. We'll check in with the overall leaderboard, and here it is. Tripods are now in 1st place, but take a look at the split amongst the top 6 squads. Tripods are in 1st, but they only have a 1-point lead over Wingman season and HCH, who both have 32 points. You got Asteria right behind them with 31, and Black Hand with a huge pop-off game there. Despite not getting the placements that they quite wanted, they still have 29 points, and now Redeem bringing up the rear.
So the top 6 teams have just 5 points of difference between them. That's the craziest thing going into these next couple games. However, sitting right outside of those top 10, Sheesh are just barely not making it. They've got 3 games to change not just our minds, but the minds of the viewers at home, and to avoid having to fight through that loser's bracket in just 3 games' time.
And it is a little bit difficult. Sheesh are, of course, coming in with a roster swap, or at least just a sub for the day. They ended up getting Prodigy Aces to fill in for Timmy, who apparently, he has obligations. Obligations, I say, at Coachella, of all places. I mean, I hope Timmy, of course, is enjoying his time there. I mean, that man works so hard, and he puts on such an entertaining stream whenever he goes live. So he definitely deserves the time off at the very least. And hopefully this doesn't work as too much of a detriment. Prodigy Aces, we know, he's been in Apex Legends since day number 1, one of the first teams to end up getting signed with TSM so early on. And so he's had a really storied his past. He just hasn't been able to find this success that such a career would almost necessitate.
Yeah, and if you're hoping to get a sub, honestly, Prodigy Aces is one of the best that you can grab, but it is all about career building for these guys. And though Prodigy Aces may have a bit of a head start, every single competitor in LCQ1 is trying to really create their brand, create their legacy inside of Apex Legends, and this is a big part of that. With so many clutches going one way, the other, things are getting really heated in end games, and we are seeing some incredible legends become, well, legends.
Now what we're wondering is, as we swap on over to World's Edge, how many change-ups are we going to have in terms of composition? Now, of course, we did have a lot of the double rotates, Valkyrie along with Ashes, or Valkyrie and Wraith, that flex roll, that 3rd position. How many teams are going to end up rolling with the Caustic? We did have here on Stormpoint a number of teams, or well, I think one or 2 teams running that Caustic, TDG being one of them. We'll find out in just a moment, as it looks like we are ready and already dropping into World's Edge now. Very even flight path this time around, going basically split down the middle from the south to the north there. We'll see if we have some early contests.
I gotta be honest with you, Jamerson, whenever we drop into World's Edge off of Stormpoint, there's a muscle in my head that just relaxes a bit because it's so familiar. There's every little corner of World's Edge at this point. I'm sure the teams are feeling exactly the same way. They've had 3 games where they have gone hard, and make no mistake, they're not taking their foot off the gas, but this level of familiarity should provide us with gameplay the likes of which we just haven't seen yet, with people being able to pop off and just really find crazy angles on these maps. It will, of course, be happening largely towards the northern end of things as we are getting one of our river circles right off the bat.
Speaking of familiar as well, we might have that rivalry continuing down on the southeast side, on the opposite side of the map. It's going to be Tripods once again facing off against Black Hand, and now they have to be careful. We'll see if maybe CEC can find a timing to come in third party up against those squads once that fighting takes place. But going back to that ring, yeah, we do have a Skyhook pull. A little bit of countdown is in. You gotta bet your bottom dollar that most squads are expecting a hard pull up. A team that's definitely gonna be able to take real good advantage of that is gonna be Wingman Season, who's over here on the eastern side of Skyhook. So they should have priority to get that God spot for the late game.
They should be able to mind control a lot of teams as well into just running right into them. You take that northernmost spot, and most times you get a squad pulling over to you. But we have to address this, Jamerson. There's no way we get away without talking about Seer.
I see it. I don't believe it. The Seer is coming out. We have not seen a Seer in play for, almost 6 months now since his release, and how oppressive he was on launch. The quick fixes, the hot fixes came in. Hill's going to try and rock that one. We do have the early rotates coming out now. Casuals trying to make their way into Countdown, but they're going to meet some resistance here. They don't have the best of armor, so it's going to be the Skyward Dive to get past, and that is the strength of the Valkyrie. If you're playing against Chokes, you can just go ahead and bypass that.
They get even a whiff of somebody being ahead of them, and they go, we'll delay this fight till later, whatever. Going right over their heads, quite literally, and popping into the remaining sections of Countdown. They'll be able to find themselves a nice bit of safety. I want to touch back on the Seer point very quickly because I'm sure that we'll get the chance to talk about it a little bit later, but one of the main reasons that we don't see this legend is because it's quite easy to get 0 value out of him. Sometimes you press Q and it just hits nothing, but in this specific game, and specifically with HCH, I think what they're looking for is that communication that HCH have built up over the season will be able to get a lot of value out of the Seer passive, that ability to pick up heartbeats left, right, and center without any pause during the game. See how well they're able to make use of that as TDG are going to try and make use of their Caustic up top on Trials.
You gotta be careful though, trying to drop down into a team that's just taking that Trials loot as well. I mean, you're only sitting on blues here. Not the best of loot coming out from Lava Fissure, unfortunately for them, as we do have a small early fight, a small early engagement. CDE run into TPM, but it looks like both squads are really just gonna try and focus on their rotate, maybe try to get a little bit further into Harvester before they go for the engage. But yeah, going back towards that Seer Pig, the ultimate as well, with how slow a lot of our games have been. So many teams staying alive. Oh my goodness. Oh no, they're end up losing out on proficiency there. And it's going to be the full send coming out from Folsey. You can see he is ready to try and punish them. The bubble res has gone down. Arcstar's ready to try and punish them, but they still need to wait a couple seconds before that bubble ends up going down. Looks like the fast res was used as a defensive bombardment. It's going to slow down Asteria just a bit. They're going to be forced to use that bubble, and it's a little bit shallow, which doesn't give them entryway into this door, unfortunately. Still, it's an early game fight. That means they have utility. They have nades to try and cut off angles. They spot out the Gibraltar close on the left-hand side, forcing him back. Swapping around, there is the Valkyrie right there, and Folsey did not account for that. Ends up getting 3-tapped by that wingman, and Champ is going to try and get him out. Northern forces quickly turning around this fight.
This is rough as well because Folsey gets full thirsted, so Northern Forces actually have a massive advantage right now from what had been a disastrous start. The portal should take the remainder of this squad out to safety as Cheesy's still trying to find the angles here. We got a charge rifle in the hands of Plexus, but you got to imagine you're able to get out to safety here as shields start coming in, and holy moly, that's a lot of damage, but it seems like everybody's going to be okay. Well, except of course for Folsey, our one member on all of World's Edge that just can't play the game right now.
Yeah, all of the players there realizing how strong those fence lines are. especially when you've got the snipers that charge rifle just not getting the full connects, unfortunately, because of the railings there. Do have a world drop coming out. Oh, way to contest this with our winners from game number 3. We'll see who ends up getting that world drop. Another team coming in. It's going to be Redeem. You can see the bubble being utilized as well off that market side. And so it looks like lots of teams really trying to favor that. Both bubbles going down as now Redeemed actually trying to get further deeper into Skyhook here. Port out to get that first floor. You got to be careful. They will back away. Optimal Ambition were ready to turn on that fight.
All right, well, I guess we got HCH in the area because, well, the world drop has drawn a whole lot of attention. Wingman Season as well are staring down the Asuras, who seem to have been pretty comfortable inside of this building. Curiously enough, neither squad running a caustic. Oh, never mind. Asuras running a caustic at the moment actually have a lot more safety, as this building can be really rough to hold down if you don't have that extra bit of Nox gas to give you protection.
Wingman Season somehow lost out on Zednam as well, so we'll see if he gets brought back in. It's going to be difficult to rotate out now because so many teams are making their way into Skyhook. They've got that respawn beacon there. You know that Asuras are probably ready to pounce on it. They've got the Nox gas grenade along with the defensive bombardment to absolutely punish that one. On the other side, I believe that Folsey might have been res back into this one because we are back to 59 players once again. So good recovery coming out from them. No surprises there as they were able to pick up that banner, and they had been playing on the edge this entire time to be able to back off. Noko and Stunny keeping an eye on the squad ahead of them, though. I don't know. Oh, you can see why they haven't been able to get the res. They haven't even been able to recover the banner. Unfortunately, Asuras are full camping that one. There's going to be no opportunity to get him back.
Especially with the caustic traps here. It's so incredibly difficult, and I respect that Stunny's going for it, but it may cost them their lives. Popping right back out. Shields are going to be enough, but 10 seconds left, and you're saying goodbye to Zednam. The attempt has been honorable, but Wingman Season lose a considerable amount of control over the outcome of this game just by being whittled down to only 66% of their what would otherwise be effectiveness. For the moment, holding this building is likely going to be all that they can do, and they are fortunate enough to have the zone pulling over to them.
Northern Proficiency on their rotate ends up running into another full squad, and Proficiency being a little awkward in this position. Key wants to try and full push on in, but other presence of a third team coming in from the south side of Lava Fissure might give them some pause. Never mind, Key's just going to go ahead and full send it in, but he ends up getting tagged up from the side. Might get down in just a moment here. He's getting challenged now, retaking height, and that's the beauty of the Valkyrie, to try and chase after them like that. But Jelly gets tagged as well. Someone sign us. Need to back off and regroup and realize that there are too many teams in the area now.
They're taking a lot of big risks down here. Northern forces are going to be able to largely group back up as Asteria start walking in, and once again dropping the shield craft for the second time today. I know this isn't the same exact situation, but man, oh man, that early game had me sweating with the shield craft almost going wrong, and Asteria end up risking it.
Yeah, they're getting some much valuable needed upgrades, especially because of how they were slowed down getting Folsey back into the game. Now they play a nice slow side of the zone. Only 2 teams here on the western edge, and they've got the options if they want to. And of course, skirt around towards the southern side of Countdown and then walk on in. They've got the Valkyrie ultimate as well. This is just going to be typical gaming. As somehow Proficiency ends up going down. He was stuck on the low, it seems, in the lava. Northern forces might be in some trouble here, as they end up leaving their third behind and bugging out to try to get to the north side of the zone. We'll see. Maybe they have an opportunity to try and turn around, but 2 teams currently around that banner.
Decide there's no way to get that, and as Plexus plays the lookout with the bubble that we presume them to have, Northern forces are going to have to continue disengaging because someone Sinus are on their tail. Plexus may eat some shots in the back if he's not careful. Someone Sinus have spotted out there's a squad ahead of them and are playing this one a little bit more cautiously for now, maybe, hopefully, allowing for more time to disengage. The big question is, where do you go? Because there's this open, expansive field off to the north, and there are so many squads that are firing down on Northern forces.
Yeah, they might have an opportunity to try and challenge for that high ground. Up on top on Sniper Hill, CDE. Getting shot by TDG right now. Northern forces, though, losing out on one more. Carlin's gonna pick that one up. Lexus is the only one up for his squad now. This might be the first squad to get wiped out here in game number 4. Someone Sinus keeping an eager eye on that bubble. A defensive bombardment going down as well. You can see all the sniper fire ringing out, and it's gonna be Girl from TDG ends up picking up that kill. At some point, someone might try and contest them, but we do have Asteria showing up behind someone Sinus. A lot of their focus is turned on towards that high ground. They're gonna bug out. They've got that skyward dive. What is their option here? Will they try and challenge for that height?
Instant trigger pull on that as well. They're pulling off over towards the north to potentially try and get on top of the sniper tower or a few of the buildings a little further away. Instantly, though, we get that other Valk ult to try and follow them as literally vibing hold up here in the north. Do not want next door neighbors, and someone Sinus almost apologetically are going to have to heal up and try and fight their way for a right inside this ring.
Logs is able to reconnect with this squad, taking that zip line to get up top with them. They have to be careful because there are sight lines from Sniper Hill. Someone Sinus also just getting tagged by these missile storms as they come up from cooldown. All the teams realizing that this is going to be free farm for their evos at the very least, but someone Sinus have at the very least been able to stabilize off this spot. But for how long? Jelly getting cracked again. You can see that their economy is getting punished. They're swapping around heals for each other and such. So now, how much longer can they survive the storm? But for how long? Jelly getting cracked again. You can see that their economy is getting punished. They're swapping around heals for each other and such. So now, how much longer can they survive the storm? We do have tripods coming in up behind Asteria, though, who ended up turning around on this fight. Both teams fighting inside the storm. Luda is set up with that fort, though, for his squad. He's coming in to get them in as there's just so much ground to cover here. So Luda coming up clutch with that port.
Very nicely done. Safety for the squad, but Asteria, they win in their own way, having utilized their cooldowns, their time to get the extra bit of information. They got the beacon scan, and now hopefully should be able to get themselves into a better position in the ring. But the thing is, we're so far into this one that I'm not sure how much that information is actually going to be of use to them, because they don't have that many places they can actually land. Take a look up north. Literally Vibing have your spot. Washed have your spot. TDG have the high ground. Where do you actually go?
There we go. We get that ring scan, and that's what a lot of people were expecting when we saw in zone number 3, that hard pull over towards Trials. I was going to continue to pull up towards that northwest side. So the teams that have positioning over the buildings there will be happy. There's a nice truck line along with the bridge to play off of. But like you said, we have plenty of presence. With Asteria now showing up, we were literally vibing, going and making presence known. Wash holding it down. It was unfortunate that Wingman season weren't able to move in a little bit earlier on. They seem to play this one a bit more conservatively, not being able to call this hard pull up towards the northwest.
Asteria are playing pretty darn conservatively at the moment. Just holding on outside where we actually saw Northern Forces go down earlier, but the bubble does get forced, and they're taking shots from above and to the side. Asteria maybe even going down now as tripods start to walk up on them and have already taken one down. Beaming from afar, coming over from Lava Fisher. Frag's gonna go out, Luda's on the chase, and when Luda's on the chase, you're likely going down.
Yeah, that's Asteria full wiped out, our second squad of the game here in round number 3. Won't be the last, though, as we have plenty of teams still going down here on the kill feed. Redeem actually picking up one from CDE along with Nick Merckx, and that's going to be the Valkyrie rotate out. Hail Mary play to try and survive, but mid-air, Oxy Ares once again coming up to be able to secure that kill onto Dice, and that opens up the path for tripods to start moving up.
You'd hope so, but Redeem seemed to have taken the spot from CDE previously, so though they can move up a bit, Redeem largely keep this gate intact and make sure that nobody's really going to be able to trespass into Trials. They open up their backsides pretty significantly, though, by looking for these angles and by continuing to push out right now, actually giving up control over Trials if anybody were to try and come in behind them, a squad potentially like TDG, who was otherwise holding up on the high ground. Someone sign us. Do pop in there, and now might be able to turn this around on Redeem, if only as 2 people.
How fortunate would it be if they were able to pick up a mobile respawn beacon through that, but it doesn't seem like they were able to find one, so they will continue to force this as a two-man. You have, it looks like a possible fight. Joey Blackout gonna get one clip. No, he gets the bubble down just in time, but you can see the full send coming out from that tripod squad as they want to knock out Redeemed. Joey Blackout will end up getting thirsted out. Now they are in a world of trouble. They're pushing up onto this literally vibing's position here and getting chased down by tripods behind. Nick Merckx ends up picking that kill onto Oxy Aries, and Luda will finish off Z Davis. Their work is not finished though. They still have to try and make their way up to the northern side of this, but you do have literally vibing, just gatekeeping that northern edge of the mountain.
I'm so concerned for someone Sinus right now because they've attracted attention. Tripods are on a roll, are on their tails. Wingman season has gone out in the meantime, and it's to TPM of all squads, or rather a combination of TPM and Washed. But someone in Sinus are managing to stabilize somehow, some way inside of Trials, and they're going up top.
TDG keeping an eye on that south side, making sure that they do not get climbed upon. They will have a lot of Sniper Hill to play off of here as Tripods trying to play off that northern edge, but they don't quite have cover on the landing. They have to be careful and regroup here. They still have, should have the bubble for deeds, but somehow this caravan is actually left free. So with Hysteria, or with literally vibing, just putting so much focus on gatekeeping the southern side or the western side of this ring, it left this entire compound free. Sliding on in, they meet some resistance, but they are able to rotate into this building. Nice
moves from Luda as well, drawing some attention away from his teammate trapped inside the RV. Now they get this power position, one that wins so many games, being able to control this building, and they watch even more squads get between them and literally vibing. Blackhand starting to take off in the kill feed as well. As this ring closes, so many squads we're going to be saying goodbye to. We've already dropped casuals. We're down to 14, and we're going to be going to 13 soon.
Yeah, round 4, 10 more seconds to finish up closing here. Tripods keeping an eye on their south, but honestly, they are well set to just end this game with like another 10 kill game. We'll see if they can pick up more as the teams that are stuck inside of Skyhook are getting punished. CCE and OA find a corner of this building to survive in, as HCH find themselves stuck on that market side. The rotate should be a little bit easier for HCH. They'll have a small bit of bridge to play off of as they walk out from the market side. They need to deal with Blackhand, and it looks like with the help Asuras, with the help of a number of squads, they will be able to clean that one up. So they still have a bit of a rotate to make, but they've got a minute at least to work with.
Darn impressive that they've been able to do this as well. Whipping out the new legend, something that none of us expected. HCH have looked completely stable in this game, and honestly, completely in control as well. This is where that challenging bit's going to come in, though, because they aren't running something for extra mobility like that Wraith. Covering this open ground is going to be all that much more difficult. However, they should have a read on the fact that Lightstar Joe is sitting right underneath them because, of course, if you're there, Seer sees you.
Yeah, he's not even aiming to try and heal up at all. Doesn't want to give away any sound cues because, I mean, it could instantly just get canceled by that Seer Q. Hill did end up using it, does have another 11 seconds. It'll be valuable here on that push. Looks like they're actually going to try and go for the skyward dive. They got the pings down. They note that TDG is up there playing off of Sniper Hill. A little bit of it seems like it might be in. Here it is. The skyward dive with 11 teams still alive is a risky proposition, but at the very least, they had that coverage on the low ground to work with. So Crook will have that bubble for them, but instead they're going straight for that northern compound. You can see Asteria keeping an eye on them. You've even got Tripods outside making sure they don't get landed on, and HCH making a very similar move to what Tripods did on their rotate TDG, force out the height here. So we've got 3 teams, 4 teams now converging right here on the south side. Seer coming in with that Q as Key is trying his best to survive in the corner. Optimal Ambition coming up from behind. They take out Girl, but they're trading away. Alizura and Sorcerer taking out 2 members of OA as they continue to push forward. OA gets knocked out. We're down to 9 squads as TDG still not out of the fire quite yet. Losing out on 1 more. TDG will not survive the fray. HCH clear out the south side of the map. and are safe here.
How do they do it? Dropping in from out of bounds, losing a member on the way. Hill does end up going down, and Washed are starting to pick him apart. We don't have that bubble anymore, and almost instantly, almost as soon as they won the fight, HCH end up going out. No safety in their positioning, and now Washed have control of this southern side of the map. Kraber in the hands of J-Lone as well. With 5 squads left, there's an incredible amount of upset potential for the Washed squad, and they haven't picked up their first win just yet, but this could be it.
Importantly for our top squads right now, it's going to be Tripods in position to maintain this first place spot. That's a great shot coming out from Jalo, and they end up cleaning up, literally vibing at the end there. We're now down to 4 squads remaining. Washed and Jaloan, they still have 4 shots left in that Kraber. It could be the difference maker. Just one knock onto any of those squads here instantly force them down, but Nick Merckx gets that knock onto Obsess. Unfortunately, because of this game state, because we have 4 teams still alive, no one can really try and punish that. Polar Bear, Mitten, trying their best to survive on that fence line, but it doesn't seem like they have much in the way of heals here.
No. At this point, it is going to be really difficult for squads not running the Loba to actually have access to enough resources. It's a matter of how much you've got left in the tank. And at the moment, Antboy's even running low, not even a full clip left on the Rampage for the next time they engage, as ammo gets traded back and forth, and we really are in the end game. We are really picking up the dregs, and it is getting down to the wire. Alter Ego on the outside of this caravan, down to just 2 members at this point, and the fact that they're not attracting attention is a miracle.
Yeah, it's a full push out coming out from Tripods as they were one of the first teams forced out of their spot here. Defensive bombardment answered with bubbles. Nothing really coming of it. They're just waiting out the fight that's underneath. All that time, Wash is just watching on. Sheesh ends up taking out one, but it's traded away as Polar Bear ends up picking one up as well. It's about who can survive the 3rd place, who can survive the 4th. Wash sense that they have the game in the bag. They will go ahead and aggressively push up. At least Jaloan will. It's pulling them off of that res and still having to deal with the squads all around them. One player hiding behind them and behind that knockdown shield, but now they've got them stuck inside of the caravan. They're gonna go ahead and use that black hole as well, and Washed with a huge turnaround game. Big momentum builder here in game number 4 after some unfortunate games there on Stormpoint.
This is exactly what we're looking for from this squad, though. This is the comfort of Washed, a team that has gelled so well throughout the regular season, now gets the chance to pop off and whip the game away from Sheesh at the end. Great control over the RV and great control over the south side as well, an area that not a lot of teams have success in playing because of relatively little cover. Washed are able to just take a little bit of a ledge and turn it into a massive advantage.
That's right. The last 2 games of Stormpoint definitely did not go their way. I don't think they picked up any points in the last 2 games, but this one they made up for lost time. Plenty of kill points. So congratulations to Watch, and what a treat that was, especially with how the movements were coming out from our squads in terms of their rotations. And so if you guys have been enjoying the game and you guys kind of feel that tinge of competing as well, you have your opportunity here at Nerd Street. Go ahead and check out nerdstreet.com. That's going to be the portal for you to check out all of the competition they have. A lot of things coming up for Nerd Street gamers as well. As we have Nerd Street Champs coming up for summer, you'll have your opportunity to compete in Apex, Valorant, Halo, and Madden. So check that one out. I believe we do have Apex Champs coming up as well. So make sure you sign up with your squad for that. Let's go ahead and go back to the game. A lot of great things happened there. This one was a little bit difficult to call for a lot of our teams. I don't think everyone was expecting a hard northern pull like that one, Dia.
No, this is really tough. When we do go over to Skyhook, there's a pretty large variety of zones, and the squads that did get that extra bit of data, like Asteria, ended up going out early because of the really disparity of beacons that were around there. It was tough to get that extra bit of a read, and it was literally vibing that really impressed me with their call, because remember, they were the ones sat up north of Trials, TDG right below them on top of Trials, and those positions ended up paying off really when it came to the kills that they were a part of, and for literally vibing the placement that they then got out of it.
Yeah, and a lot of the teams you saw kind of struggling as they had to rotate out of Skyhook, making that uphill trek up. We saw a lot of teams relying upon that Valkyrie ultimate in round number 4, try and play that mountainside for as long as possible. Wash, though, coming in for that ultimate third party to clear out that south side. So it was a really good control out from them to finish things off strong. And that pull away from the buildings for squads like Tripods or a team like Sheesh that was playing inside the caravan. Wash played that one expertly. So once again, congratulations to them. That is only game number 1 on World's Edge, though. We have 2 more to finish off the first round of the winners bracket, round number 1. You're not going to want to miss the last 2 games, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to the ALGS North American Last Chance Qualifier Weekend number 1. Just before the break, Wash came up with a much needed victory before the half. Heading into game number 4, they only had 3 points. And in this game, they ended up fragging out.
It was pretty darn incredible to watch, too, as their control over the end game. They really didn't miss a beat, but HCH impressed me as well, and I'd be remiss to talk about this game without having a chance to talk about them and how they whipped out the Seer and still ended up really performing quite well, picking up a lot of kills, and while they didn't make it into the top 5 squads, they made it pretty darn close.
Tripods as well, making it fairly far into the late game, top 4 situation for them at the very least. So with having overtaken that first place spot after game number 3, we'll see if they continue on, or maybe they might have been overtaken. We'll find out in just a moment. But you can see there was a huge pileup just at the bottom of Sniper Hill there. TDG just dropping down a little bit too late and getting punished for it.
J-Lone, though. J-Lone was the big difference maker for the Washed squad in the end game here. So often when I look at this squad and they're fighting, it's Zerbo that's popping off, but J-Lone's on something else today with the Kraber shots connecting so ridiculously well inside of the end game, and of course the swap off to the flatline just in time to mop up the remainder of Sheesh in the RV. The RV, by the way, that was really heavily contested. It had like 3 squads on it, and Washed from nowhere come out with a 30-point game, Jamerson.
Yeah, that's absolutely massive. Again, they had 3 points going into the second half, getting 2 goose eggs in a row. That 30 points will absolutely propel them up the leaderboard, where I think heading into game number 4, a lot of the teams were hovering around the high 29s and such. So Washed with just 1 game put themselves back into contention, and especially putting themselves in the top 10 at the very least.
Exactly, because that's the cutoff, right? That's what we're all focused on. You want to place as high as possible, of course, but realistically, I mean, this is a massive victory for them. For teams like Wingman Season, though, dropping the goose egg that you alluded to earlier, it was a rough entry into World's Edge, and one that I'm not expecting to stick around for too long.
Yeah, it seemed like it was a small mistake. Maybe there was a kidnapped attempt coming out onto one squad. As they had the priority, that they could have probably put themselves into one of the game-winning spots. But we did see that a lot of the squads that do like to end up calling the late game didn't take that initial position, their initial position over there on the northern side. A lot of them were playing the market. But here it is, the updated leaderboard. HCH now in second place. Tripods maintaining that first place position with a decent performance there, but Washed absolutely propelled themselves into 3rd place. A 30-point game puts them above Wingman Season after 4 games.
They run by most of the lobby and just scream, "Eat my dust," as they pass them. Incredible game, and now in contention for those top 3. They are still really far away from first place, but 22 points is the cutoff right now. That's where casuals are sat at, and the really important thing is the difference between 10th place and 11th. How far you have to go to make it up. With 22 points being the cutoff, Ultra Ego are not that far behind.
Yeah, and we saw right there in that last game for Wash, that one 30-point game ended up putting them in the top 3, top 4, and so it can easily be done. You can see within reach, Ultra Ego all the way down to Cerberus. That's a 19-point difference. So 1 win for a team like someone Sinus, CIMJ, and even CEC. It could put them into the top 10, which is really what everyone is shooting for. Other squads that we're looking for to turn things around, TDG, TPM, both of them not quite performing up to our expectations so far.
I mean, I'm looking at literally vibing right now and really wondering what's going on, because this is a squad that I expected to frag out to the level of Washed. A lot of times we talk about this team in the same sentence, and they're another squad that very well could collect a very high point game, but has had a really rough go of it so far, and we can still continue to expect great things from them, but time is ticking away, and they may be playing in our losers bracket if they can't pick it up in the first 6.
Yeah, that's probably one of the few saving graces, is that they do have a second opportunity fighting through that lower bracket. But again, that starts to mount more and more pressure onto you. You don't know what the mental fortitude is for a lot of our players here. We don't typically have a lot of opportunities where we get to play with the lower bracket. So that could be a whole slew of different problems that squads have to deal with right now for TDG. We'll see if they can turn things around in any of our bottom 10 teams. like we said, they have that failsafe, they have the lower bracket. We have 10 more Challenger Circuit teams that are waiting things out, but they have to wait it out for 2 more games here in the upper bracket. And it's been such an incredibly tight race, but I think one of the things that we really have to talk about is how well Tripods have been performing today to beat our current lobby leaders.
They've been doing incredibly, and it's a team that has been fraught with indecision throughout the regular season. On paper, they're incredibly strong. I think that nobody would look at you and say, oh, no, Tripods are going into the season. They look crazy, but it's been really around the calls that they've truly gelled throughout the Challenger circuit, and now going into the LCQ, I think we're seeing some of the highest highs the roster can achieve just because the calls that they're making, Jamerson, they're making together.
Yeah, and again, great rotation choices. We saw it there in game number 4 as well when they were kind of stuck on the wrong side of Sniper Hill. They were able to make that Valkyrie redeploy to end up getting a really strong position on the northern side. But here we go, heading into game number 5. This one, we got that flight path going straight down the middle from the south to the north, and I'm so glad, for Tripod's sakes, that they're not taking this contest, that they're not trying to force the issue with Black Can in a rivalry that's been brewing the entire Challenger circuit.
Yeah, taking Lava City, not the worst thing in the world. They can, if they get some really nice loot, still take the fight, but not having to force it has been a really big level up in the consistency of this team on World's Edge, and that was the biggest question mark even coming out of Stormpoint, was what on earth was going to happen there. Another big question mark is we have yet another northern zone, so we're going a little bit unusual today, Jamerson, because normally we're off in the south. This time, we're changing things up.
This one looks like it might be a hard pull up towards Survey Camp with how hard it has pulled up to the north in that first ring. We'll see if squads can end up picking up that beacon. Unfortunately for Asuras, they were trying to go for that no-name beacon scan, but the presence of Team Sheesh there will delay them for now. But looking at this first ring, they have a pretty good idea of where this is going to go. So there are multiple spots that they can try and play in the mid game here. They got to mitigate their chances of a bad rotate in ring number 3 and 4.
Over at Survey Camp, CIMJ, who have yet to have their real pop-off game, will have their choice of where they want to hold down. I'm expecting them to go with one of the macaroni buildings inside of Survey. There's a good chance as well that we have outside of Epicenter, just down towards the south, overlooking the majority of Fragment, is a real power position, and that's one that can turn into a lot of kills very quickly, so watch those spots as well as the potential rotation for Wingman season to hold the train tracks up in the north.
Yeah, they're still busy looting Skyhook East, though, and so this is going to be a nice time for CIMJ to use that replicator, get themselves ready on. We'll see if they want to maybe try and take a more dominant position outside of outside of Survey Camp, or they really want to play passively inside one of those buildings. Unfortunately, you know, for CIMJ, they do kind of need to catch up in terms of kills, so they need more of an active spot for CDE on that rotate past Harvester. They do end up meeting some resistance here, and they do have, of course, a lot of distance between them and the team inside of Harvester. Dice is going to go ahead and pop those ultimate excels after ultimate excels, get them out of here. As you can see, the squad is looking to try and get aggressive onto them, but they still need time for Escape to heal up, but they're not given that. North are right on top of them, so good decision, just instantly bug out.
Escape is so ridiculously low. Lucky to be out alive, and even now, they're not home free. CDE could be walking into another squad as they pass over through Fragment. We're expecting a lot of teams to have rotated out, but we'll get the chance to really reality check that in just a moment. Risky moves, though, to use the Valkyrie ult so ridiculously early on rotation that wasn't even complete does almost take them out, and that sort of risk is something that can really punish them inside of the last 2 games, potentially, of this winner's bracket for them. Wingman season starting to make their rotation, the one that we teased earlier, out towards the train tracks, but they're actually caught off guard by a little bit of gatekeeping.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be careful. Noko isn't here with the squad. He's actually keeping the backside held down. It's casuals on the other side of this one, and their armors look great except for Sung, and it's really the similar case on the other side. I believe Zendem, yeah, is still sitting on a white armor here, but we know how deadly he can be on that Wraith. We'll see. A Stunny trying to creep on up. He's got to be careful. Noko is so far back. Take a look. There's no opportunity here to try and go for that fight, so Zendem is forced to queue out early. His Wingman season, they're okay with taking this passive position inside of this tunnel. They'll have that redeploy balloon to utilize as well. And then maybe if they need to, they can use, of course, that skyward dive. Other teams inside of the tunnel, though, we do have Alter Ego actually holding down the south side of this tunnel, keeping eyes and keeping tabs on the teams inside Survey Camp.
A risky spot to be sure. Perhaps not now, but as ring continues to close in, there does tend to be a lot of action over in the train tunnel that Alter Ego currently just have their toe in as Obsessed goes and checks in, making sure that squads aren't coming up behind them. But make no mistake, squads will be coming up behind them, especially those potentially like TDG that land over by Lava Fissure really do favor rotating up through Skyhook, making this a really nice, long, safe rotation, and then trying to fight it out in the close quarters. Again, especially like TDG.
Team Sheesh have been able to slow play a lot of these games, and they've slowly been climbing up. Again, without having Timmy there, it seems like they're not gelling quite like you would see. Typically, they perform a little bit better on Storm Point than they do on World's Edge, but maybe Prodigy Aces might be the difference maker here for a World's Edge performance overall. But Washed on their rotate out. It's a slow rotate out from the Climatizer side, starting to walk down CDE, forcing out a bubble along with that defensive bombardment. So they use the bubble of their own to counter that. Defensive bombardment means that their push is going to be delayed. They did end up getting a knock, or at least Hambino did, onto Tony, and Carlon has gone down as well. A lot of teams in the area right now fighting for and jockeying for position inside of Survey Camp.
Yeah, we all saw that Seer ult go off in the distance as well, so there's some action here to be had as Joey from Redeem ends up picking up the full thirst on Carlon. CDE's position doesn't get any easier. The resurrection nearly impossible at this point, but you can pick up some kills, actually finding Flesh instantly. There are some incredible beams coming from Sea Escape, but no knock just yet, as so many players are low, but still very, very much alive.
They need to decide now whether or not they're going to get Carlon back into the game. There's an opportunity to go down towards Fragment, go down towards Epicenter to use the respawn beacons there, but it is running out. We do have Alter Ego utilizing at Skyward Dive to get out of trouble, slowly getting isolated out. TDG end up showing up here on the north side of the zone. We do have, I believe, Wingman Season inside the train tunnel still. One more squad that were playing off that respawn beacon. So wonder if they're thinking this is going to be a classical circle where it ends up basically at this intersection.
Caustic pretty darn risky in the position that TDG are currently in, though. You can see them laying down the traps behind them, hoping that it'll buy them a few extra seconds. But unlike when you're inside of a building with, say, only 1 or 2 entrances, Caustic won't win you the fight here, and things are looking risky up top as well, as HCH on very low armor are forced to bubble to avoid a defensive bombardment with a squad that is just starting to walk up on them, seemingly unperturbed by the artillery that is raining down.
It seemed like it was a good armor check. I mean, 2 white armors here for HCH, but they do end up forcing a bubble of their own, and now that team is stuck inside of a sandwich, inside of their own bubble here. Saucer taking so much damage. It does at least get that Arc Star off to deter any pushes in. But that squad will go ahead and force their way back into that train cart. HCH have done enough to stem the bleeding, to stop the pushes, and at least upgrade their armors, get one more blue up. Ooh, they spot out that Wraith,
nice.
Doing some decent damage there for Crook. He gets himself a purple.
This is good. Just the Evo farming and the interrupt on the heal to scan as well. HCH aren't going to be able to finish off that kill, but you can tell that their focus is all in exactly the same place. The concern being that meds are starting to run relatively low. Sorcerer only had 1 bat the last time we checked in with them. Medkit's just been burned, and when you do have low shields like this, big heals come at a premium.
Now with round number 2 or round number 1 finished up closing, we're getting a better idea of where this ring is going. It looks like a lot of squads highly banking on a very hard northern pull. That's why we're getting so much fighting up here on the train tracks. The big question is, will it be ending on those carts? Will it be ending on the respawn beacon off the western side? We still have Team Slow rotating throughout all of this. As you can see, CEC controlling that bridge between Climatizer and Epicenter. Unfortunately, 4 team tripods. They're slow rotating in, and they are sitting on only double blues with Black Hand not too far away from them.
Man, oh man, going through Climatizer as well, pretty far outside of the ring. Washed, however, should spot this as they hold the Macaroni building on the high ground in between Climatizer and Epicenter, and have so many squads in their area. CEC, the one on the bridge, the one most likely to get punished by a rotation into Washed. We'll see how it ends up working out as Climatizer's pretty darn packed as well. TPM holding one of our stereotypical endgame spots, though not one where we seem to be pulling this time round.
Tripods ends up dropping on CDE, who did get Carlin back into the game. That's why they fell so far back over here toward that Climatizer side. We have 3 teams currently in the area right now. They are on the slow side of the ring, and so once it does end up starting to close in the next 40 seconds, we'll have some time to fight, but we know that there are teams currently running that ridgeline, running that spot that Luda was keeping an eye on. So this is a very risky position to be playing off of.
Who took a wrench to the shield economy this game, by the way? So infrequent to see this many blues at this point in the game, even some whites on folks. Very squishy end game that we're getting as Tripods try and take advantage of that by finding themselves at one isolated member. Valk trying to pop a bat right now as Luda ends up going down, but Deeds and Nick Mercs find their own 2 versus 1 and turn it into another for a very quick 3-man wipe and a bubble res onto Luda, who was hanging on by a thread.
I'm surprised that TPM did not push up onto this, but it looks like the third party is coming a little bit delayed. It's a full 3-man push out. It's Black Hand coming up from the south hand side, but you saw the armor upgrades coming in for the other side. His Tripods want to fight back into this one. This would be a nice feather in their cap, really, to top off this rivalry. They're currently sitting, you know, in the top spot for the lobby here, and also being able to take out Black Hand would be very nice going into the last game and moving into the winners finals later on. But Black Hand here still trying their best. They haven't been able to establish their position, unfortunately, with those barrels with Yasuo. They're just backing away, giving up space and losing out on doors.
Nice shots by Goat as well, the one member who will have easy access up to the high ground, but with the zone starting to close in, Black Hand reevaluate their priorities. Zone 2 won't kill you, but it'll hurt, and man, maybe if you chunk them out like that, it will actually kill you. Black Hand just picked themselves up an incredible advantage, but end up losing Goat in the process as they try and push out backs to the danger. Yasuo going to be taken down by the ring. You can only imagine. Not sure if it ended up happening or not, but Shubi seems to be the last one left up. TPM ultimately still cleaning up a lot of kills, and yes, Yasuo was taken down to the ring. Here comes the bubble res, and I'm not sure whether it'll be in time, but TPM are looking for vulnerability on the outside.
They're not going to be able to follow up on this one, unfortunately, and they still have to keep an eye out. You have that full squad of Tripods still inside of Climatizer, just turtling up and surviving the storm. So they don't make that risky rotate that Black Hand did into the sight lines of TPM. TPM, though, their job is just to make sure that these teams on the east don't force them out of position earlier. TPM have a great way to kind of rotate in. They could follow the train line, go from cart to cart, use that cover to walk their way on in. But it does seem like this ring pull continuing to go to that north side. So when you're looking at Wingman Season, when you're looking at TDG, they ended up calling this one extremely well as it starts pulling up towards that intersection.
You've got to imagine that HCH are the ones looking down at them, though, so be wary of the interrupt that can come through. The TPM may not know it yet. Could be put in a position where they are vulnerable and have complete information given up on them. TPM do join up into these train carts that you were illustrating earlier. We've got Tripods on a risky move of their own, using the Valk ult to try and get access to a little bit of height. Yes, they're in the sights of TDG. They try and hold on to it before ultimately deciding they've got to ditch down to the low ground. Deeds is going to pop this bat and then have to get the res off. Surely, we've got to imagine there must be no escape from this hell.
They need the port. Luda might have it for his squad, but doesn't even have time to heal up. As they're going to try and go for it here. That defensive bombardment doing some decent damage. Nick Mercs trying to just survive, and they end up getting the port out. Luda comes up clutch off of that res. They have a full squad ahead of them, though, inside of that building as another defensive bombardment is going down. We've got a fight up top north. HCH trying to gatekeep up against that TPM squad. We end up getting forced out as Alter Ego are actually playing inside of the train tracks. Very classic circle here as it continues to pull towards that respawn beacon.
Holding down behind this truck, HCH get a little bit of zoning down with the focus of attention, but now have to deal with not one but two squads. A difficult spot to be in, and with what we imagine is a Gibby Dome on cooldown, their only respite must be the low ground, must be the underside of the bridge that is so far away. It's more of a war of intimidation than anything, as HCH desperately try to wrestle back control of the height, get themselves some cover, but it's the beginning of the end for a squad that everybody knows is vulnerable right now.
HCH, Saucer would definitely have liked to get one last shot off before he hit that bad 18 damage away from that purple Evo, and there he does get that upgrade. If it could have come just a second sooner, would have helped out immensely here, as they still on that reset, getting tagged up from behind. You can see the triple take shots tickling away at Crook and Saucer here. That's allowing TPM to slowly walk them down. Black Hand, though, as a two-man pushing up onto Alter Ego on the train tracks right now. We know how heavy they can frag, and Alter Ego, they need to be playing immaculately here, as Obsessed has been cracked. They're having to force this fight with the barrels coming out slowly but surely from that squad. A nice angle here for Mitten will keep them at bay, stuck inside. Great space being controlled now from Alter Ego, but they're getting walked out. They're getting shot from behind. A port out from Obsessed to try and keep them alive, but they've lost out on two, and Obsessed is now going to be forced to rat this one out.
It's really just this squad in the back that is causing so many problems, with Alter Ego barely able to escape as two. Black Hand managed to hold down on the train, or on the train tracks, and TPM have largely won their fight up off in the north. HCH are out. We're down to 17 squads, and it's almost solely because of the squads that are just continuing to harass from the train tunnel.
Early positioning really favoring these squads. Tripods still trying to work their way on in. Not completely out of trouble yet, but they have stabilized a little bit. Take a look at the immense amount of teams. I mean, showing that Redeemed end up taking a position inside of Survey Camp shows what a lot of teams were kind of expecting for this final circle. We're not expecting a zone that we don't get to see as often anymore, but it was one that was very, very popular not too long ago. Hysteria, they're the team now that are controlling the train tracks just to the south of the position that we had Wingman Season in. They decide to actually opt for the outer rotate. This is going to put them on a collision course with TDG.
And the TDG, who have ruled Godspot, by the way, who have Caustic in this ground. Asteria are forced to play around the outside. Champ goes down before he can even jump into the void, and an instant bubble is now forced with very few repositions available. You've got to imagine you have very little time to be able to get these heals off, to be able to get a portal off, and you're being pushed up on by either side. Asteria surely are going down here with absolutely no escape plan, and everybody is in the sky.
Yeah, Wash, Sheesh, all going towards that northern side, all about to land on top of TPM. The party has found its way here. Redeem, trying to walk things up, and this was a squad that was creeping up behind them on the south side. They get Z Davis back on up, but it's not going to be free. You got that wingman right above you, that Valkyrie only hitting for the 12. Do you get the the day? Another knock there onto Jaren. Washed about to get finished off in the scramble here. Z Davis helps out, taking out Tripods, and now the rest of the lobby have an opportunity to catch up with our first place team.
It's a Joey Blackout difference for Redeem right now. The fact that they've been able to survive, the fact that they've even found the last 3 kills that they have is almost entirely off the back of some incredible Gibraltar play. As Z Davis and Oxy Aries end up playing a little bit safer, sitting back for the moment. Redeem have a little bit of respite, but that is not happening up off in the north, where Casuals are hiding behind a rock, surely knowing that they've got not 2, but yet another squad popping off on the side. Wingman Season are still waiting to get involved here over by the jump tower.
Casuals called this ring. They called this position early on. They even bullied Wingman Season away from this one, who were looking for this very similar spot. This is just the classic circle. We've seen it time and again here at that respawn beacon, and now with that black market boutique, they are safe to loot up. They have so much control. The important part is the pull away from the position that TDG are actually playing off of. They were set up with the caustic barrels there early on, and so the southern teams that are coming out here for this ring are in absolute trouble.
It's crazy for them at the moment. Joey Blackout still holding down the fort, has the defensive bombardment, has everything that a Gibby needs to turn the tides of battle, but is going to expend part of that to pick them up a few more kills. 4 already, and 7th place isn't a bad showing for Redeem, but they need that little bit more, and they're going to have to go through TDG to do it. Rounding the corner now, you finally get a taste that your rotation is not as free as you would like, but Redeem are going to try and take it with a fight. Oxy Aries going over the top, tanking up the caustic barrels, eats shots from not 1 but 2 squads, and keeps on going, finally getting knocked. Redeem may be going out here, but they are going to fight tooth and nail.
Yeah, you do have Oxy Aries getting thirsted off here. Redeem's finding a small pocket as they try to now work their way in from the eastern side. Casuals are getting pushed up on. Hambino needs some time to go for that reset. Great defensive bombardment coming out from Casuals. They're forcing out the bubble, even getting some great tags. That's going to be 3 across that entire squad. But throughout all of this, TPM trading away now with Joey Blackout redeemed on the verge of getting knocked out here as Casuals just getting pinched. We'll see though. Zerbo is still up. Hambino needs to get his squad mates up, but they are in the middle of nowhere. Take a look at all of the squads still stuck on the ground, and Hambino does not want to make a single move. Wingman Season bide their time inside of that train tunnel, and Hambino gets finished off. The God Spot flipping now in favor of, looks like Wash, who ends up surviving throughout all of this. Zerbo still up. It's going to be a 3v3v2 to finish things out.
With 3 squads left, you could only imagine that Wingman Season have got it in them, but Washed, who ended up winning the last game, may still be able to turn it around. Whether they have that singularity or not is going to be absolutely massive in the next 12 seconds as the zone starts to close in, and forced in suboptimal positions becomes even more powerful. But it's a war on 2 fronts because both teams are going to be looking directly at Washed as their key to a few more points in the very last seconds of this game. J-Lone doesn't quite spot it, but instead, here's the shots as TPM start to go down and Wingman Season start to whittle us down to that 3v3.
Yeah, just one more member of TPM up. That's going to be Up Sushi, but that buys a lot of space now for Wingman Season to peek out. And more importantly, Zerbo was handed off that Ultimate Excel. He will have that black hole in just a moment, but Zednim isn't allowing them to get anything off. So much pressure being applied, but damage traded back is going to force Stunny and Zednim to fall all the way back. TPM not out of it quite yet, though, but here's Up Sushi. About to give away one more point now to Wingman Season. Wingman Season in the 3v3. Up against this squad as they try to push forward. Zerbo does have that gravity lift. He does use that to get some distance between him and the squad. Noko falling forward now as they trade away. There's going to be 2 kills going down onto the Wash side. Zerbo still fighting back. Noko will fall, and he doesn't have much in the way of armor, but he's still dishing out so much damage. It's not enough. Wingman Season stopped Wash's momentum here in game number 5.
Oh my god, and it was so close as well. Wash still almost took that one away. The singularity caused so much disruption, but think about the way that Wingman Season walked away with that, because this was a squad that was silent inside of the early game. Playing inside the tunnel, they forfeited all rights to the early game and just sat back, but it was late game that they just started this snowball that came out of nowhere, Jamerson.
Yeah, but that's the usual MO when it comes to these squads. When it comes to Wingman Season tripods, we're seeing that it's been a renewed focus to go back towards a more controlled style, maybe mirror a little bit more from what we see in the Pro League, and it has benefited them naturally in the end with how well they performed throughout the regular season of the Challenger Circuit. I mean, both squads have been able to play that macro game extremely well, and when you have, of course, Noko coming in with so much experience now under his belt, you can see why the leadership has been so strong, along with the shot calling coming out from the rest of the squad as well. It is a whole communal effort. You can see how it does bear fruit. That's a nice win for Wingman Season for a squad that needed to catch up just a little bit here, especially going into the final game of the day.
Yeah, I remember during the start of the season, I kept looking at them and much like Tripods going, it's a squad that's built on mechanical talent, but Zednim popping off in that last game was right on the same page as Stunny and Noko, and that's the really big difference, the evolution of the team throughout the season. TDG had a pretty good performance, Redeem doing so as well. Again, Big props to Joey Blackout for an incredible move, and TPM sliding into the top 3 may have gone out pretty silently, but made a big splash in terms of the standings where they had struggled throughout Stormpoint.
Yeah, they were in the bottom half of the leaderboard, so that's going to be a very important game for them, especially with one more to go. That does mean we do have to take a break. When we get back, it'll be the final game of the first round of the winners bracket right after this break. All right, welcome back, guys, to the LCQ for North America here at the ALGS. We have one last break in the first round of winners, and it all comes down to this. 10 teams go ahead and stamp their ticket into the finals. as the bottom 10 teams will be dropped down to the lower bracket to fight it out once again in another round of 6 games.
A look back at last game is going to show us one heck of a lot of action on the northern side of the map. These train tracks were fraught with disaster, and there wasn't even a moving train on them. It was just all these teams going to war time and time again. Pretty incredible stuff all the way through to the end, with TDG able to throw some real crazy stuff into the end game. Washed ended up really upsetting a lot of squads as well, and almost upset near the end with Zerbo nearly able to clutch it out. But ultimately, the win went to Wingman Season, who played that game slow and controlled in one that was chaotic, Jamerson. I think that makes it even more impressive.
We also started off wondering if this was the half where Wash can turn things around, and it definitely is. In the last 2 games, they have net themselves 42 points. They moved up from what was, I believe, like 17th place, now in 3rd, might even be in 2nd place. We'll find out though. But Wingman Season, with that quiet spot out inside of the train tunnel, they ended up fragging out, almost getting another 30-point game. It was 29 overall for them.
I can't believe that they ended up. I actually can't believe that they turned that into 17 kills. You see that spot and you go, yeah, maybe you clean up the 6 kills at the end, maybe 9 if you're lucky to really get every single member of the squads. But 17 is just unheard of, and it comes at a cost. Not a whole lot of other teams picking up kills, as you see a whole lot of zeros in those columns.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, but like in the mid game, I think Zednam had a nice angle on the survey camp teams and were able to pick apart a few kills here or there in the mid game. So that could be a large contributor to this 17 kills that they ended up getting. Unfortunately, though, for another squad that ended up pretty high in that last game, HCH, though, did not perform as well, only getting that 1 point, that 1 kill point to their name. And so despite building up a little bit of momentum in that last game, in game number 4, it has quickly been exhausted. But taking a look at the overall leaderboard, Wingman Season now taking over that 1st place spot. Tripods dropped down to 2nd, but their early work definitely paying off as they're only down by 4 points to Wingman Season.
It looks like a 2-horse race at the moment, though, with Tripods and Wingman Season really battling it out for the top. Going down to Wash, who have still managed to hold on to that 3rd place miraculously with the turnaround off the past 2 games. They've still got to work in game 6, but have really very little chance of losing their spot, because look at the 33, 33, 32, 32 that are right behind them. The barrier to entry is so high here, and with 29 points being the cutoff, even CDE has to have a pretty darn good game to make it into the top 10.
Yeah, and importantly for TPM, they get themselves out of the bottom 10 after this as well. And so they're not quite safe yet, but they are slowly starting to open up, and we were expecting the kind of shift in momentum as we made that swap on over towards World's Edge. Taking a look at the rest of it, literally vibing. We're not expecting to find them in the 16th place position, along with Optimal Ambition and Asuras, excuse me. Kind of uncharacteristic coming out from our squads. We were hoping for a little bit more out of, I think, these 3 squads in particular.
Very much so. I was hoping, at least, that would happen today, and it still can. I think that's the wonderful thing, is that even for the teams that are in the bottom 10, well, they might not be getting what they want, they're also not losing everything. They've got 1 more shot at it, and they're going to have 6 games to do it just later on today. But there's an important aspect to that, Jamerson, and that is that if you're in the bottom 10 right now, you've got to play not 6, but 12 games today, and that can get very tiring. For this last game, the teams that are in those bottom 10 right now, I want to see conserving a lot of momentum. Yes, play well. Yes, go for the win. But man, oh man, don't tilt yourself here.
Yeah, but, all of our competitors really no strangers to having long days, because we know that when it comes to Apex Legends, they are grinding 24/7. If they're not playing competitive, they're playing ranked as well. And so it's it's not that much of a change up for them. But again, it is a different kind of pressure when you do have basically your tournament hopes, your last chance qualifier hopes on the line, being dropped down to that lower bracket. And with only 1 game to go, only 10 spots up for the grabs, it's a really close grouping in the middle of the pack. So no team quite safe yet, except for maybe our top 4 squads right now.
Yeah, top 4. They're the ones that are really feeling it. With the very last game to go, though, we can hope that a team like CDE might start to break in. Again, with an incredible game. We could even see Literally Vibing, whose Exodus I am still waiting on. I don't even think that's the right word, but I'm going with it because it sounds really cool, Jamerson. I think that they could have performances like Washed and yet have been playing pretty quietly today. I wouldn't mind seeing another 30 bomb. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we almost got it there. I mean, we did see almost the second 30 bomb today, almost actually in a row at this point, I believe, with Wash taking that game number 4 with 30 points. And then we had Wingman Season there with 29. So high fragging out. And we do have that fact that at any point, we can see a quick turnaround of fortunes. I mean, if 2 teams so far today have almost hit 30 points, that leaves hope for really anyone at the rest of the lobby to maybe propel their way up to the top 10. We're still, getting game number 6 set up right now, our final game for the winners bracket. And we'll have that going underway. And here we go. Taking a look at the seasonal leaderboard one more time, just to really set the stakes. Right now, these are the top 10. These are the squads that have almost punched in their ticket, but we're still kind of focusing on the 6th through 10th position. That grouping of squads with those points are so extremely close.
Yeah, Casuals and Black Hand especially wowing me with the fact that they're here, because Casuals actually looked like they were going to have an incredible day. And honestly, all things considered, they have looked really good. Black Hand's had some standout performances as well, but the very fact that their spot is at risk of being put down any further is a testimony to the caliber of squads that we've got on World's Edge and Stormpoint previously today. As we are looking forward to our last game, though, let's go ahead and drop in Game 6, the final game of the winners bracket, starting right now, the very last chance for these teams to make their impact on World's Edge.
And I think we have to take a moment here to really kind of hone in on some of the changes that we're seeing out of our squads. One in particular that I really do want to kind of hone in on is going to be how Tripods are currently playing. They are avoiding Black Hand like they are the plague, like they are the Black Plague, because they have had their number when it came to the 50-50s down here on the southeast side. There's been a lot of respect garnered for that squad from the Tripods team.
Definitely a team that I wouldn't want to take a fight up against since
50-50s down here on the southeast side. There's been a lot of respect garnered for that squad from the Tripods team.
Definitely a team that I wouldn't want to take a fight up against. Since their real debut, Blackhand have made an impression as a squad that can and will fight you quite convincingly. So it is impressive to see that carry through to what is nearly the professional level. What I'd say we're expecting to be the professional level, with Tripods paying respect to you. I think it says a lot about exactly how much mechanical talent that was previously unscouted is to be found on this squad of Black Hand. With Someone Sign Us, again, a squad that you guys might recognize previously as Eclectic, moving through launch site right now. They're going to be feeling pretty darn comfortable as the ring is actually pulling pretty close to home.
Yeah, we'll see if the second ring ends up pulling towards the tree side, or maybe it favors Thermal Station. That's the big question. They do have the beacon for themselves at the very least. Key just needs to work his way on over and pick that one up. Might have actually gone the scan for us and we just aren't realizing it quite yet. But the simple fact that they don't have the armors means I think they're going to stick around here for some time. They're going to loot up everything. They're going to utilize the replicator that they ended up getting on spawn there because they do have the priority on the rotate. They can take the time to do so.
I like that as we pop in and out throughout the rest of World's Edge, we're getting even more teams that are just focused purely on these beacons as well. Such an important resource as we move in towards this mid game, and we get an idea of where that second ring is pulling us as Casuals enter it just now. One that is largely focused around Thermal Station, and that's a ring that we are pretty darn familiar and comfortable with, Jamerson, since we've seen a lot of G2 endings over here.
Yeah, but we've noted that since the addition of the Valkyrie in competitive play that a lot of these positions aren't as strong as they used to be. Teams still do put a lot of importance onto it, but we're not seeing the same kind of kill points that teams used to get playing that northern high ground or playing the chokes off of Thermal Station now. The ring scan pulling away. You can see that Casuals are starting to make their way to the south side. I like the way that they're working for this, and we're kind of expecting this one to maybe pull out towards that compound, just a little bit northeast of the compound, all the way on the southwest side.
Bit of a question as to whether there's actually a beacon inside of the larger thermal station area that they can take advantage of as well, because there we go. There is one right there on top of the circular building in thermal station proper. So the actual chances that we get some skirmishes over there increasing as that property value continues to skyrocket. Optimal Ambition, though, playing that traditional G2 position right back here in the depths of thermal station as they expect even more for the ring to pull to them. And it seems like everybody in the lobby has exactly the same read, Jamerson.
Yeah, they want to play, if the teams can, they want to try and play off that ledge. It's basically a free top 5 for you if the ring continues to pull down here to the southeast side. We've seen oftentimes as well, multiple squads actually being able to exist on either side of this kind of path right here, this little plateau that Hambino finds himself next to. We'll see if another Skyward Dive comes on in. We've also seen that this position has been fraught with team kind of getting griefed because it's so hard to see until the last minute when you're Skyward diving in whether or not there's a team playing off this spot. So casuals are doing a good job of at least head peeking every now and then to keep an eye on the skies.
The fact that they've got a Loba here is so big as well, because this position has always been quite good, but ever since you could integrate a Loba into it, ever since she's really started to come into competitive, we get to see teams that are not just placing high, but also have incredible loot coming into the end game. So we'll keep our eyes on how that position continues to work out or not, as Alter Ego have a position that perhaps is not as enviable. Having been forced to bubble pretty early, they want to move out towards the west and are actually going to portal to do so. Yet another safe position if they can only make it there.
Yeah, there's another position to play off of. Again, we noted that there were 2 possible spots to play off of. Black Hand, though, actually rotating up their way to the northern side over at Overlook. They're looking for some fights, and they're going to find it washed, starting to back them up into a corner. Don't know if they use their Skyward Dive to get here. Might actually leave them stuck, as Zerbo now will go ahead and take heights with that gravity lift. Only one person on the other side to really try and challenge this one. Bubble out from Black Hand. They will try and make it out, but the black hole is coming in to cut them all off. Jaloin is on the hunt as well. We do have the barrel slowing things down. Nice cracks out, though, as Jaloin is taking a lot of damage from that gas canister. So the Black Hand might have done enough to stop this push. They're counting their lucky stars that they were able to survive this engagement.
Washed really wanted it, and it's just so many cooldowns expended by Black Hand solely to survive. Both teams incredible at fighting, and Black Hand wanting to perhaps make their way into the ring before they really start taking any of these early engagements, because at Overlook, you really aren't getting anything for the win outside of those 3 KP. It's not better position. It's not even a nicer place to fight or loot up. Black Hand just really couldn't prioritize it any less as they continue to run away and leave Washed with what is likely a replicator left if they want to continue fighting inside of the storm.
Black Hand allowing just the zone to pressure out Washed, and maybe they'll be able to utilize that a bit later on, but they still have quite the run ahead of them. Even though this is just ring number 1, that pressure still will mount eventually here. You can see we have about 5, 6, maybe even 7 teams still alive. You can see Gambino just on the edge. So yeah, plenty of teams have shown up. We've got TPM just to the south of this position as well, as it looks like they are making their move to get in a little bit more, taking that hilltop just to the south of this compound.
Optimal Ambition with a really nice use of the portal have themselves multiple angles that they can peek out from as well and continue to harass Asura's. Northern Forces contributing to the good fight as well, finding an excellent Arc Star, but Asura's are going to keep going. They're going to keep hanging on until those meds are out. You are not done. Northern Forces trying to amend that last part of the statement, saying, we're going to make you be done. Pulling out the thermal scope on the Prowler. Northern Forces are really making this so ridiculously difficult for Asuras. And the thing is, for Asuras, there's no counterplay right now. They can't leave.
The port's down. They can't really do much else. It's going to run out in about another 45 seconds. So if they were looking for anything, they needed it initially as soon as that portal went down. Too many teams are in the area as they have to worry about that third-party attempt. You can see Optimal Ambition right up top as well. It looked like possibly a kidnapped attempt from another squad. All the Caustics now setting up once again. That was Asuras that ended up finding themselves on the wrong side of Northern Forces' crosshairs there, but they do at least weather the storm. You can see now it's HCH who made the move on the southern side. They're the ones that have that high ground angle over the rest of that compound. Now CIMJ coming in with the rotate. It looks like they had eyes on maybe pushing forward, but oh no, they don't clear the angle. Smooksy goes down. Charles C with the bubble, but CIMJ in a world of hurt here. Smooksy gets finished off. Akiro needs to heal up as well as Charles goes for that bat, but it's only a matter of time before they go down.
Smooksy is going to provide this squad of Suras with a lot of necessary loot, however, and over on the side, not even knowing how much they contributed, Casuals just get to pop up and watch the Loba ult, ultimately the thing that moved CIMJ away from them and into this building, into their destruction. Down here on the south end of the thermal station, though, Sheesh are destroying as well. And as a prize, it takes a little bit of a pause to reload, to re-shield. Sheesh are taking things pretty darn slow. An off angle, though, does cause problems. A prize ends up going down, and we've still got 2 members up. Prodigy, Aces, and Wig still having to fight things out, aren't quite going to be able to do it as they go out to someone sign us in a surprisingly one-sided engagement.
Very unfortunate for Team Sheesh there, who are one of the teams that's caught up in that pileup. Multiple squads around 33 points, I believe, to the best of my recollection. Yeah, they were actually sitting in 10th place, so they're going down here. Looks like their future is set to be playing out 6 more games a little bit later on today. Now teams jockeying for position. Northern Forces looking for maybe another attempt to try and push out Asuras, but it was Optimal Ambition cleaning up the rest of CIMJ. That's 2 squads down now with 30 seconds to go before this zone starts closing in.
Northern Forces have just kind of sat here and gone, well, I guess we're going to watch this going on because there's some pretty crazy stuff. Washed, however, taking the fight up against Black Hand, have now finally wrapped around, finally caught up to them, and have left Yatso all alone on the top. This is one place, though, where Zerbo can really get value out of the horizon, popping up onto the roof. It's time for the chase to come through, and though they don't have a Bloodhound, Washed have your scent. Black Hand with just 1 member, you've got to imagine, are going out.
This is so unfortunate because Black Hand is another squad that's right there on the bubble in that 33 team pileup. Essentially, Shubi does get taken out. That is Black Hand out. They haven't picked up any points from this game, I believe, and so they're going to be stuck at 33, watching to see who else from the rest of the lobby might claw their way on up. Now down to 17 squads here, round number 3. More teams converging upon Thermal Station.
Their position might not be forfeit, but Black Hand, you've got to start sweating a little bit. Zone 2 does leave Washed with a long way to go, but as we know, I mean, take a look at that map. Nobody's even waiting for Washed to make it into the ring. The entire northern side of Thermal is left completely open, and literally vibing are the really closest squad to Washed at the moment. A clash of these titans is certainly something to look forward to, and the zone continues to pull away from them.
Taking a look at Alter Ego, though, this is a squad that hasn't been able to find much throughout the day, but they're still almost in the middle of the pack, almost there in the top 10. They're currently sitting in 12th place with 21 points here, trying to slow play things. They do have a position where they can avoid a lot of the fighting. This is a position which can secure them. Top 5, you can see that ring continuing to pull down here towards the southwest side.
Alter Ego making the best of their spot at the moment. Continue to benefit from that, and Casuals have a very similar story, that Loba ult providing them continual value as well. I've got some curiosity though around HCH, who are sat on the southernmost point of this little island, of this small town, shall we say, as to how they'll be able to pilot themselves, because their game 5 definitely left them with a lot to be desired, and Game 4 didn't exactly treat them the best either. They've been trying out something new. I do wonder whether they're still running that Seer, whether they're still hoping to change up the meta, and by doing so, change up the game.
Whoo, what the hell happened to Luda? He's dropped down to 1 HP. And he was full health just beforehand, but luckily for him, he has that port to regroup with tripods. This ring, though, will force them off this position in just a moment, and do have at least round number 4 to figure out where they end up going. Unfortunately, they run into the trappings that a lot of teams that end up rotating into Thermal Station fall into. This is a spot that can get you a lot of kill points, but unfortunately they don't have the tools to do it, and they haven't been able to get much. Only really damage coming across. Luda getting 430, has that purple Evo shield halfway towards that red Evo. You can see that Deeds and Nick Mercs are still sitting on the blues, but this is a squad, again, slow playing things, so this does play into their play style.
Super good for them. However, down here towards the southern end, CEC are right next door to Danger. Someone sign us who recently have taken out one of the titans of the lobby. Are lying in wait and might actually find a really good angle here just because they're being so ridiculously quiet. I'd be surprised if CEC get away unscathed from just even coexisting with these guys. No beacon down here in the south, though, does make things a little bit less rewarding for these squads. You can tell that other squads really not prioritizing that, as Washed actually end up taking that sort of southeastern peninsula overlooking Thermal instead of going into the city.
It's a hope that a lot of these squads are running for that maybe this ring ends up pulling way towards the platforms, pulling away from compound that most of the squads are set up in. TDG making their move, and they're the squad that might actually run into someone. Sign us going full bore into that doorway. Girl goes down before they can even put down their bubble, and it's the full send coming out from the rest of the squad. Durango will fall and TDG fold, and they are confirmed going down to the lower bracket. Play some more games a little bit later on. You can see how important it was for them to not lose anyone on this side. And hey, take a look, we do have the pull away from the town, and it is going over towards the platforms. Wow.
Someone sign us have not only collected 6 KP, but have an incredible position in ring. CEC weren't able to effectively third-party that because the fight happened so ridiculously quickly, and really, I was looking at that Valkyrie and going, well, there's just no counterplay now. There's no way for you to know that a team is inside of this building, so you just die now, and so many of the teams that are inside of this little city right here have got to be feeling a very similar way, because they only have, for a lot of them, the Valkyrie to get out and have no idea what they're walking into.
It's going to be nice for casuals, though, because if they Valkyrie Ultimate, a lot of that animation will be blocked right here off this ledge, and so they won't have to extend or expend a bubble for that. So they're probably going to have the freest one. Everyone inside of these buildings, though, like Optimal Ambition, and 3-4 other squads here in the area, are probably going to have to use their Gibraltar bubble just to take off to the skies. Nick Mercs and his squad, though, they have made their way off that sniper tower, worked their way over to the circle building, but they're going to have to deal with Alazura and Jaron on the other side of this one, literally vibing, pushing up. They've gotten some decent damage off onto Luda, but you can see the door coverage coming out. Here come the Arc Stars, plenty in play, or Jaren griefing the door at the very least, forcing them back. But now they have to be worried about that top-down fight. The bubble has been used from Tripods here. It's literally vibing, want to push up, but they note, hey, Alazura, you need to heal up, buddy, before we go in. We don't know who this is on the other side of this fight. It is a clean 3v3.
And this building was doubly valuable up until now with the beacon right next door to it. But literally Vibing weren't able to win that fight quickly enough to get the scan, so they've just got to go. They've got to predict and make the best use of whatever knowledge that they have throughout their competitive experience. With Jerome having absolutely no shields, they're going to take the back end of this. Not a position that would be envied by a whole lot of other squads who have already, by large majority, tried to leave, but literally Vibing find themselves some stragglers and are trying to pick them off. Looking good doing it as Alazura on the height is unchallenged.
Literally Vibing need kills. They need kills if they want to secure a spot into the top 10. So I agree that playing here off the edge like this, but it's still going to be such an uphill struggle. Banshee now the only one up for literally Vibing. See how much longer he can survive. They're not even picking up the kills quite yet. There we go. One coming the way towards Carla. Nice port out, and he'll be able to utilize these knockdown shields, even an enemy knockdown shield. Alazura standing in front of him for the time being, but here's a defensive bombardment coming down on top of him, still not finding an opportunity to heal up. That gold bag is coming to prove valuable, but he still needs to hit up some syringes. popping that Q to try and survive. He at least secures top 13, but they are still far and away, and they are now confirmed to go down to the lower bracket. TPM have been playing this platform position since ring number 1. This is what we want to see out of them, Dia. Once we swapped off onto World's Edge, once again playing this macro game so efficiently.
We've got to look out for them as well because, well, their spot is powerful. Redeem are right next door, and Redeem have a Kraber that they did use just recently for a little bit too much overkill. 11 teams left, and losing even just one member for a split second could be enough to just usher you right out of the game, much as Tripods are right now, having recently left us. HCH clean up another fight off towards the southern side of this ring. Now we're going to be able to get their third right back into the fight. Noko has something to say about it, though, rounding the corner. He is 1 versus 3 right now and ends up going out just like that. Wingman season, we get to say goodbye to.
It was good for Wingman season. They saw that Tripods went down, and it was already Noko left on his ones. But take a look. Lox and Jelly and Key still maintaining control over here. Wash, though, still one of the heaviest competitors currently around them. They got the first knock onto Lox. It's a 3v2 as they instantly get that first as well. And Zerbo once again. It's not, of course, it's a turbocharger. It's not on the gun that he wants, though, as he continues to push up now with that Havoc. That allows them to have the momentum. The ring pulling away, going over towards that TPM side. They'll take to the skies here. As Redeem now keeping an eye on the teams around, as they do miss that shot with that Kraber, unfortunately for Z Davis, but he has to focus now. So many other teams are starting to land around them. Nice footsies, but catching the toes there, but Oxy Aries ends up going down. An airburst nade apparently catches Z Davis, but they get the res up, and it's a gold bag res, so Aries will be relatively healthy here. Another defensive bombardment out, though, and Z Davis does not have his portal to help out the rest of his squad. Washed have been knocked out. HCH picking up the majority of those kills, but it's TPM playing King of the Hill on top of this platform.
Incredibly valuable position for them right now as they drop down and continue to collect even more kills. The squad that had a slow start to the day, one of the oldest squads inside of Apex right now, may just find themselves a win at the very last second, but they lose Spungeedle, who's pushed out a little bit too far, and Redeem, with their own experience, may turn this around. The body shot on the Kraber, no scope for Z Davis, keeps Redeem in the game and takes out TPM.
TPM should have been able to do enough. A top 5 finish with a handful of kills, but that one definitely stings. Redeem with a huge 2v3 to stay alive in this game. They have definitely secured their spot as well. And here is HCH also as a 2-man. No mobile respawn beacons to be found. So many squads damaged right now. We've got, I believe it's 4 duos to finish out this game.
It's super wild to see it ending like this, but as HCH desperately try and hang on to this rock, it actually looks like it's a full 3-man and a single rat. So Asteria, the only full squad left in this game. Is it time for their win, Jamerson?
They are stuck on the edge of this zone, though. They'll have to walk this one up. HCH might have spotted out Obsessed underneath them from Alter Ego, that last rat in the game. We have seen a lot of grit coming out from our competitors today. Plenty of almost 1v3 attempts. Asteria have to be careful in how they approach this. There's still utility on the line here as a nice nade comes out. The arc star is just a little bit short, though, as Asteria waits that one out. Oxy Aries does end up finishing off Obsessed as that Nox gas grenade comes in from Hill. It's not getting any connects, though, unfortunately there, as a defensive bombardment will be used. I don't think they needed to use that bubble, but the safety is there for them as they spot out the other 2-man just underneath them. Drago now charging forward to try and pick one up, but that leaves Asteria now controlling this platform here, having all the angles, but Champ on his ones has to be careful, gets the crack as he backs away. Folsey now swaps away, but they're taking so much damage. Asteria, who might have had the win under their belt, now throwing things away as HCH gets a knock onto Folsey. Drago has his bubble, but he's not quite in a position to try and go for the res quite yet. And now with the other duo still alive, it actually opens up the opportunity for Asteria to come in, but here's the climb up. Z Davis, Oxy Aries all in there. HCH now might be able to climb over. It's coming down to just the last to final fights. We'll see if Crook tries to go for a heal off, bubble out as they push up.
Oh.
Redeem holding the line on the other side of the fence. They got the knock onto Hill. It's a 1v2. Redeem secure the final win of this round.
Insane that Redeem pulled that off as well, from the 2 versus 3 against TPM to managing to outwit not just one trio, but yet another duo in the end game. This is the clutch performance. This is the experience that we were hoping for and praying for to start the day, and I'm glad we get it to close them out.
And it's been that slow burn for Redeem, which is usually the case. They're not always, they're not the highest fragging team, but they are consistent. 2 second place finishes in the first 5 games, and now finishing it off with the win as well. It's probably not enough to propel them up into first place again. These placings are important. The higher you place here in the top 10, the more points you start off in the winners bracket finals.
And that's the really cool thing for, of course, all these squads who are trying desperately to make it into land, to make it through to those playoffs. They are one step closer if inside of that top 10, and Redeem should have done that comfortably. We got a bunch of squads joining them, though. Let's take a look back at that last game to see how Redeem manufactured their win just in the nick of time.
We saw it was just today has been marked by a lot of teams just kind of calling the ring off by 20, 30, 40 meters. But here in Apex Legends, that is a huge difference maker. Someone, Sinus, was doing an amazing job of really playing off the eastern side. They got gifted a nice pull, but eventually there was just a little bit too much pressure there on the eastern side. Speaking of pressure, though, a lot of teams making this scramble off the western side. This is where everyone expected the ring to pull, but they were not ready for the eventuality that this ring pulls up towards this platform.
Boom. Right there. Right to the face. Z Davis and Oxy Aries able to clutch it out and turning it around into an end game as well, leaving no question in the minds of the viewers that this is a team for the history books. They will be making it into that winner's bracket, or rather continuing in the winner's bracket, with a 23-point game, no less. HCH can also feel pretty comfortable, as they had started to slip out of favor in the past 2 games, but ended up clutching second this time.
And then TPM coming in third there in that final game, do enough to maintain this spot in the top 10. They might even move up a few spots, because we did have a good number of squads with 33, 32 points as well. So this was a slow burn for them for sure, and it was a great turnaround once we came over here to World's Edge for TPM, where they ended up struggling a lot initially in their first 3 games of the day.
Now, we were just, looking at the top 10 from this. I am sure it's all very well and good, but we are all curious about that overall leaderboard, about where we are sitting at the end of 6 games, the first 6 games of the day, and for some of them, not the last. Wingman season, I think, no surprise, taking it with 65 points, but Redeem came so close to usurping that top spot.
Yeah, that's right. We had 2 major rivalries that were taking place throughout the Challenger circuit. First one we talked about at the beginning of the game, Tripods versus Black Hand. It literally came down to 50-50s in most of their games. Tripods did a great job of avoiding that fight, and in doing so, they were rewarded. The other rivalry we were looking at, consistency. Well, that's going to be Wingman season and Redeem once again in the top 2 positions, but it is Wingman season up top for the 3rd time now in one of these lobbies. It was a close one, though. Redeem only down by 3 points, and HCH, a squad that formed relatively recently, and also having the addition of Sorcerer coming into this round of games, have gelled quite well.
I thought they played a really interesting game. I liked their swap back to the Caustic in Game 6, the tried and true, but HCH are experimenting, and that's something that you can't say for a lot of teams who are just hoping that their standard game is enough to get them far. HCH are going, yeah, we know our standard game can get us far. Let's see what else we can try out, what other strats we can use. Alter Ego and below, though, are going to be moving into your losers bracket, or the lower bracket as referred to by some, and have their chance to fight their way up into the winners once again after another 6 games later today.
And this is so interesting, because this really does kind of mirror how our Split 1 promotion tournament really worked out, where it was our relegated teams from the Pro League that ended up struggling. I believe it was the same number. 3 squads ended up getting knocked down to the lower bracket, only 2 surviving from the Split 2 teams. to move on to the winners bracket finals. And so it's interesting that it does mirror how we had the ending of Split 1 as well. So luckily for these squads, though, like you said, they're being knocked down to the lower bracket here. They'll have a second opportunity. They'll be facing off against 10 more squads from Challenger Circuit. That, I believe, is going to be our 15th or 25th or 16th or 25th place teams throughout the Challenger Circuit.
Yeah, and it's an exciting time to watch as well, because we've already seen what the top teams from Challenger Circuit bring, and as you illustrated, Jamerson, it's a lot of parity with the bottom Pro League teams, right? We are right on the cusp of being able to play at this Pro League level, and it is so much so that bottom Pro League teams at times really struggle to compete or be competitive in these lobbies. It's the awesome thing about being able to watch all these Challenger Circuit teams really grow up, and we're going to get to continue to see that as we move a little bit further down in what we'll call the power rankings of the regular season, and have all these teams have one last chance to fight for their lives.
That's right. The lower bracket will be taking place in, well, about 20-30 minutes. We do need to give, of course, our wonderful production team and ourselves a quick little break before we head into another 6 games of matches. So thank you all so much for tuning in. We will be back in about 20-25 minutes. You guys will see the timer. You guys will be aware. I'm sure you guys have all that locked down at this point in time, being able to call time and everything like that. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back. Take your break. Go ahead and get some lunch for yourself. That's what we're going to be doing here. And so thank you all for tuning in. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. And thank you all so much. All right, welcome back, guys, to the ALGS Last Chance Qualifier Week number 1. We're about to move on to the lower bracket now. This is going to be the final opportunities for these 20 teams to try and secure a spot in the winners' finals.
Last chance, Jamerson. No mas after this. You've got to be top 10 at the end of these 6 games. And if I've got this right, I believe we're starting on Storm Point again. So a little bit of chaos here. Get a chance to look at all of those teams right now. You're going to recognize 10 of them from the games that happened earlier today. But on the right side, we've got all new squads for you.
Yeah, and so it was very unfortunate for a squad like CDE. Team Sheesh ended up going down super early on, and they were just 3 points away from securing a spot in the top 10. So they're going to definitely be kicking themselves, but at least they have this other opportunity. They performed fairly well. I would say they had a 3rd place finish and a 4th place finish in that lobby. We'll see if things end up becoming a little bit easier for them, because you have to remember, in terms of seeding, this the right half of our board here is our 16th or 25th place teams throughout the regular season of the Challenger Circuit.
You know, I was really surprised by, where are they? Someone Sign Us. I thought that Eclectic had done really well during the regular season, and having transitioned into today, I think they've got really high highs. We saw them over by Thermal just in, I believe it was the last game, being able to pick up a lot of kills, and with relatively consistent performances, I'm expecting them to be in the top 10 here. Literally vibing, of course, a similar story. I've been told, by the way, by production, that I am wrong. We will be on World's Edge first. So, you know what? A little bit of familiarity to start us off, Jamerson.
And this actually kind of works in the favor for the teams that played in the upper bracket, right? In the winner's bracket, because now they have 3 games already under their belt for the day. They should be warmed up. They should be ready. And especially with the particular ring pulls that we're getting out. 2 important things to note. We had one older circle coming out on World's Edge. It was that northern respawn beacon ending right outside of the train tunnel. That one we haven't seen as much often, but now it is coming back into play. Another one down south over at Thermal Station, counting on that pull over towards the platform on the south side of Thermal Station. There's going to be 2 important things to take in note for the next 3 games.
It's taken a lot of squads off guard, and this is something where you can recognize
outside of Thermal Station. There's going to be 2 important things to take in note for the next 3 games.
It's taken a lot of squads off guard, and this is something where you can recognize what zones are happening, right? This is where studying Apex Legends really comes in, because a lot of teams, especially those new to the scene, don't recognize that zones, while they are RNG, are also relatively predictable, especially given experience. The more that you play the game, and as you mentioned, so many of these squads do play the game day in and day out, the more you can recognize with some familiarity and predict down to, I want to say, 10-ish meters where that zone's going to end up.
Yeah, and it's also about maybe holding in positions that are a little bit more malleable in terms of what you can do once that ring ends up pulling away from you. Riding that 50-50, having those options open. If it pulls one way, you have an option to rotate. That's fairly easy. And then, of course, if it goes the other way, you also have that similar instance. And so we're seeing teams that are trying to play some of those spots. TPM did a great spot, great job in that last game of trying to play the platform there. And I think making that call to play for that spot was incredibly strong. We saw what happened when all the teams had to basically bust out of those buildings on that southern compound of Thermal Station, how absolutely punched they were. Again, it's about making sure that you remain nimble throughout the mid game here, not just banking on it to be a hard pull your way.
You know, TDG has really impressed me in that way over the course of at least the first 6 games of today. They were a squad that, especially in Game 1 on Stormpoint, struggled a lot to find their footing and got bullied out by a lot of teams. But over the course of the day, their ability to play suboptimal spots has worked in their favor, because it does provide them exactly that flexibility that you're talking about when it comes to end game zones. Their ability to pop out of unexpected places and actually make them work up until around 5th place is, I think, the highest they would have achieved, is something that we can look forward to, and especially in a lobby where they should supposedly be a stronger team and have had some warm-up, they should do awesome.
Yeah, it's just difficult for TDG in this lobby when you have so many teams that are focusing on playing center zone early on. We've been seeing how heavily that has come into play both on Stormpoint and on World's Edge, but in particular World's Edge was a much harder case for them. I believe game number 5 was probably the best one on there for World's Edge for them. And we saw, unfortunately, for game number 6, if they could have held down their spot, if they could have had a decent landing when they were making their Valkyrie rotate, they could have actually played for a lot of points. Unfortunately, it was a small little hiccup on their landing. I think something that they could clean up is how they approach that same fight again if they try to Valkyrie rotate onto that southeast thermal station building. It kind of all just entered into the doors before actually regrouping outside and then making the push on in. And so there's an order of operations when you go for the Valkyrie ultimates there that I think they should be able to learn from. TDG, though, getting a second opportunity here in the lower bracket, but this is their only opportunity left now. These are all of our teams, 20 squads now fighting for their shot, try and make it into the winners bracket once more.
I am really happy that we get to take a second look at Optimal Ambition as well. They're one of our squads, the only squad actually in the last lobby that was running crypto, and they may very well be the only squad doing so here. The little ones are right up at the top. Nades piloting the crypto that is so valuable in late game. You talked a little bit, I believe it was in the first 3 games of the day, about how valuable he is on Stormpoint, and yet they had continued to run it on World's Edge. So a little bit of lack of adaptation perhaps biting them in the latter half of last games that hopefully can be shored up in the first 3 games of the lower bracket.
Of course, running that crypto, you are definitely trying to run for an early game position, try to get center zone. It's that similar case that TDG ended up running into. There's just so many teams that are a little bit faster in terms of the rotation. And the thing is, when you're playing at this level, this isn't the highest of levels, but this is where you're basically on the outskirts there, where you're meeting those timings, where you've got the teams that are rotating at a minute 50, 2 minutes, and that ends up cutting you off. And it does come down to just a matter of 5-6 seconds. That makes a huge difference in terms of your late game positioning.
Curious about how those rotations will impact the team right below them as well, Literally Vibing, who, for the most part, I had known as an edge squad going into the Challenger Circuit. Throughout the Challenger Circuit, while they did experiment with a few zone games, have largely been a team that thrives more when they can find kills around just the side of ring, playing on the inside, but just barely. Literally Vibing have a lot to look forward to if they can get that momentum going, but it's been denied to them in the first part of the day, and I want to see whether this change in, perhaps as you were alluding to, level of play allows them a little bit more time to flourish.
Yeah, we're just a minute out, it seems like, from our first game of the lower bracket. Like we said, we're starting off first 3 games of this round on World's Edge, and at the half we will be swapping on over to Stormpoint. So coming into this first game, again, we're gonna be left with that big question: will there be 50-50s in this game? We didn't have many, if any at all, really, except for maybe game number 1 in the winners bracket, where Washed ended up fighting. I'm trying my best to remember. I can't quite remember at this point, but yeah, there were very few 50-50s that ended up taking place in the winners bracket, but it might be a different case here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, it was also something that in Stormpoint was still very much being sorted out. Over at Command Center, Wash did encounter a little bit of resistance. I think on World's Edge, I'd still, I dare say, expect there to be at least one 50-50 in one of the hotter zones like Climatizer or perhaps Lava Siphon. We get a few at Countdown sometimes, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that these teams haven't all played against each other as frequently as they would like. So we're going to get the chance to find out whether I'm right or not, or whether everybody's just feeling a little bit peaceful, Jamerson. Game 1 starting right now.
Now for our 20 squads. These 6 games will basically spell their careers for the rest of this year. Trying to just keep your hopes alive to make it to champs later on. It just gets harder from here because you have 10 teams waiting in the wings. May 5th is when the next weekend of the Last Chance qualifiers will be taking place. They'll at least get themselves a well-deserved break and plenty of time to try and rest up for that. Taking a look at the drops, it doesn't seem like we have too many contests, or if any at all. Every squad has been able to find themselves a decent drop. The closest, though, we do have Alter Ego up north over at Epicenter, fighting at least for some positioning, for some loot up against the squad that is dropping now into Epicenter.
Surprised to see those POIs contested. Of all of them, I would have expected Big Mod to be a little bit more action heavy, but I think nicely enough, someone, Sinus and CEC, ended up going their separate ways, recognizing that a 50-50 not the best choice for either of them. Epicenter and Survey, though, while a little bit lacking in the loot, do give you an excellent position, especially later on, given that CIMJ now already know that they're inside the second ring.
Yeah, no one wants to risk anything here. Again, there's so much on the line. There are very few spots to move on from this LCQ, but first you need to make it through this gauntlet. You need to survive the lower bracket of CIMJ. Do give us that ring scan. So very similar what we had early on in our first game of World's Edge, game number 4 from the winners bracket. Ends up pulling up here towards that survey camp area. It is favoring a little bit more towards that epicenter side, so starting to pull away at that regard.
This feels like it could be going up onto the height outside of Survey Camp once again, but even more so, has the potential to pull down in between Epicenter and Grandma's house, where interestingly enough, there's another beacon. The actual amount of beacons, having 2 inside of second zone, is going to change this game already, as teams will scramble for not just the singular power spot, but now multiple. We got some rotations heading into those northern zones as well. And nice and early is going to mean that most of these squads that are already on the move should find themselves a building, especially in Survey Camp, to play.
We're seeing why rotation timings are so important. I mean, IRL nearly ran into another squad here, just seconds off. Shadowing behind them, TDG are making their way across Skyhook right now. You can see Icy, Jet, and Rambo use that skyward dive to get themselves into Survey Camp. This is not a similar ring to what we had in in our winners bracket matches, where it ended up pulling very heavily to the north. This one we are heavily expecting to continue to go into Survey Camp.
I'm hoping so. And with Gas Station Gaming here, they were a team that I did not expect to see in the lower bracket. Gas Station have been really powerful in almost all Challenger Circuit games that they have managed to make it, but have had a relatively inconsistent season. And with that, I think that we can look forward to Gas Station Gaming picking up their consistency towards the end, but I wouldn't hold your breath on it just yet. I want to see that proved to us, because the faith that I had in them during the start of the season has definitely been shaken a bit. I want to see them at least earn that back.
Alter Ego in a small skirmish with literally vibing. They do have to be careful, though. They leave themselves a bit vulnerable to that south side rotation teams coming up from that tunnel. And it seems like all 3 players are currently focused on that. V. Borden, though, also on the kill feed. One member of Asura's going down. So a lot of fighting on the rotate here so far, where in comparison to our winners bracket matches, there was very little fighting in the early stages of the game. Alter Ego doing enough at the very least to at least force back literally vibing. They're going to even use that, Wraith Portal to get themselves back into Skyhook. Try and reapproach this a little bit later on.
Continuing to try and play the edge, literally vibing, do have a mountain to climb, and it's not just a metaphorical one right in front of them. Getting into Survey Camp requires an uphill battle, but over here, we get a little bit more of the Void action. Burton was popping off earlier, and now Void may be picking up even more kills, taking out Asura's, drawing first blood in the lower bracket. This is the Void roster that I came to look forward to in the Challenger Circuit.
Boy, bonus in a fight right now with someone Sinus. Already lost out on Cali, as bonus is one of the squads that was called up to fill in the spots here in the lower bracket as we shifted things around. Unfortunately, fighting now into a 2v2, it looks like, as they charge forward. There's the knock coming out from Wonderfuls. It's traded, though, as now it's Wonderfuls left in this 1v1, but he's getting tagged big. He will fall. It was a 2v1 ultimately in the end there, so someone Sinus knocking out bonus. We're down to 18 full squads now, and round 1 is still 2 minutes away from finishing close.
The knockdown shield incredibly valuable in that fight, as someone Sinus, they really do get the full value out of the sort of warm-up games that they had. The initial 6, making it so much easier to take what was a very scary 3v3, and a reposition from Farmer Lucas that came a little bit too early was ultimately the thing that ended up heralding bonus right on out of this game. Optimal Ambition making the choice to hold down Landslide, get themselves a little bit more data from this beacon once Zone is closing, as Zone 1 is already starting to make its way in, but they're going to have some company coming up from the south. Not one, but two squads making their way up.
Northern forces also were working their way on in, so a lot of teams just taking their time here kind of realized that, you know, a lot of the center zone spots, I think, just are gone, and they realize that. And so they're relying more now upon that zone 3 rotate, that zone 4 rotate with that Valkyrie instead of trying to early force a position inside of the zone. So I'm glad to see that we're seeing at least this kind of change up coming out from the squads that's got to start off the day at the very least with 6 games. So Optimal Ambition, Northern Forces, along with literally vibing, all making that transition along with CEC.
I'm surprised that nobody's taken up on Grandma's house that does have a beacon on it. At this point, a lot of the value that you're getting out of survey camp spots is really one for the end game, but if Zone suddenly pivots away, you find yourself with nothing. At least at Grandma's house, you do get that advanced warning. And we'll see who ends up claiming that and how far that particular POI can take them. IRL, though, with a power spot of their own, mirroring HCH from the winner's bracket, have themselves a pretty good position. And with the Caustic out here in the open, you still are getting quite a bit of value, just making that push take a few extra seconds if it were to come through. IRL, they're looking pretty strong.
Yeah, this is going to be a slow walk-in for them. They're just trying to play the slow side of the zone. I don't think they're actually expecting the ring to continue to pull up towards the train tracks. There is, of course, that small chance that the ring ends up pulling here around the broken trains. And so they can play for that eventuality, but more than anything else, it's about that slow walk-in if it ends up continuing to pull on over towards survey camp. And a lot of teams now starting to show up at Climatizer here, just taking position. Again, a lot of teams just trying to slow play things, but Optimal Ambition might be on a crash course currently. And see, they probably spotted out that the crafting is being used right now. Blake, who's super far back, though, with that 30-30. Gonna need some time to rejoin his squad. And that Seer, even though you've got a long range on that Q, you still need to be a little bit more involved in this fight. He does have his ultimate, and you need to get closer for that one.
So far around, and likely is one of the folks that doesn't have safety. But Optimal Ambition, they're not just running the Seer, they're also running Gibbyless, which is an interesting pivot, especially on World's Edge. When they aren't playing center zone right now, when they are running around the edge, it's a totally different take on the game, and I'm really curious how it's going to work out for Optimal Ambition as they scouted out some squads, but didn't actually end up taking a fight. Over here in the north, however, we see that CCE Uchinix have moved up from Climatizer and have themselves just a little corner of the train as IRL up on the top instead have chosen for the more grand view. Literally vibing coming around the corner. Find Optimal Ambition, though.
That was a beautiful lurk play coming out. They got the 3-2-1 and the instant thirst onto Banshee. You have to be careful of this high ground angle, but there it is. They're going to throw down that ultimate to give them vision of their enemies, and it is a large, isolated fight for them. Optimal Ambition doing a great job of just delaying this fight now. As the port does come out from nades, CCE comes in to look for that third party. Beautiful transition away, but nades still need some time to heal up. There it is. The back getting off, and unfortunately for Optimal Ambition, they only pick up the 1 kill point. But fortunately for them, they make quick moves. Still getting tagged up from behind, and now literally vibing. Might be able to turn the tables on them as a 2-man.
Nice crack from the top. Alazura is trying to balance between two different squads that were pushing up on them, but we have got a third squad entering off towards the side, moving over from Landslide. It's going to be Money Miners making their way in. Another team that we would have expected to see in the winner's bracket, but just haven't had the greatest season, now get the chance to turn that all around. They do end up missing most of Reeds' health bar, however, so a quick reset is going to be necessitated.
Another squad that ends up running the Wraith here on World's Edge, and I think we're seeing a lot more Wraith on World's Edge today than we have in any other day, and it is proving to be invaluable for most of our squads. That portal, be able to reposition your entire squad so quickly, even though Ashe has access to that phase breach so much faster, it's still very similar in concept and how that works. It was CEC that kept looking for the third parties here, still looking to gatekeep, and they can play off that spot. You have that rotate into Skyhook now, but they might end up running into literally vibing and end up backing away into Skyhook as well.
Now, it is just a two-man on literally vibing for the moment. Money Miners can spot this respawn. Actually, Beacon gets pinged out by Reeds, but the call pulls them a little bit further in towards the ring, wanting to make sure that CEC don't get the chance to cut them off again. Meanwhile, shots going right behind as AJ lays down the law with this rampage. It is a relatively quiet game for Money Miners, and they've intentionally chosen this to be that way, not wanting to take the early engagements, instead opting for a little bit of a late game movement. They spot that res going off. They're likely going to camp this side.
They have to note that it's 2 people's worth of loot. That's 2 people's worth of meds there. So you can slowly bleed out the rest of literally vibing. We have to spread it across now, across 3 players to keep them alive throughout all of this. And even that rotate, maybe try and make it to the south side, make it over towards the landslide area is nearly impossible, but that's going to be their only option left. And now they're still going to run into Optimal Ambition once again. We're still lurking on the outskirts of Countdown. See if anyone actually keeps an eye on that tunnel, but looks like they might actually get in for free without even being spotted.
It's really wild to see that happen, actually, as they just walk in. Ring continues to pull in a challenging direction for a lot of squads. Those in Survey Camp pretty happy. Those who play the train tracks, maybe not nearly so much, but as you're talking about with the slow side of the ring, they've got a little bit more wiggle room. CEC seem to have sniffed out the fact that literally vibing are behind them, though they don't know the specific strength of that squad at the moment, and are coming up on Grandma's house.
With a minute to go, though, they just need to walk this one in. They have plenty of height to play off of outside of Survey Camp, but they need to spend the next minute actually clearing that one out, and they're going to run into some issues with the team coming up behind them. Doesn't matter that one of them might be a little bit underarmed there. Still having that pressure behind you and getting sandwiched can prove to be extremely deadly. So CEC need to start making their move. They spot one rotating in. That's going to be more towards that epicenter side. And so they know that they have a little bit more room to play off with, at the very least. But they need to start making their move. You can see now a lot of teams starting to focus towards more epicenter here, as it looks like there was some play around that beacon. There is a team up top. I believe that's CDE that's on top of that tower to pick up that beacon for themselves. As we join on board with Alter Ego, who have been playing inside of this tunnel since round number 1.
Money Miners just passed them by as well on their way to collect a few kills. They find the initial knock and full send it forward with missiles raining down. Money Miners are not going to miss the opportunity to pick up the kill, make it 1 and likely a second, but the portal right out means that Money Miners push is stalled, not wanting to go through into the unknown. They are not doing their best Elsa impression today. Instead, holding it down with the safety of having this extra loot and playing for the high ground on top of these train tracks. They have minimal cover at the moment, but if they can win the fight against CEC in front of them, they've got a god spot.
IRL, still here on the northern side. They've been playing the trench lines. Now they've got multiple squads looking to try and possibly push them. If they can just force back Money Miners, that would be incredibly strong, but you can see how they are slowly getting pressured. On the eastern side, just outside of Epicenter, we have a huge collapse of teams. Optimal Ambition on their last legs. You can see Nades trying his best to survive, literally vibing now, coming down, swinging down to finish things off. Nades the only one up, had to armor swap off onto a blue, now literally vibing, wants to pick up the remnants of it, but looks like up top as well, IRL ends up getting cleaned up in that fight. Money Miners coming up with some huge kills for themselves and also clearing out their northern edge.
Optimal Ambition go down to the center at the same time, literally vibing, getting access to so much more loot than they would have otherwise had the chance at. They've picked up 2 kills already and are truly back into this game, even after Optimal Ambition caused them problems. It's this really good feeling Uno reverse card that they just got to deal out, but they're still playing from the low ground. Inside and around these loot pills is not a forgiving spot to play, and neither is the high ground.
CDE losing out on Carlon early, and there it is. Someone sign us, pushing that bubble for the free +3 and backing away. And now they can return their focus for the next rotate. 40 seconds to go. as it pulls away from that northern side of Epicenter, going straight into Survey Camp. We know the heavy presence of teams on the northern side as well, so this is going to be a difficult rotate. See if maybe they try to go for a Hail Mary with that Valkyrie redeploy. They might be able to sniff out a spot, so I would like to see them go for it. They do have the freedom to use that Valkyrie ultimate without expending that bubble, so I think it's a risk that is definitely worth taking for them. But as we join on board with Northern Forces, they're holding position right now just on the edge of the zone, allowing the other teams to rotate in first, and it looks like they'll just slowly walk in with this one.
Void have portaled out away from them, so Northern Forces have even less teams to contest up against. CCE Uchinix, though, they're the squad holding what I had supposed to be our god spot going into this last ring. The one that really has this big cover of a rock in front of it. You've got access, especially as plugged cube, right up to on top where you can lay down fire onto so many squads. Control the teams coming from train. It's up to CCE Uchinix to make this really amazing, though. They've got to control a lot more area than they are now, because at the moment, they're popping between two rocks that aren't giving them a whole lot of cover. You want to control the entire cliffside.
Yeah, for them, though, they understand that their large pileup is happening inside of Survey Camp on that south side. That's why they're playing north side. They don't need to play huge space because they know that most of the lobby is doing the work right here. TDG, they're only in the thick of things. They have control of their building. We know that they are running that caustic. These macaroni buildings can be incredibly difficult to push when you have this kind of control. But here comes a push. CEC now right on top of Plug Q. Bubbles down. They're about to get the knock. Big hit with that PK, but he doesn't get the knock quite yet. Dam is the first one to actually fall here. Save Griffin will go down, but CEC, they tried to start out the fight. It's going to be Novice, the only one remaining here. He's got no HP. He needs some time to hit up this bat. We'll see if Slacking and Dam actually make it back down here into this little bit of a gully, but it looks like Jelly will be able to finish him off. So good defensive hold coming out from Jelly.
Still just a 1v1, I believe. CEC might be able to round this corner and ultimately clutch it up in the what could be a two-man squad for the remainder of the game. Survey Camp, though, as you alluded to earlier, is continuing to be where most of the action is laid down. These squads have been eating each other for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. We're whittled down to 11 so far, and with just 30 seconds left until the next zone starts closing, we're going to get another injection of action.
Now, there's going to be a lot of teams kind of surviving around that one building on the southwest side. You have access to area right underneath. There's going to be team inside the building, and of course the rooftop is going to be taken up as well. Stick Drift OP, one of those squads that are going to be looking to try and get that position. EXO does have the port for his squad. Looks like they might be trying to possibly position away. Never mind, it's the port coming out. They will go ahead and move with priority to take the bottom of this building.
Pretty smart move as well, though they don't have a caustic to make this any harder to approach. What they do have now is a spot where they can play right alongside the team up above them with almost no risk of being taken out by that squad. You got to watch the stairs. In the meantime, we're watching the rest of the map where we've had largely CCE Uchinix able to recover up on the high ground, and we've got someone sign us really running the map from the height.
TDG able to execute on their game plan. They want to play for the late game. They're so successful with it. They're not a squad where we see high fragging games, but they're a squad that we relatively see frequently in the top 4, top 5 in terms of positioning. Now, as Northern Forces left with only proficiency up, they're going to be struggling throughout all of this. Gas Station Gaming finishing off Stick Drift OP. We got down below, as you can see, Gas Station Gaming trying to go for a second pass at that squad, but it becomes incredibly difficult now. Final zone about to start closing in on them. Got to start making a move here. You can see that ring pulling away from this building.
It is mutually assured destruction for literally Vibing and Gas Station Gaming if they're to fight against each other at the moment. Ring is so close already that they're likely going to have to fight each other anyways. The Gibby Bubble is going to be the big determiners of this last ring, only 15 seconds away. And literally Vibing are getting ready. They have everything they could possibly ask for. Although I do think Banshee could use a bat or two more for a little bit of extra sustain. They don't have the luxury of going for it right now. Instead, they watch Void make the exit onto the other side of Survey Camp, and it's going to be almost 2 teams of 6 going at each other in Survey before anything else.
Zone is closing up, but Ant, there should be an opportunity to get him back up. Gas Station Gaming still poking and prodding, trying to get that thirst at the very least on the ground. I see. Taking his timings on these peaks. Looks like Jelly will actually be able to finish off Ants. So a number of squads actually currently damaged down to a 2-man. Gas Station Gaming just holding out and literally vibing, trying to push for height here. Play for that position. They do have that rooftop at the very least, but Jet's doing a great job. You can see the Thermite out, taking away onto the members across the board there. Born picks up a knock onto Durango, so TDG in a little bit of trouble as well. But up top, Plug Cube gets finished off by literally vibing. Gas Station Gaming turn around to retake roof from this squad, though, as they can see the fighting taking place below. And of course, typical of a Loba squad, they have plenty of utility to help them clear this out without taking too many risks. Icy has dropped down though, but his Mastiff is connecting well at the mid-range. Rambo has fallen, and that's the quick res with the gold bag to get him back up.
Literally Vibing have gone out, and it's time for someone sign us to send it in. They jump in with that bubble and end up taking the game so ridiculously quickly. Their control of a high ground separated from the rest of the lobby proved too much, as trying to exit survey camp was a death trap, Jamerson.
But this was a circle that was a little bit more readable for our squad, so the teams that ended up inside of survey camp definitely did at a great spot until zone number 4, zone number 5, where things ended up pulling away. It was great to see, though, and here in game number 1, that we had a mixture of teams, right? The bottom 10 teams versus the bottom 10 teams from the winners lobby as well. A good representation of both of those halves coming into the late game for the finish of game number 1.
It was really cool to watch as well. Gas Station Gaming making it very far, and with a really nice call to take height away from Literally Vibing, or rather capitalize on the height that Literally Vibing gave up. In the end game, it really does come down to KP a lot of the time as to whether you're able to catch up to that first place or not. And I like the gambit that Literally Vibing went with, but we're seeing these consistent playstyles like TDG, like Gas Station Gaming, already start to be rewarded in our very first game on World's Edge.
And consistency is all that matters. As long as you secure the top 10, you'll be moving on to the winners finals, which will be taking place in a couple of weeks. The winners of or the top 10 teams from that first round, they're the ones that end up with all the benefits coming out from the lower bracket. You don't get any additional points going into that, so it's all about maintaining consistency and securing a spot in the top 10 today. Now that was our first game done. We're gonna go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have our second game of World's Edge here in the lower bracket right after this. Welcome back to the ALGS North American Last Chance Qualifier Weekend number 1. We are in the lower bracket right now, 20 squads with only 10 spots remaining for the winner's bracket. And game number 1 here on World's Edge mirrored very similarly to a game that we had in the upper bracket just earlier today.
Yeah, this one pulled very far up towards Survey, but played out in a totally different way. Where last time we had so much focus up towards who was controlling the train tracks, this time it was almost an afterthought that continued to impact the rest of the game. A few squads went up there, but it was Survey Camp that was the real bloodbath, with literally Vibing and Gas Station Gaming really going at it at the end. But a squad from seemingly nowhere taking the game ultimately. Someone Sign Us, who came up through the complete eastern side of the map, ended up taking down not just the final squad, but so many on their way.
And so let's see how many points they had. 19 kills for someone Sign Us in the first game. I mean, they've essentially already signed their ticket to the finals. I believe the top 10 cutoff when we were in the winner's bracket was around 33 points. So someone Sign Us, if they can secure about 10 more points, I mean, they're pretty much in the clear to make the next LCQ.
They just got to participate. They just got to do it. They are doing so well, and I'm glad that we got the chance to hype them up before popping into the game as well, because they are one of the teams that has grown the most since the Challenger Circuit began, all the way until now. Though they are competing under a different name, the fact is that with 19 kills, at least one person from every team would have died to you. It is wild that we have that kind of performance to start off the day in this lower bracket. We do have, of course, our bottom 10 as well, with 4 teams securing a total of 0 points this time around, and another 4 sticking with just 1. It seemed like someone Sign Us were really the ones hogging the KP because almost no one else got any.
Yeah, with 21 kills going their way, and I believe the next 2 highest fragging teams also had 7 kills. So a lot of those points being monopolized by our top squads, but that was just game number 1. It's nice to see, though, that amongst the top 4, we did have a good split between our bottom 10 teams and also our teams that came down from the winner's bracket. And so it shows that the disparity in the skill isn't that high between all of them, really. When it comes to the end of the day, it's ultimately it's going to come down to consistency. And so while they did have that one big pop-off game, can they at least secure themselves another top 5 finish or more going forward? That remains to be seen. But I mean, starting off the day with 31 points, that's a lot of pressure that has been basically lifted off your shoulders at that point.
You take this deep breath after already having played 6 games, about hoping that you can perform over the next 6, and now it's so much better for you. Gas Station Gaming, though, are coming up right behind them, and the talk that you had about sort of the disparity between the teams that maybe isn't as high as we would have expected is, I think, further exemplified by the fact that Asteria would have been competing here today. Instead, because of the dissolution of some of the Pro League teams and their essential rise up into the winners finals, they're not, but they look like they could have been, right? Any of our top 10 teams from winners bracket could very well be competing here, and that makes me really excited. I'm really happy to see Gas Station Gaming doing well at the same time, because man, I want to see them in the winners bracket.
Yeah, and honestly, just to have Gas Station Gaming in the same lobby with TDG again, I mean, that might spell for some spicy things that might go on a little bit later. And when they do drop fairly close to each other at Storm Point, there were some great moments that ICRVR was able to pull out up against that TDG squad a few weeks ago, and feel like maybe TDG wants some retribution in that regard. We're still waiting for game number 2 to get set up underway. We have 2 more games left to go here on World's Edge. Didn't have any 50-50s that were taking place, which we were expecting maybe we would see. A lot of teams kind of figured out where everyone's dropping, and there were a few close calls, but we did have some early fighting in the first round, in that first ring closing.
Yeah, and we had some interesting plays there as well. Optimal Ambition, a team that I had expected to do significantly better than they did, by the way, so keep your eyes out for them. Did end up going out early, but taking one out early from literally Vibing with some creative moves on World's Edge. It's important to note that they were experimenting with a Gibbyless composition, perhaps pretty comfortable, it seems, after their very after their first couple games in the winners bracket. But as we drop into game 2, we'll see if they and anyone else change things up.
Yeah, well, this is still a marathon. 5 games left to go here in the lower bracket. Again, no early contests. Everyone giving each other a good amount of respect. No one wants to make that mistake. No one wants to go out without getting any kills on the board. Surprisingly enough, Bonus was one of those teams that did end up getting that goose egg. We'll see if they can kind of convert their spot that they've got. They're in the center of the map. They're over there at Lava Siphon, and that's typically a spot where if you're able to loot up, teams succeed. But taking a look at that ring pull, we have another northern zone coming down. Very similar, but I think this time around it's indicating more that it's going to be pulling up towards the train tracks.
Yeah, this includes a ridiculous amount of that northern side, and a squad like, say, CCE Uchinix is going to feel very much more comfortable, given that they land over by Climatizer and have a really easy rotation into the train tracks with some excellent loot. Our epicenter teams can likely stay put as well, and it really does feel like the squads that came up from the south are the ones that are going to be punished the most heavily, given what we can expect to be a survey camp traffic jam once again. There's even less purchase to be found in the fragments.
You can see teams are trying to slowly work their way on up towards that northern side. Alter Ego is going to be one of those squads. I believe they also played a very similar spot in that last game. IRL tried to play the back trenches before they ended up getting pushed, I believe, by Money Miners and taken out in that regard. So that might have left a bad taste in their mouth. IRL might still want to try and play for that, but honestly, after a team fight loss like that in game number 1, they might be questioning it here. A lot of things affect you, especially when you have almost 2 similar back-to-back rings.
Now, tossing our minds back to when we saw a circle like this in the winners bracket, I wonder where TDG will choose to play. They were a team that did not pop into survey camp, instead hanging around the outside up to the northwest and playing inside the little pockets of cover provided by the train tunnel. As to which one they choose to go for and how many other teams prioritize that area, I think is going to impact, in perhaps an underrated way, quite a bit of our game, but we got to make it there first. CDE already encountering some trouble in doing so as Dice has ended up going down, but an Arc Star stick does spell a 1-for-1. CDE stabilizing for now. Their bubble res is going off. Other team not going to have the opportunity to do so. Carlon getting right back to the squad, hopefully. Not quite able to make it out of the bubble, though. Now has to stay and fight for his life.
He does at least have his team anchoring in the back. You can see Escape is here with that charge rifle, keeping eye on top of him. Carlon will go ahead and take that challenge down below, but it's a 2-man peek coming out. He only gets the 82 off before he falls. So Farmer Lucas bringing this one back down to a 2v2 as Callie will fall once more. And as they're trying to get these bats off, Wonderfuls is the only one left up for Bonus Modus. Unfortunately, doesn't quite have the positioning here. You can see the 2-man's peek coming out from either side of that pillar, but applying so much pressure onto Wonderfuls. He gets slowed down by that, and they're just buying time. All they really need to do is wait for that bubble to get back up. They'll get the res. It'll be a 3v1. There they go. They secure the thirst onto Farmer Lucas, and Callie looks like bonus on the verge of going down first once again.
No squad wipes just yet, but it feels like it to bonus. At this point, having a very difficult time making their way out. CDE may still be in trouble as Void are jumping right on over them, and they could be our first squad to leave instead. We'll see, however, as Ansi drops down onto the low ground, finds that initial knock and full thirst. Dice has gone out, but CDE as a whole survive.
Now, this creates an interesting situation because Wonderfuls on that Valkyrie could actually come back and swoop in to secure those banners. I don't imagine Void, if they get the full wipe on to CDE, they'll just move on from this. They don't have to stick around anymore. And they might not be aware that there are other banners that need to be picked up. So Wonderfuls is going to be waiting here on that Valkyrie to try and swoop back on in. But Void, will they be able to finish off CDE? They do have him right underneath, and yeah, they're going to be able to spot him out. There's the Valkyrie ultimate being used. No connections there for Born. Unfortunately, it looked like it was a good angle, but will not be able to secure that thirst quite yet. There it is. It's Wonderfuls, unfortunately, from bonus. That goes down. Even though things look bad for CDE, Carlin at least makes top 19 for his squad.
Man, I can't believe he's still alive. Managed to avoid at least being taken out. But with all this action going on down south, we've almost omitted the traffic jam starting to form up in the north. Once again, the prioritization of survey camp is causing a lot of teams to hold up in those spots. But literally, Vibing have an interesting read on this ring and the way that they want to play it. Instead, popping up over by Climatizer and trying to play this, I think, how you would say, on the slow side of the ring.
Yeah, they don't have to worry about too many people running their way. It's going to be a lot of isolated fights if teams will rotate in from the eastern side. You can see CEC making their rotate out now, utilizing that Valkyrie redeploy, getting past Void. Ended up picking up 3 kill points in the fights over here at Lava Siphon. I believe there was that last member, Carlon, for CDE, still sticking around. Haven't had the opportunity, unfortunately, to pick up the banners, I don't think. But he still has about 30 seconds to go, I believe, before those banners end up timing out. Take a look, though. There's a team inside Harvester right now, utilizing those replicators, but Cerberus, I don't want to actually take this fight. They're going to continue on their rotate as OA now make their move here over on the Climatizer side.
Money Miners got the chance to spot out what was happening, but were instead taking their time crafting up over at Harvester. Not going to follow up on that play. The Guppies, a relatively silent squad in Game 1, will have their opportunity to show us what they're all about later, especially because they've got a pretty good power position inside the ring. One where I think we often see a lot of zones ending, and importantly, a spot where you can farm up a lot of the teams that are trying to rotate out of Climatizer and even across the bridge just to your south.
And apparently they have a caustic around them, that Wraith passive. Typically it's not that great of a passive, but that's definitely one call out you do want to hear if there are traps around you. And so it will play around that. We do have teams still showing up here towards the Climatizer side. Again, there might be an opportunity that it does end up pulling towards that northeast where literally Vibing are. I think a lot more people are banking it towards to end up pulling towards those train tracks where Stick Drift OP are currently holding position. You can see 2 of them keeping an eye on that. We're about to have a 3-team pileup possibly over here at Landslide as Northern Forces are stuck utilizing this crafter. You can see how quickly he gets out. He knows how vulnerable you are, and you go ahead and put in your order.
You don't want to push your luck. Money Miners especially looking for this with a nicely placed Arc Star. They'll find some damage onto Plexus, but not too much more just yet. Zone starting to close in can cause some problems, but with North proficiency off on the side, you can feel relatively comfortable, especially having that portal to reposition real quickly. Money Miners playing this safe, opting for the cover of the tunnel. There's another squad behind them, though. We spotted TDG making their way in, and I'm not sure how many folks TDG actually have left in this game. It was just Girl when I saw them running by, and I'm curious whether they've got the numbers to try and contest this. For the moment, though, it's not going to happen as the fight, as quickly as it began, comes to an end.
Yeah, Gold Helmet being tossed around between the players right now. We'll see who ends up picking that one up. Not Cheesy. He doesn't quite need it. He already has his ultimate ready to go. They've also got the port, so it's going to go back into Plexus's hand to get himself a defensive bombardment for this next rotate. 2 minutes here, zone number 2. It's playing out very similarly to what we've had basically all day long. Game number 1, or excuse me, round number 1, having a smattering of action here or there, and then everything coming to a screeching halt essentially. But hey, looks like someone Sinus finds a nice fight here on the outside over at Overlook. It's Team Void on the back foot. Bubble coming out early on. They're going to try and use that Valkyrie ultimate. You can see Lox has them locked on. Only tags with 1 shot as they take to the sky. So someone Sinus missing out on this opportunity. It's just a good rotate out from Void, but they use that bubble on the takeoff. They're not going to have it for the landing, so they're going to be left vulnerable there. You can look at our squads up over at the Climatizer side. It looks like we might have a fight soon. Asura is trying to hold that first floor against this team.
The dialed-in rotation from someone Sinus, though, is once again, they've done exactly the same thing. Another northern zone, another move off towards the east, rotating all the way up through what we're expecting to be Climatizer into the survey camp area. You can tell that it's practiced. You can tell that someone sign us have got their fundamentals down, and there's no better time to do it as we're coming up on the end of the season. For 10 of these teams, their season will end here. For another 10, they'll be joining the winners, and someone sign us want to be in that lobby, already having found themselves a delicious Game 1 win. Optimal Ambition, yet another one though, whipping out the Seer once again running Gibbyless, and yet with no cover at the moment. We're hoping for a little bit of a rat play, it seems.
It'd be so funny if they ended up getting another lurk play like they did in game number 1. But as the distance has been covered there, Optimal Ambition just going to go ahead and farm up some Evo Shield damage. You can see Nades even trying to get someone on that, but they're a little bit too far, especially when you're on the iron sights there, Blake. I still commend your efforts with that Wingman, but Optimal Ambition now going to start turning their attention to controlling this bridge side, controlling so much space that it can be difficult when you don't have that Gibraltar, like you keep mentioning. We have to hark on that because you don't have the defensive option that a Gibraltar offers you. There's so much utility that we very rarely see a team that ends up running Gibraltarless, and especially when there's this much on the line.
Yeah, it's a experiment that could very well cost you your season lives. And we'll get the chance to see how it plays out live. Someone sign us. Opting into a fight, it seems, with Literally Vibing, as we know they were holding down this spot earlier, but a split Literally Vibing as that. Someone sign us, take that bet. They say, we see you're a little bit separated, and we're going to try and push this agenda, getting themselves the large open area inside of this ring, and even have a slice of the next ring to work with, since they did get that beacon scan earlier. They know this isn't just a temporary position, it's one that they can work with for a few more minutes.
I like how this was almost a weird feint play coming out from someone sign us, right? They were like, hey, we're a Valk team that's just going to int and drop on you. So what are you going to do? Are you going to risk this 50-50 drop? And we know how these end up working out. Both teams getting punished, and so they just end up backing away. But Lox gets the knock. Jaren is down. They instantly thirst him as well. So now things looking really good for someone. Sinus is literally vibing our left to try and recover Asuras. He did end up getting a knock onto one player from CCE, but I don't think they were able to ever convert. But now fighting around the bubble, they lose out on nifty aims, and Lightstar Joe does connect to takeout and C. A lot of teams now showing up for this fight. Asuras will fall though, as Void ends up cleaning them up, which leads me to wonder, where is CCE throughout all of this?
Another ridiculously experienced team, though, with Void coming in to clean up that fight. CCE still a little bit of a mystery, but Optimal Ambition, a little bit less of one. Nades is down, and they may all be going out soon. The Caustic not providing them any safety. No reset to come in, and Box of T is the last one left alive, fighting inside the gas. There's not enough damage that he can put out, and Money Miners end up taking the macaroni building on the hill.
That's impressive, because that's an entry up against a squad that has the caustic barrels set up. We know how long that they were here. We know that they had the extra barrels along with the cooldowns to really utilize to play off of. As we join on board with that fight that's taking place on the northeast side, Stickdrift OP came in for the third party here. They're up as a full 3, looking to finish off the remnants. Lox, though, answers back. Sushi has gone down. There it is, the thirst and finish on to Jelly. In just a moment here. Now, they still have to recover Sushi's body, but they have good control. You can see Flinzar playing off on the western edge, but they're getting flanked now, and Exo might fall. He does, as Lox shows up. Void now applying pressure here on the northern side. Ring, by the way, has continued to pull up towards the train tracks. That was what all the teams were playing for here on the slow side.
Lox isn't down yet, which is really crazy. Void are still running around here, but there is a rogue Wraith on the loose, and as Void do clean up the majority of those kills, they're gonna have to keep a lookout. I believe they're even hidden from us. Is that? Do you see this? No, it's Flinzar.
It's gonna be Flinzar. So Stickdrift OP still alive, but this is a very worrying position. You can see, I don't know if he's out of heals or if he just doesn't want to make any sound cues, but he is completely isolated. There's no one here to really challenge Void to control the north side, and eventually Flinzar should be going down to them. I'm surprised that they haven't been able to spot him. We are getting a lot of Valkyrie ultimates being used, though, to get in, and TDG, you were correct. It is just Girl remaining alive. It looks like she spent a good amount of time by the replicators there, trying her best to delay outside of the zone, but eventually this one's going to tick pretty hard and she will have to walk in.
It's a choice for placement points, though, and we'll see how far it gets her into this game. Waiting as long as you can to walk into zone, hoping that nobody is ahead of you to hear you healing up and turn around for that free KP. You want to buy as much time as possible for teams to establish that they are safe and move forward. A team, though, that is definitely safe for the moment. Gas Station Gaming healing up inside their building. Doors or no doors, these guys are ready to withstand an assault. CCE up at the top, rather. IRL, maybe not so much. Ivan already chunked out pretty darn low as Relay has to cover him on the way out. We've got defensive bombardments coming in left and right, but IRL are holding on to the same spot that CCE Uchinix were last game.
Oh boy, IRL not going for that hard dive into the thick of things up on the northern side, even though it is actually relatively free. They have to deal with their back right now as the Nox gas grenade will come out. That's just going to buy time, at the very least, for Leda and for Ivan to heal up to full. They've got 50 seconds. They have a lot of pressure behind them to deal with, and this is not looking promising whatsoever. You can see now IRL are trying to creep up a little bit more. Might be going and setting up for that skyward dive. Ivan only 10 seconds away from having that bubble. You can see so much fighting taking place inside Survey Camp right now. We've got Gas Station Gaming in there. We've got CEC, 2 more squads as well, still hovering around, and they all have to make the same rotate.
Rambo's managed to make it up after getting knocked by CEC. The meds continuing to go ever lower for Gas Station Gaming, and his servers are playing around the outside right here. You have to imagine they're going to go for that Valk ult. It is so difficult to walk across the entirety of Survey Camp that you want to go for the lowest risk play. In that case, it just means throwing yourself directly into the air. Over by the train tracks, though, we've got some serious action going on. Already a knock going down, and IRL having to back away.
Ivan was just way too far up as that Gibraltar, and is really unfortunate for them. They're popping ultimate excels right now, so Leda might be able to toss down that that caustic Nox gas grenade in time to maybe secure that banner, but doesn't seem like they've got a mobile respawn beacon to play with. Relay throwing down that missile storm. They're just trying to poke and see if they can get any information, if there's an opportunity to try and pick up that banner on board with Money Miners as they're making their move on in. Plexus down for North. It's just proficiency up once again. Popping that cute, but he's not going to be able to survive for long. Surprisingly enough, though, we're down to 10 squads, 21 players. There are so many rats. Girl's still alive. Carlin is ratting this one now, right now, along with proficiency. And I might be mistaken, but there might be one more rat somewhere.
I'm not sure if I saw Flinzar go out. We'll see. We'll see. There's a chance. CDE continuing, though, to bide their time. Gas Station Gaming, one of our few squads that are still full, albeit only barely, with one loot box to get anything off of. They got Mitten right next door to them, a free KP if they could just sniff him out, but they ain't running the seer, are they? The squad that was doing that is already out, as Optimal Ambition ended up leaving us early. Gas Station Gaming, pretty darn close to ring, but not nearly close enough for comfort.
Trying to see if this tower is in for them to try and play off the base on that concrete. They have spotted out the rat, it seems, and they're not going to risk anything. It's going to be a full peek out. That's one rat gone, but there's still plenty left. It's almost like the New York subway system here. It's Gas Station Gaming on extermination duty slowly, but that's a huge pickup for them. Like you said, there weren't too many loot boxes for them to top off from, and as you can see, Rambo's economy is struggling. So getting those extra cells, getting those extra bats, and prove incredibly valuable for them. I'm surprised that their economy looks like this when they have a Loba in play.
It's about to look even worse, however, because the use of the bubble to try and get some loot puts them in a difficult position when it comes to rotating in. They can take a big chunk right now, and they still have that bubble on cooldown for the next 30 seconds. Money Miners are setting up right next door to try and take this fight while Gas Station Gaming are vulnerable on the low ground, and while the nades do dissuade them ever so slightly, it's not going to be nearly enough.
It's the Loba utility, though. I believe they still have about 3 or 4 Arc Stars to utilize in this fight. And so Money Miners not wanting to deal with that whatsoever. We'll go ahead and back away. Big fight taking place on the train tracks right now as CEC ends up cleaning up Skeeve Squad and controlling the inside of that train. Unfortunately for them, they have to keep moving. That train inside is not actually available for this zone. Maybe just the corner of it might still be alive, but Mollis has gone down on the Money Miner side. Take a look at this push out from Void. They're getting right on top of Gas Station Gaming. They've already lost out on one. They're trading back and forth, but it's not going to be enough. Void actually don't lose out on anyone. It was a clean fight for them. Now we're down to our final 3 squads as Proficiency does get cleaned up. Hey, another Rats. Flinzar does go down, but he secures at least top 3 now. Coming down to the final 3v3. Void, though, have been having an absolutely monstrous game. We saw early on them taking early fights. They have, I believe, at least 12 kill points. Money Miners on the table for them. But with shots like that, that's going to allow them back off. That's going to force them to back off at least and give them some respect.
There's a lot of control out here as well. Money Miners have very little movement inside of this ring, whereas Void have a lot more safety. A portal forward from Mollis to try and separate the squad, get them a little bit of a better position, ends up putting himself right next door to all 3 members of the squad, and he instantly goes down. Money Miners get melted on their way in, and now have to fight in a 2v3. Both bubbles are down, both bits of safety about to expire. Reeds ends up finding Flesh, but only on one member, gets a knock. Might find another. We could still do this. Money Miners could still win this game. A mere 50 HP left, and Money Miners managed to clinch it out just in the nick of time.
Another good back and forth between our top 10 teams and bottom 10 teams here, but it's Money Miners securing the victory in game number 2. We're having a lot of northern zones today, and I'm actually quite happy with it, especially with how these late games are playing out. Our teams are doing such a fantastic job, but I have to note, there's a pretty big mistake in that fight that came out. Trying to bubble. I'm actually quite happy with it, especially with how these late games are playing out. Our teams are doing such a fantastic job, but I have to note, there's a pretty big mistake in that fight that came out. Trying to port forward. I agree with that decision, but sticking around for all 3 members of that last squad to PQ, not quite what you needed to do there in the finish.
No, it got really spooky for Money Miners, and honestly, had they lost that game, they would have looked back at that moment and thought, that was the call, that was the one thing that we need to clean up. But they not only win that game, they get so many kills doing it, and Void do as well, in a way that makes me really wonder which of them came out on top. We know which of them won the game, but who got first place?
And honestly, we've seen that multiple times, especially in the winners bracket. I believe there were 2 times where teams just kind of out-fragged teams that might have finished higher in terms of placements, but we know how important that kill points are at the end of the day. Now, if you guys are enjoying competitive action and you guys want to get in on it yourself, make sure you check out nerdstreet.com. We've got a lot of huge events coming up. We've got Summer Champs for Nerd Street, along with Apex Legends Champs that's taking place regularly. If you want to compete in Apex, Valorant, Halo, or even Madden, make sure you check out nerdstreet.com. Now let's talk a little bit more about the game there. It was a nice finish, but again, you can see how nuance is super important in how the games play out, and being able to especially call that macro. We see that northern pull. That's the 3rd time today where we've had a far northern pull, but you can see how much we have in terms of variance in terms of the rings for that kind of pull.
Yeah, it's been really wild to separate from a survey camp ring to up to the train tracks and now moving us on over towards a more climatizer-centric zone. But we have some consistency. We talked about Someone Sign Us and the way that they tried to play this in almost exactly the same fashion, and the way that teams around them adapted, with literally vibing, trying to buy as much time as possible, Void being able to third party. So much of the fighting that impacts the later stages of the game happens around the edge of the ring, because teams are clearing out their backs, and once you no longer have to fight a war on multiple fronts, that's when you can start snowballing your lead.
That's right. So we had 2 finishes here on the north side of the map. Hopefully in game number 3, get a little bit of variance. I mean, we did get that as well in the winners bracket. Only time will tell, though. We're going to take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 of the lower bracket right after this. Welcome back to the ALGS Last Chance Qualifiers Weekend number 1. We are here in the lower bracket and about to head into game number 3. But let's take a look at what happened just before the break. Game number 2 here on World's Edge. And we had another hard pull. We also had, of course, bonus about to go down first as well in game number 2.
Yeah, this was a rough start once again for them. And it hurts to see it happen so many times where bonus aren't quite getting out of the Lava Siphon Geyser area. But they weren't the only ones to encounter trouble, of course. Void managed to run all the way up the eastern side of World's Edge, collecting kills as they went and making life so much more difficult for so many squads. We had someone sign us doing a very similar thing, and it felt like third parties just ended up creating more rats than it did wiping full squads.
Now, this is the point where I thought Maulus had a good port at the very least, get close. But the thing is, as soon as you get double peaked, you need to hit the Q or hit for the head for that portal. And so Money Miners get brought down to a 2v3, and it was an extremely close finish here as Reeds has some fight left in him. But you can see he gets tagged there by the Wingy. Money Miners getting that win. I don't think it should have gone that way, but they ultimately clutch up. It was still incredibly close. Money Miners had a decent game in game number 1, and so this will go ahead and add on. I mean, they only ended up with like 5 points, but they got 4 kill points in game number 1. So with the 22 they end up getting here, that's going to be massive. But Void, a 17 kill game. If they had just finished off that fight, that would have been the highest scoring game that we've had so far.
It's pretty incredible to see them be able to pull that out, and with Money Miners just barely able to take first place away from them, man, you got to think it's a good thing that they did, or Void would be running away with this. We do still wonder where Void will end up in the overall scores, but down towards the bottom, we have got plenty of teams that are struggling for points right now. Alter Ego and Optimal Ambition, even Asura's coming from the winner's bracket, finding themselves in bottom 10 after this game right now is a rough place to be.
And these last 2 games have been proving to be fairly consistent. A lot of this same teams basically in the late game. So taking a look at the overall leaderboard, someone's sign is currently tied now with Team Void. Void haven't gotten the win yet, and so if it does come down to a tiebreaker, of course, it would be someone's Sinus right now, I believe, winning out with that highest placement. But 36-36, Money Miners securing that dub in game number 2, put themselves in 3rd place, and Gas Station Gaming now in 4th with 22.
To see 3rd, 4th, and 5th go to Money Miners, Gas Station Gaming, and Literally Vibing is really refreshing as well, because we were waiting for Literally Vibing to pick up. I believe that they have what it takes to be in those winners finals, but Money Miners and Gas Station Gaming, just with their debut really today, get the chance to prove that they do as well. As we both know, there are still a couple of the squads that will join them. CDE barely missing out on the cutoff alongside CCE Uchinix, both sitting at 6 points. There's only one squad left that has to pick up a single point today. Bonus have got to turn things around.
And also to note, within the top 10 currently of our lobby on that leaderboard, we have a split. 5 teams from the winner's bracket, 5 teams from the lower bracket as well. So again, when we're talking about the relative strength of the lobby, it shows that there isn't that much of a difference between them so far, as we are starting to see more teams starting to slowly walk away. We're waiting for the final game on World's Edge, which we will get started in just a moment, and then we will be swapping on over to Stormpoint. But I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Teams have, of course, a really good grasp of the macro. They know how to call this ring. We saw how difficult it was in our first 6 matches of the day, with some kind of confusing pull-aways in the late game.
I do think it's fascinating that with both of the rings so far having gone up to the north, that fights for buildings are not the center of the game. We've had so few real end games that were determined based on a fight that happened inside of Survey Camp, or even up on Macaroni Building near Climatizer. So much of it has to do with those little bits of cover that are scattered throughout, whether it be the towers that are off near Climatizer, whether it be these little train carts, or just the rock outcroppings around Survey Camp. Those are the power points for these past couple of games, and I do wonder if it's a little bit of the Stormpoint influence coming in, or whether it's just a sort of side effect of the zones.
Yeah, very similarly to what we had in the winners bracket when we were on World's Edge. We had two Northern Zone. One went over towards Skyhook, and the other one was more towards that, excuse me, Survey Camp side. And then we had the one Southern Zone going down Thermal Station. We'll see if that's what we end up getting for our final game on World's Edge. Man, taking a look at this spread, we do have someone Sinus and Void absolutely dominating on the leaderboards right now. And these three teams, along with Money Miners, really capitalizing and monopolizing a lot of these points. But that still leaves 4 games to go. Gas Station Gaming have plenty of time to catch up, literally vibing as well. I think it's just important that they've been averaging a decent amount of points every single game. As long as they keep that up, securing a top 10 should be easy for them.
Squads like TDG and Skeeve Squad, though, I did not expect to be in the same sentence. TDG's consistency has taken a hit going into these last 2 games, and it's something that they will need to rectify to stay inside of the top 10, even in our last game on World's Edge, and then the following 3 on Stormpoint. Skeeve Squad, though, a pleasant surprise, a team that I had not expected to be having as good of a day as they are right now. I'm excited to see whether they can keep it up. However, I know that there are a lot of squads in those bottom 10 right now that'll be looking to steal their spot away.
That's right. If our winners bracket was any kind of indication of how many points you need to secure a spot in the top 10, 33 was generally the cutoff. Well, around 29, I believe, is where Team Sheesh were able to secure their spot. So still a long ways to go, but those teams that have 7 points right now, they've got 4 more games to try and secure about 22 more points. Here we go, heading into game number 3 of the Losers Finals. As it's our final time on World's Edge for the day. And what a way to do it. Take a look at that flight path, almost bisecting the map almost perfectly in half.
Is it World's Edge or is it a cake? Find out now as we drop in some delicious gameplay. It's going to be an exciting time for these squads to leave what could be, for a lot of them, their last mark on World's Edge for the season. You want to be, of course, putting out your best performance here, seeing who can take, again, for some of them, that final win. This ring, though, an interesting one, as we did get a bit of a teaser. What may have been a visual glitch, but what I'm going to say is, in fact, a ring pulling us over towards Geyser.
Stickdrift OP now actually getting challenged here for Fragment East, and we haven't had 50-50s taking place, but Stickdrift OP having to actually learn and quickly adjust to that. It's really unfortunate they're forced away. It doesn't seem like at the very least there was a beacon, and so it's not the toughest loss for them. They can go on over towards No Name. So this is a pretty big move coming out from Smooksy and company to try and go for that 50-50 in the final game on World's Edge.
I'll wait for confirmation on this as well, but I believe, yes, No Name does have that little bit of extra data. Lightstar Joe is going to see this coming in and be able to ditch all the way over through the tunnels and into Geyser. We'll have already looted up the majority of No Name, so it really is just information that is left there, and the knowledge that Stickdrift OP should be sticking around for the long run. Lightstar Joe's going to have to get out of there, though, because as these guys get closer on the map, I get even more worried for the remainder of Asuras.
Oh, Asuras are trying to back away right now. Lightstar Joe, though, it seems like he's got his dancing shoes on and able to make his way in without taking damage at all, unless he was forced to hit that bad. But it was a little bit of a close call, as he did hover and No Name for some time. But now here's the big question. Where do you want to play this zone? We got the 50-50 pull towards No Name and then also down towards Geyser. But because of the additions of these tunnels that connects over to Overlook, you have a lot of circles that end up basically finishing just outside to the north. So this is going to be an extremely hard zone to call for our squads.
It is, and that means that really safety is going to be paramount. I'm surprised to see Asuras walking up to the choke point right now because they're sitting on at least 1 white armor. So it is a gamble to actually move up there. Had they had all blues or even just a little bit more safety really in any way, I would have totally understood the move to go up towards the choke point. But instead, I find myself wondering why we're not going a little bit further in towards Geyser, playing this a little bit safer and trying to get some poke from positions that you know are easily defensible. We'll find out how it ends up working for them as Gas Station Gaming end up balking on over, spotting them out and taking the other choke point.
For GSG, this is a decent halfway point for the later rotate they'll want. eventually. I think with the next Valkyrie rotate, if they want to make their way a little bit further in, closer towards Overlook, is something that can work out for them. But let's check in with Alter Ego, who ended up picking up the scan for us. Going into the next zone over here at No Name. That's a big pickup at the very least. Stick Drift OP not making a sound inside of the workshop currently. Alter Ego, it seems like they've got their intuitions about. They realize there is a team inside. So Stick Drift OP not able to really lay the trap for them. Alter Ego just backing away. If they had seen the armors, they might actually turn around to this because Stick Drift OP are still sitting on whites.
Yeah, no return fire to come back just yet, but while Alter Ego set up shop right next door, this is where they'll really be able to take off. The black market still gives them the ability to loot, of course, from afar, and most importantly, they've already secured that beacon. They already got what they came for inside of this zone. See how it continues to be used for them. IRL, in the meantime, are looking for a fight and have already found the initial knock onto TDG. Girl ends up going down, and Relay is going to follow with the Valk ult. Get that little bit of extra data on what members may be lurking around. This is an interesting play, and a ballsy one at that.
It's the Swanton coming out, but oh no. It looks like they were able to make it to the sky. No, TDG end up going down. Durango will get finished off. Very unfortunate for TDG, who, I'm trying to remember how many points they had.
7.
But yeah, 7. Not quite what you wanted here in the game number 3 when arguably you gotta understand, probably World's Edge favored them a little bit more. A lot of teams now starting to make their way on in towards No Name. Jaren's got to be careful. He's outside by himself. Now they're just going for the full send, but they're forced back. Alazura is low as well. Banshee, the only one left to hold the line. He does crack one armor, but here comes the push out from the rest of the squad. Jaren was able to get a bat off. But just like that, they will get finished out. Alter Ego were eyeing things up to maybe push onto the third party up against literally vibing, but no knocks there on the other side. No trade backs. Alter Ego cannot do anything. And what a surprising turn of events.
A convincing fight for CCE Uchinix as well. You dance a little too close to them and things get really ridiculously dangerous. Literally vibing just weren't able to hold their own in that bubble fight, having their game plan go up in flames in front of them. CCE Uchinix now have their very own shot at being, or rather at securing their spot inside of the winners bracket. We've still got a few games to go, but as CIMJ are the ones holding down over by Lava Siphon, the game will continue to pull us ever further north, and with some members of Northern Forces missing, we gotta wonder how many full squads we'll get at the end of the game.
One thing to note, though, bonus didn't go down first. I don't think we actually talked about that. So congratulations, guys. You've made it out of the early game. Now go ahead and turn things around. Honestly, this is a squad that's full of friends of mine, and I want to see them perform and succeed well. So it's been pretty heartbreaking the last 2 games, but hey, they made it out of the early game. Let's go, guys. Optimal Ambition, though, find themselves in a fight now, controlling the choke, coming out from Harvester here, forcing the team back. And it looks like Blake Yu is putting a lot of fear with that. I thought the Seer ultimate was down, but no, he's still holding on to it for now.
And this squad looking pretty terrifying, honestly, trying to walk up on you inside the choke. Though they may not have cover from above, they do have an incredible amount of skirmishing capability, especially with the gas that can come in from afar and the Seer that can interrupt any and all healing going on inside of a bubble. Playing just below a little bit of overhang will provide them a lot of much-needed safety, but for the moment, I'm waiting for that Optimal Ambition comeback. They looked really good in our winners bracket, but since they've dropped down, have been experimenting, I think, a little bit too much to be consistent. With bonus, losing 1. We could see that consistency return in a little bit of a negative way if they can't get Kali back up.
Yeah, they're just leaving him for gone at this point. Phase Breach is going to be used by Farmer Lucas to get them out of here. There might be an opportunity to come back. He's still bleeding out. Money Miners once more showing up for this one. But will Reese take it? And he does, actually. The Phase Breach on over, and they want to chase after the remnants of bonus, and stop them possibly from going for the res. And with how far they've chased them back, there might not be an opportunity to try and get Kali back into this game now.
Certainly not given up, and permanently at that. Money Miners not only get themselves that extra KP, but also the beacon on top. A little bit riskily, not even burning the bubble for this. Reeds is going to get the next zone scan, giving Money Miners an even better chance at making it into that late game once they choose to relocate. We've got a few relocations going on as well using jump towers at the moment, as Lava Siphon is left largely empty. Money Miners the ones bringing up the rear. Farmer Lucas and Wonderfuls are starting to make their way back in, but look from the south, because even if Money Miners were to leave, someone sign us is still coming up.
I think they had a wrong read on the situation. Watching someone take the balloon from Lava Siphon might have made them think that the banners were left, or excuse me, the banner of Cali was left free. So they're trying to creep up. But yeah, someone signed us coming from the south side. Northern Forces almost caught on that lurk play. Cheesy absolutely takes to the sky to get out of there. Skeeve Squad, unfortunately, not able to finish him off, but might be able to hear. Oh no, Cheesy. What were you thinking? That's a huge sound cue, and Lou is able to finish him off. Quick thirst onto Cheesy as well. Skeeve Squad. Will they be able to finish the job up against Northern Forces here? As we do have a lot of fighting now. Optimal Ambition also forcing away IRL as they're trying to move in for that choke.
Still working with an interesting position at the moment. One that is going to put Optimal Ambition in a difficult spot, because remember, they're not only running Gibbyless, they're also running Valkless. So if they get caught on the wrong end of a choke point, one that they can't move into, they could go down as well. It's surprising to not see a team like this holding a building, but we could get the chance to see a little bit of that later. Perhaps as they push into Harvester. Skeeve Squad again go for the lurk play. Don't find anything there but a shield break, but are still popping out to try and find these kills. PK in the hands of death does get the knock on Locks, but you're far from done with this. One re-knock back as you lose your crypto. Skeeve Squad still on the hunt and interrupting the shield bat, not quite coming in time, means the T-Stew takes a boatload of damage. The crack comes through once again though, and just like that, Skeeve Squad end up taking out someone. Sign us.
That is one of our lobby leaders right now, tied for first place. Skeeve Squad are able to dip for the second time into that well, and this time around it nets 3 kill points instead of just the 1 like we saw on Northern Forces. So Skeeve Squad, will they be able to hold this lurk once again? Nades is trying to figure out what the hell is going on over here, guys. He wants to get involved in that. They've been looking for some early game fights. I haven't been able to find it quite yet, but playing off this choke could be strong. We'll see. Skeeve Squad should be able to recognize what's going on here, that they can't push into this choke. They'll have to go ahead and go a little bit further east. Excuse me, pass toward that Lava Siphon control instead, as Optimal Ambition start giving away ground as we join on board with IRL. We haven't had an opportunity quite yet to talk about this ring pull, but this one was definitely not one anyone was expecting. I think everyone was hard banking on the pull over towards No Name, but it ends up pulling towards the choke instead.
This is one where really whoever owns those fences just off to the south of Fragment East should have a really nice power position, but the exodus from Fragment is going to be the most punishing thing. IRL holding up in there for the moment, have squads that are landing next to them left and right, and out there in the distance, Optimal Ambition will be trying to reposition as well. A little bit of poke from the outside puts Ivan in a difficult position, but is ultimately able to heal up, still expending the bubble and getting interrupted by Optimal Ambition's Seer, but not quite able to actually go down. And that's the difficulty for the moment, is that even if they can interrupt the heals in the bubble, they can't get to the bubble, so it's more of a stalemate than anything.
Yeah, Gibraltar-less just not being able to cut that distance, not having that extra safety without that dome, and so IRL are easily able to just swat that off. They have plenty of cells to play off of Relay, holding onto all the bats basically with the double golds that Leda and Ivan are currently playing off of. With 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, they have a pretty good understanding of the battlefield around them. Optimal Ambition to their south. There's a team on the eastern side playing very close to the train tracks. I believe there might have been a team to their northeast as well inside the train station. So IRL, you've got a minute. You have a nice position actually right on the side of this building to use that skyward dive. That might be their best option for this rotate.
An interesting spot though for CEC. Is hanging out inside of Geyser. They're one of the few squads that's actually opted into this void right next door to them. are going to have to run up the choke point. Both of these squads, you have to imagine, to make it into the ring. Valk, of course, an option. It looks like Void are actually going to take, expending the bubble before they take off as well. Missing a lot of safety on the way back down if they even manage to land.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, that bubble provided about the same amount of cover that the building did. So it might have been a small mistake for them to do that, but I guess I understand. But where did they end up going here? That's the big question. We know that there's a pretty big pileup on that fragment eastern side. We know there's a team that's controlling either chokes just in the north as well. For CEC, it's all about slow playing things here. They know that there's really no one to contest them. There is one team, it looks like, up top on Grandma's house right now. For the large part, they should go uncontested here on the south side. No one should really be swinging around here, as the majority of our squads have made their way north.
It's looking good for all those squads out there as well, especially the ones holding down the choke points who have that height advantage. Those in No Name starting to sweat a little bit for sure, but Fragment is where you are really in the meat grinder. IRL making their exit now as everyone shoots up at the sky, taking down a squad that had just valked up. CDE making their way in.
Yeah, CDE do have a little bit of these rocks and the bridge to play off of here. It seems like no team actually in position. CDE surviving now here into the mid game. Last game, it was Carlin who was able to rat this one out pretty successfully. I think netted them almost top 8, but Optimal Ambition now. The things have turned around onto them as Ivan has gone down, but Relay is sticking that res. Plenty of coverage to work with, and I like that Leda is the one that's on the front lines for his squad. Another team showing up from behind, though. Ivan on the verge of getting re-knocked there, but a good spray down from Relay is going to force them to pay a little bit more respect to that IRL squad. Ivan still need to hit up some, no way. He actually gets taken out by Box of Tea. Optimal Ambition, the constant thorn in their side now, looking to finish things off. IRL forced to push up onto heights, and I don't think they're gonna have an opportunity to get their third player back in. It seems like he was thirsted off. Yeah, Ivan is gone down, and they still need to recover his banner.
Yeah, you can't actually contest this at this point is the difficult thing. And were they to recover his banner, look at the ring. There's no res beacons left. There's no safety for them. You gotta hope for a mobile, and that's even if you manage to get out of this situation. A squad's climbed up behind IRL, and they very well could be going out right now. Bubble's already down about 100 directly to the face. Means that Relay tries to turn it around, but isn't quite able to, just barely. Not finding that knock. Ultimately, does get taken out, and it is just in the nick of time as well, as Ring's going to start closing in 30 seconds, and Optimal Ambition are going to disengage from the fight, moving in closer.
That's so surprising because they were the ones that ended up getting this, I believe, the knock onto Internerd Gaming there, and they don't follow up, but you can see why the Gibraltar is so useful. They're probably wishing they had one of their own to follow up with that defensive bombardment, but now they have to make their way on in. A lot of teams in their path as CCE playing off of No Name. They've got that height, and so they'll just be able to slide down the hill. And I imagine Plugged Cube and Flux have that low ground on lock right now. Lots of great pings going down, keeping tabs of all the teams around them. There's two squads fighting outside of that workshop now. One of them taking to the skies. CCE might be committing onto the low here. Just keeping tabs of that squad. I love that move from Griffin, just to keep eyes on them, keep tabs on them. Make sure they understand what's going on the battlefield around them. Plug Cube has to be careful. Then drop down low. And it looks like he'll have the opportunity to hit up that med kit.
Please let him get it up. There we go. The ring starting to come in was really making me sweat. And now CCE Uchinix, they can't really stop. Both members hitting bats on the outside as Plugged Cube goes in, tosses down an Arc Star, and gets an incredible crack. This could be the thing that turns the fight for CCE as they full send it in, finding themselves one knock, not getting knocked themselves just yet. As Plugged Cube ultimately goes down, it's Money Miners that end up going out. CDE fall right in front of CCE Uchinix, and they manage to win the fight under the bridge off of an incredible turn from Plugged Cube.
Now we have 6 full squads remaining. Stick Drift OP, though, losing out on 2, and Flinzar is left to try and rat things out, but Aduvant does not want to allow him to get away. Another fight breaking out here at Gas Station Gaming, getting pushed now by Guppies. A little bit low on either side, but they've lost out on Rambo and Icy Jet getting finished off. That will be Guppies maintaining now this high ground position. That position that you were talking about before, the fence line with the blue bin, there's a team holed up in there now. Guppies are going to have to force into them. It's Alter Ego that are playing off of that, but they're starting to back away, trying to put a little bit of pressure to the teams that are rotating in from the eastern side.
Alter Ego are getting pretty split up here to try and do that as well. And I want to see them overextend too far, as they want to be the ones that play third party. Not wanting to miss out, of course, on a opportunity for KP. With 4 squads left, they're keeping a toe in every fight that they possibly can. And Obsessed on the Valk is going to be the one in the best position to do so. Coming up from that northern side, though, it's going to be CCE Ushinix, who really can become their rivals in this game, that can disrupt the game plan of Alter Ego, especially if a fight starts and they're overextended.
This could be really bad for Alter Ego. They're expanding utility when they don't need to, and now this squad just ends up rolling up behind them. They did make the call to fall back at the very least, and so it came in just in the nick of time. We do have a Duvant trying to take that fight, but Plugged Cube is coming up from behind. We're going to have 2 separate 3v3s, it seems, as Alter Ego make the turn onto the squad that came down underneath them, but they're starting to get tagged from behind. Really unfortunate here. Alter Ego backing away, healing up. Throughout all of this, though, Griffin did get a knock onto Pax. We'll see if they can finish him off. They do secure that thirst, so we have one team damaged. Playing this one out currently as a duo, as Alter Ego are trying to defend at all sides, but Obsessed goes down. Monty picks up that first knock, forcing out a bubble from Alter Ego. This could be the end for the squad.
Godlike positioning from Mitten, by the way, buying yourself a little bit more time, despite the fact that it looks doomed. Every second matters. Obsessed goes down again, however, and as you say, it happens. Alter Ego have lost not 1, but 2, and Polar Bear is the last one left alive, hoping to God that he's in a place that nobody will spot him. He finally does get seen, and CCE Ushinix, they are the ones on the chase. Still 4 squads left, but we are whittled down so far that it might just be CCE's chance to take this. There's one other 3-man on the other side of these fences.
Yeah, it's going to come down to a 3v2v1. Oh my goodness, Monty getting a huge pick off onto that CCE squad. Guppies punishing them once again with that Kraber. They are now the only full squad left in this lobby as they continue to push on out. Guppies, though, cannot allow this win to get away from them. Monty might want to swap off onto a secondary to fight off with. But this Kraber, of course, will be valuable for finishing off the rats. Gold bags being swapped around for some reason, unless that was some additional ones for them to play with. Don't know if that's going to come into play for this one, as again, it's all up to Guppies here. They have the man advantage. They need to play tight as a full 3-man here to finish things off. It looks like actually CCE are still up as a full 3. Monty does finish off a Duvant. So now we got 1 rat remaining, and that's Polar Bear going down. Here's the final 3v3. Guppies versus CCE. Guppies have a lot of cover inside of those blue bins, but they've been cracked. Monty is forced to bat up as they push in with that bubble. Stanky not really finding anything with the car. Pulls out the PK and still whiffing on that. Doesn't even get the arbor swap, and Guppies are melting in the face of the pressure being applied by CCE. Only 1 player left, and that's going to be CCE taking game number 3.
CCE Ushinix end up finding the win. They were waiting in the lower bracket all morning to show us what kind of gameplay they had, and it looks amazing. We called this squad out so many times throughout this game, and to see them play the 3v3 at the end nigh on perfectly was really, really cool. Guppies got aggressive, and it looked for a moment like CCE were falling into their trap, but they had a trap card of their own, as Griffin's bubble was immaculate.
And it's a much needed win for CCE. They were in the bottom half of the leaderboard, but with a win like that, they easily propelled themselves, or at the very least should, up into the top 3, top 4 stratospheres here in the lower bracket. Such a very crucial win for them, especially now that we're going to be swapping off onto Storm Point for the second half of the day.
Yeah, this is a really nice what sort of safety now buffer that you have for yourself, and depending on how many points, you know, we'll get an idea of exactly how safe they are. But with relatively consistent performances, CCE are looking good. I'm glad to see Guppies taking the step up as well, since we've had them sort of slowly ramping up throughout the course of the 3 games on World's Edge. I'm curious about how they'll transition onto Storm Point when things do tend to change quite a bit, Jamerson.
Also, I'm really excited to check in with that leaderboard because while the first two games, it was fairly consistent about our across the board for our top teams. This time around, a lot of them went down fairly early on here in game number 3. So we might have a huge shakeup in terms of our top 10 teams. That does, though, mean, though, that we are going to take a short break. When we get back, it'll be the second half of the lower bracket matches here. 3 games on Stormpoint, and you're not going to want to miss it. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the ALGS North American Last Chance qualifiers. Here in the lower bracket, we are done with World's Edge. We are making the transition now over to Stormpoint, and that's could be a huge difference maker for our squads. We saw earlier on in winners bracket how much more teams were able to succeed once we made the swap offs, and so we'll see if there are maybe Stormpoint teams in this lobby.
Exactly. Everybody's been waiting to reveal their secret strats until we hit Stormpoint. I'm waiting for the Mill Barometer Trident mix-up. It does get, in all honesty though, super exciting once we get teams constantly experimenting, and it got exciting this game as well. Taking a look back at it, I remember this play from CCE Uchinix where Plugged Cube was able to almost single-handedly reverse a win up against Guppies in the end game. Crazy to think that we are now dropping in for our 4th game of the day when things are so close between the top squads. You mentioned it yourself, but our 2 top teams went out so early that we're likely getting a lot of parity in the top couple teams.
Now Guppies, they're able to take away this position eventually later on, but when this fight came to them, they were not ready for the bubble fighting. It looked like they were a little bit off in the timings on the triggers. I mean, it was split seconds it came down to. Difference between getting a huge PK shot or also just kind of blowing your load into the side of a shield. CCE Uchinix able to pick up 13 kills in that last game, so it's going to be 25 overall. Guppies, though, will get 7 for themselves. And Inner Nerd Gaming were able to frag out despite coming in 5th place.
A pretty silent game from them, it seemed, and yet one where they were a part of so many different skirmishes that a 3rd place finish is going to look really good for them, might even propel them into the top half overall. Money Miners, of course, going out early, as we mentioned before, did only get the 3 points, and Optimal Ambition, despite making it in pretty late, couldn't quite pick up the kills.
Yeah, sorry guys, I got a little bit overexcited there. We had a lot of awesome gameplay in that last game. But now, as we check in with the leaderboard, take a look at how close we have a grouping amongst our top 5. And then there's sort of a little bit of a chasm now. Guppies find themselves in 6th place, 10 points behind Gas Station Gaming. But that's a bigger lead than between 1st and 5th place.
No, yeah, that means that our top 5, of course, are going to be relatively secure. Void and Someone Sign Us should be feeling relatively good as well. CCE Uchinix do need that one extra really good game, but I'm excited to see Someone Sign Us as we drop onto our first game of Stormpoint to see which of those top 5 squads can keep up the performances from earlier.
We've only had the one 50-50 taking place on World's Edge, but when it comes here to Stormpoint, we know how adamant people are about controlling spots like Mills, also some of the other power positions. We'll see if we do get the fights breaking out. Right now, though, a lot of teams heading up towards the northern side currently, as looks like a lot of focus being put around that wall area, literally vibing up their CDE as well, but CDE going a little bit further in. TDG, though, we know that they end up taking that spot over by Lightning Rod. They are getting challenged for it, though, as Flux has shown up.
An interesting maneuver. Let's see how this one ends up working out, because the 50-50s can get pretty darn exciting. It doesn't even look like this is the only one, but it could set the tone for the remainder of these. TDG already having a really tough couple of games, end up taking away the majority of this high ground, but importantly, don't have full control over their exit, likely having to take that gravity cannon as they did in their very first game on Stormpoint just earlier today.
They are picking up some good armors, though, at the very least. So if this fight does break out, they currently have about a 75 HP advantage. They don't know what's going on the other end, but they're going to go ahead and make a quick escape using that gravity cannon to just bypass the team and end up dropping on the southern side here, and they'll continue to go. And the TDG is a squad that's no stranger when it comes to these contests, regardless of whether it's Stormpoint or if it's on World's Edge. They've made adjustments accordingly, and I think they've done a great job in that regard. Bonus, though, down here at Launchpad with another 50-50.
This one's tough because it's another early fight that hasn't gone bonus's way up against CIMJ, who are coming down from the winner's bracket, should already have warmed up on Stormpoint today. And I'd like to see bonus make their way out of this fight potentially towards Swamps to avoid the early on 50-50, if we can even call it that, given the amount of health advantage that CIMJ have.
I'm still sitting on the white armors. This is such a tragedy for bonus farm as Lucas almost getting cracked there as well. All it takes is one shot, really, as they're still trying to posture and position for this one. But what's their play? Where do they want to rotate to? This is a squad that I don't think, has nearly as much experience on Stormpoint as any of our other teams here in the bottom 20.
No, the majority of really their competitive experience is coming from Farmer Lucas, and the IGLing has gotten them this far, but it needs to take them that extra mile to push them into the winner's bracket of the LCQ for the finals. They are making their way, as we called out, into the swamps, though, for a continued little bit of loot, and that'll be really nice for them, especially because it should be a rotation that's relatively uncontested. One of the main things that we need to figure out now, though, is where this ring is going, as to how many squads will try and pass by them.
Wow, take a look at how many POIs are in Barometer, just that northeast corner of it, a large chunk of Antenna, and you've got Jurassic Park in play, and that entire middle ground in between, smack dab in the middle. So squads are going to be pretty challenged on their ring knowledge for this one. I feel like Asuras might be one of the best spots if they can try and hold down that gateway going into Jurassic Park. See, teams still haven't committed really strong to any other position.
I'm getting the same vibes that you are, though. The sort of zones that pull us out into the open, just around the gravity cannons off to the north, surely you have to imagine are going to be in the future of this lobby. Most teams expected to have similar reads as well, as Void end up setting up for a late game position of their own, one that should get them through the mid game comfortably with plenty of KP, and one where you hope you can try and cover some distance into the island near the end.
Yeah, right now, Void in no rush, honestly. Just another solid finish. They can get a top 5. I think they'll be well comfortable in understanding that they have made on to the next weekend of the LCQ. AJ ends up getting a knock onto 1, but charge rifles really hard to follow up on. We'll see if they can pick that one up. Team Asura is in the middle of the zone. Great job spreading out. It's going to be Lightstar Joe holding down Jurassic Park, keeping an eye on teams coming in from that side and falling back to them. CCE, our winners from, or excuse me, not our winners from last game, but they definitely put up a good performance at the very least. We do have the Horizon coming in, and you love to see that.
Yeah, they're experimenting with a little bit of a change up in style here, and something that I think we will have seen from them, of course, throughout the Challenger circuit, as everybody's been working on how exactly to integrate this Horizon. TDG, however, walking up on Void, shouldn't have any data on this just yet. However, with the door open, they know that there could be folks ahead of them. We'll just see how they choose to take this fight, if either team takes it at all, because there's also a very good chance that you get to coexist in here.
Yeah, Girl doesn't have the defensive bombardment quite yet. Ansi does have his because it looked like they were able to pick up some ultimate excels. So controlling the fight will be a little bit difficult. Now that Nox Gas Grenade is going to be the big thing that Void have to be worried about. And they have to understand that. They'll be forced down onto the low if it gets tossed up here. They're keeping a good eye on it. It's really unfortunate, and you have to feel for them. They're holding a pretty decent spot in the ring, and then all of a sudden you hear a Caustic squad roll up and start setting up barrels.
Yeah, all of a sudden you go, well, I guess we don't go down anymore. We just have this spot. Hopefully it's enough for them, as there's literally a wall of gas here. TDG show absolutely no interest in even walking outside of the building. It is, again, a play for placement, as we have seen from this squad time and time again. We'll see how well it works out for them, since at the moment, there's really no contest this way. But as folks start to pop down, as they throw nades, caustic traps are going to start disappearing one by one, and TDG are getting the screws put to them in much the same way that CCE Uchinix are, with Plugged Cube popping that Phoenix off in the distance. There's no help coming through. CIMJ pick up they pick up 2 KP, and now we're looking for a third.
Wow. Was not expecting that to happen to CCE. We saw them put up such a fight in that last game, but CIMJ having an absolutely clean fight. Plugged Cube is just going to call it there and back away. Really unfortunate, especially after the momentum they were building up on World's Edge now being put to stop here on a Stormpoint. Very unfortunate, but this is a great position now for CIMJ to play off of. Not too far off from the zone. They can continue to play edge here. As we join back on board with TDG, they are slowly creeping up, taking more and more positioning away. You can see that there's at least a response on the other side. He's like, hey, could you guys stop that, please?
they're not giving up the lower floor without at least a little bit of intimidation, but relatively starved for resources. It's TDG that would be on the losing end in a war of attrition, since there's a Loba sitting right above them. Neither squad really benefiting from a fight at the moment. Not a whole lot of ability to trade damage right back down onto TDG. The bubble is really what most of this game has devolved into, but as we look across, it's not the only thing that's happening. We've got some action going on over in Fish Farms where replicators being made use of by bonus. They drop their shield, and we gotta say it's unlucky, Jamerson.
It's really unfortunate. It's Wonderful's going down as well, the Gibraltar player for the squad. Callie picks up his armor and will have to leave. Really not going to have an opportunity to try and come back with his banner. He does have the Skyward Die, which will be coming up. Take a look. CDE even yoinking all the loot that they ended up crafting through that replicator. So, well, it's a bonus for CDE at the very least.
It's almost two of them. Almost two bonuses. As unfortunately for bonus, they won't really have a whole lot of autonomy in this game anymore. It is tough when you lose your Gibraltar, who can provide you so much, even with just a single other person beside them, to really continue in the game with any sort of confidence, because you don't have that reset should you try and push up to a point that would otherwise perhaps be a little bit risky. Farmer Lucas has taken the Trident over and attracted a little bit of attention, of course, but dismounting may be able to deceive. There we go. Someone sign us.
Yeah. Bonus, by the way, the only team I believe that do not have a single point across the last 3 games. And it might be another goose egg coming in 4 games in a row. They are closer, though, to at least hitting 15th place, which will at least secure 1 point. But they still have to outlive 2 other squads. For Someone Sign Us playing hard edge here on the south side, they'll be able to pick up the beacon here. The better idea of where zone number 3 goes. Again, we had that kind of big toss-up. A little bit of barometers in, a little bit of antennas in, and also Jurassic Park. And so having this ring is going to be absolutely crucial.
As they do get that extra bit of information, I'm curious as to where it's going. You can tell on their minimap that it isn't over here, but where that green line starts is going to tell us oh so much about the remainder of this game. Over by Barometer, we've had a relatively calm go of it, as Northern forces have been largely uncontested in their building. Perhaps a prediction that the zone would go there. We'll see how they've ended up predicting it as the game continues to go on. Alter Ego playing on the underside of the bridge, a place that is typically a little bit of a later game spot, have largely been trading with Asuras, and with 17 teams left in this game, nobody's really interested in taking fights until they absolutely have to.
Again, when we know that they're just such big stakes, we're seeing this across most of the tournaments that we've been casting over the last few weeks with so much on the line. No one wants to make that first mistake. We want to at least try and survive to 15th. Someone Sign Us going for a risky Valk ult rotate, into Antenna. They end up losing out on Key, forcing out the bubble. Only able to get the knock. I don't think Sick Drift OP are in position, though, to try and capitalize on this. So Someone Sign Us will be able to heal up inside of Antenna. There we go. We get a look at the ring as well. So it is pulling towards Antenna. A little bit of Jurassic Park in as well on that northwest side.
It's going to deceive a lot of expectations, specifically TDG's expectations, as they've invested so much towards the southern end of Barometer and Antenna to hold down that bubble building. Someone Sign Us, of course, having had that read, make the rotation in no problem, but now have to fight off all of the suitors that want their spot. Really nice knocks coming out of nowhere.
Nice little clap back coming out from Someone Sign Us. Remember, it was Flinzar that got the knock initially onto Someone Sign Us as well, but it's the exact same situation. Both of them way too far away to capitalize off of it. So it's just trading blows for blows the time of being, but eventually Someone Sign Us will have to deal with the teams coming up from the south. I don't know if this ring will continue to pull on to them. We do have a port coming out from Someone Sign Us. It looks like they want to get a little bit of a better position, and so they're going to play towards that rock side now. Lux is there on his ones. He's got two teams on either side of him. I'm glad that he does at least back away, leaving me with a little bit of anxiety in that position.
Yeah.
They need to start working on their armors. They need to start working on poking away, but there's no squads around them for them to really have that opportunity.
Really nice thing, though, for them is that they managed to loot up that care package with the portal. So I want to know whether they ended up getting one of those red weapons that could change the course of the game, whether it be that Scout, the Spitty, the Volt, or in some cases the Kraber, as we have seen some pretty crazy performances on that alone today. Speaking of crazy performances, we got Money Miners dropping in from above, right on top of Optimal Ambition, inside of, oh my god, that's a Watson barometer. Let's see how this works out.
I'm wondering if that was just a big signal beacon for them, spotting the Watson traps through the door. AJ gets the first knock onto nades, and they instantly get the thirst as well. There's Blake Yu going down. Only one player remaining for Optimal Ambition. You can see why teams have not been favoring Watson for well over a year now. The defensive capabilities of a Watson just not as strong as what a Acosta can provide. You have very similar cooldowns on both the fence and the barrels. You might as well go for the big boy, who ends up bringing you a lot more utility. Money Miners, expertly able to take advantage of that. Taking a look at TDG, though, like you said, they were considering this ring pulling on over towards that barometer side, but now they leave themselves in a very vulnerable spot. You do have the Nox Gas grenade as Tony goes for the climb up, and Borton claps him down. The bubble has been used. They're trying to finish him off. He gets onto the other side of this, and so it's going to be the slow res at the very least. But the barrels down from Tony will allow them to slow play this just a bit. But now TDG expending a lot of their utility to go for some Hail Mary fight inside this bubble. Money Miners are looking to get involved in this fight.
This is a really crazy turn of events as well. I did not expect TDG to be getting aggressive. I don't think that Void on top of them did either, but now that they have, they're down so many more resources, and though the slow heals do come in from Tony, they've still got only 9 seconds to leave this building and absolutely no way to do it. Durango cannot get a safe Valgold off outside here because they've attracted attention from Money Miners because Void is on top of them, and it simply feels like checkmate for TDG. How can they manage to get out of this?
They might try to go for that Hail Mary as they set up to take to the skies. It looks like Void were able to actually make it out. No! The shot's down from Money Miners. And now Blitz and Anti just left in the middle of nowhere. Mollis ends up picking that one up. Girl steals one away at the very least, taking out B. Borton. Throughout all of this, now they'll use that opportunity to skyward dive themselves as Money Miners are busy finishing off those members. And unfortunately, on the kill feed, bonus, we're not able to get it within top 15. End up going down once again with a big goose egg.
Oh no, it hurts so much to see it happen once again. TDG have made it inside the ring, though, so they're a little bit luckier, although the Sky Nades are causing some problems for them. Girl eats a lot of damage trying to get out of this building, though, and separated from the squad, throws down that bubble for a little bit more assistance. Now popping the bat, nobody challenging for this. TDG, once again, get themselves some way of contesting the lower floor, but not quite able to pop up into the dominant position in the upstairs. We'll see how long they're able to hang on to this, and whether, once again, another risky rotate is forced in just a few minutes.
One more squad ends up going down. That's going to be Optimal Ambition. We might have another full squad falling here. Northern Forces stacked on top. We do have the full 3-man below, as they're looking to try and challenge now. Finding some nades at the very least to clear out that stairwell. It's going to allow Proficiency and company to try and find an angle on the outside, but instead it's going to be straight up the gut here. They're looking to try and challenge now. Finding some nades at the very least to clear out that stairwell. It's going to allow Proficiency and company to try and find an angle on the outside, but instead it's going to be straight up the gut here. One challenging from the stairwell. That's going to be Proficiency, but he needs to join the rest of his squad. There's a knock onto Cheesy. Unfortunately, Plexus down to 1 HP. Might just be enough, but Proficiency needs to load his gun. And now he backs away. Does he have an armor swap? A blue with 5 HP on it. There we go. That looks a little bit better. 75 HP, but he runs straight into the 30-30 of Jaren going down. Literally vibing survive. but not for long as the third parties are coming in. An Arcstar in. Jaren's not even having the opportunity to hit the heal, but he does have the defensive bombardment, hopefully stopping this push.
This one's tough as finally bubbles back up. You get the slightly faster res with this, a little bit more safety for Alazura. It was a tough call and one that almost took literally vibing out, but now they're one of the last remaining teams inside of Jurassic Park. Should be able to make their way out into Antenna, as down here back on Struggle Street, we've got TDG desperately clawing their way into the center of Antenna, but not even within touching distance of the ring just yet. They're being whittled down and have almost no heals left to their name. Popping into the center building, there is still so far to go, and TDG have done miracles with the fact that they don't have a Wraith, that they don't have these small Wraith positions, but they are still hurting so much.
Yeah, they are currently top 12. Across the last 3 games, I believe they've only picked up 7 points. It was a pretty decent start after game number 1 and 2 here on Stormpoint. They are starting to bounce back. Cerberus Esports, though, lost out on 2, Slacking and Novice down. It's Team Asurus that have been able to play off this fence line. They were controlling the southwest of this gateway just before, creeping up with it. They do spot one on the other side of this fence. Nifty aims, not quite connecting there. The tethered down. They can't really force the issue here on this fight, though, because they're still stuck at the gateway.
Tripping about shooting through this fence as well. Asura is almost able to find the damage, but like you said, can't really follow up with this giant gate in their way. On the other side, though, there's a lot of action going on. Void have ended up leaving us in this 4th game. Down to 9 squads already, and Asuras are just biding their time. They don't need to jump over just yet because they have that Val Cult when the ring starts closing in about a minute, and they can farm up placement points just by waiting here. Sushi's ended up going down, and things are getting tricky in Antenna.
EXO, I believe, just got finished off, so that's Stick Drift OP knocked out here. Game number 4, and honestly, they were stuck on that low ground. There was almost no chance to survive throughout all of that. 8 squads, 22 players remaining, so maybe EXO is still up at this point. TDG slowly creeping in, working with what little cover that they have, creating their own as well. Tony, he's waiting on these barrel cooldowns, though. He's got the 2 in the back pocket. We'll have a 3rd coming up very shortly. CDE on the outside, facing off against a Duvant. We do have that tether coming in. He gets behind cover just in time. The missile swarm might be able to get the crack onto Carlin, but the bubble has been expended there, just to keep them safe now. TDG using a bubble of their own. They're getting pushed from above here. PK shot not quite connecting onto them. Tony still super low. A little bit lost there, but they do regain the composure at the very least. TDG are so good when it comes to turtling, though. The teams have to be careful on how they overextend for them.
They are just made of something different. So many other teams would have gone down at this point, but even with Girl going out right now, I don't know how long they'll be able to survive. No bubble to reset, just barely able to play the knockdown shields. Tony is 1 hit, and just like that, TDG are gone. It took so long. It took 3 squads, but they are out. And now we're down to the top 6 with someone Sinus pulling off the res on Key at the moment. They're the ones left on the bridge while we have got a circus going on inside the building.
We've got Asurus literally vibing. 1 more squad on the outside as well. That was Zero going for the peaks, but there's a bubble stopping him from trying to take out 1. Asurus probably in one of the best spots now, playing off the rooftop here. They have the options for the drop down. Another team trying to slide on in. Barely missing out that knock. That's going to be someone Sinus quite possibly going down as Carlin and CDE ends up making the push. Jelly trying his best to survive, but he's been tagged. He's down as well. Someone sign us on their last leg as CDE make the push out. Finish him off. 6 squads remaining. Someone sign us are still in somehow. I'm wondering where that wrap position is. If that's him, just underneath Asurus.
It's right now just Key on the bridge. Last we saw them, one of these 6 squads, but it'll be a difficult way to get back in to this game. Even Key not quite able to pull off the 1v3 here. You have to imagine with everybody looted up. Asuras actually miss him as he's hiding right behind the care package right now. But 2 seconds left until really he's going to be forced to reveal himself. He's on the faster moving side of this ring.
For Asurus, they're just hearing so much shooting around them, but There's no real information that they're able to pick up throughout all of this, all the fighting taking place right underneath. The best bet is just to keep an eye on the squads that are trying to push their way on up. That Dish, CDE are stuck on that hill for now. Asurus, they know that any spot of this rooftop is vulnerable to them, so I'm glad that they're keeping an eye out on all the angles. But here's the final ring closing in now.
Star Joe's got to be careful. Angling out on the Valkyrie does come with its fair share of risk. Not a whole lot of beef behind the Valk. CDE do end up spotting Key as he takes to the skies. Everybody actually spotting out Key, I'm sure attracting a lot of attention, will likely be taken down as he lands back in, but Asurus have bigger problems at the moment. Landing on the roof would be a death sentence for sure. He drifts right by and Asurus jump on him like a sack of bricks. Someone sign us, end up going out, and CDE are trapped under the bridge with nowhere to go. We're in the top 5, but surely CDE don't make it to top 4.
And the zone cuts them off. There's only one avenue of escape. That's going to be bubbling out. And they didn't even get far before they had to expend that one. Missile Storm to keep them contained. And now the defensive bombardment as well. OBH might have bought enough time to get that. As the defensive bombardment goes down, the bubble will fall as well. Huge connects out from OBH, getting the knock onto Dice, finishing him all off. Now he needs to climb down with the rest of his squad. We still have 5 squads alive. Your CDE on the verge of getting eliminated. There it is. Lightstar Joe picking up that kill onto Carl and Asurus, keeping tracks of the skies as well as they fall into this bubble. A little bit of team fire there as Asurus ends up losing out on OBH. Lightstar Joe and Nifty Ames trying their best to survive, but it's Lightstar Joe who was able to take to the sky, but he gets knocked out of the ring. It's literally Vibing that are able to gut check him and force him out, taking the win here in game number 4.
Literally Vibing finally get what's coming to them. We've been hyping these guys up for 6 games or more now, and they finally take the win. Coming out from underneath Asurus, they're able to usurp this one and collect a lot of kills doing it. It's impressive to see, especially in a zone that I think a lot of teams didn't end up predicting, that they're still able to finesse their way into that W.
They did it in a very important game. Game number 4, at the beginning of the game, they found themselves in 11th place. They were right there on the bubble. But a win like that almost guarantees your spot in the top 10. We'll see how many kill points they were able to get behind it. Now, if you guys have been enjoying the action and are getting the itch to compete yourself, make sure you check out nerdstreet.com. There are plenty of opportunities to compete across multiple titles. We have Nerd Street Summer Champs coming up, along with Apex Champs as well. A lot of opportunities. You've got Apex Legends, Valorant, Halo, along with Madden that you can compete for. So keep an eye on nerdstreet.com. Let's break down, though, game number 4 once again. We had another one of those rings, Dia, where it became very difficult to read. And so it came down to squads that were able to get that zone 2, zone number 3 scan and ended up succeeding.
It was really wild to see how that one ended up going as well, because I thought someone sign us were going to be the ones with the biggest advantage. Because it was such a difficult zone to read, their zone scan over by Shipfall and subsequent team wipe looked really good. Then their reposition with the Valkyrie should have been even better, but zone continued to pull us even further and further north, and Asurus found themselves in incredible position. A team that really didn't try and participate in the game until very late. Remember, they're the ones that were hanging out inside Jurassic Park for years.
Yeah, they picked up a few kills in the early game and then were able to kind of finesse their way onto that rooftop. It was just unfortunate that in that big scramble, so many Valkyries trying to delay the fights by using their passive, staying in the sky for as long as possible. And I threw them for a loop there, and they got lost literally in the ring. But still, it's a good showing coming out from Asurus. Ultimately, that big win coming out. I mean, it was a much needed one. We have to really state the point for for LV. They needed that, as they had 14 points going into game number 4. They were 1 point off from CEC, who found themselves in 10th place. And now they've basically stamped their ticket into the next weekend of the LCQ. That does mean, though, we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5, the LCQ lower bracket. Welcome back to the ALGS North American Last Chance Qualifiers, and it's coming down to the final 2 games of the day. And what an explosive one we had here on Stormpoint.
Yeah, first game here for 10 of these teams, and they made it look like they'd been playing here all along. Of course, with Literally Vibing finally able to pick up their first win of the day at long last, it was a refreshing game for all of us. Well, all of us, that is, except for TDG.
TDG were the definition of anxiety that entire time. Moving from tenuous position to tenuous position. They were creeping up. Northern Forces in this fight, though, unfortunately not able to survive. I believe going down here just a moment. Proficiency just not able to connect with these PK shots. Asuras, though, they had a really strong position, but again, it just came down to the confusion of the late game. We got lost and Literally Vibing were able to capitalize off of it.
I counted all 3 Valks in the air during the very end of that as well. Just really contributing to that confusion that you were talking about. Literally Vibing were, whether they were able to keep track of it or not, they were able to shoot their guns effectively enough that it looked like they had. And to the tune of 20 kills as well, that's pretty darn impressive.
That's our 3rd or 4th near 30-point game across the day, across the last, 10 games that we've played. So our winning squads have been performing admirably, and especially with a 32-point game like that. Literally Vibing, who were on the bubble, can breathe a sigh of relief. 2 games left, and they have to feel comfortable in these last 2 games. Remember, we're not playing for anything other than a shot into the winners finals. They don't get additional points coming from the lower bracket. It's all about securing your spot in the top 10. Taking a look at the other half of the leaderboard for game number 4. Fortunately, teams like Stickdrift OP just find themselves a little bit short in terms of points.
And our more consistent squads as well. Gas Station Gaming, definitely one of them, and Void both had pretty low point games. Literally Vibing, though, with that game, rocket themselves to the forefront. And I gotta say, Jamerson, I'm feeling proud papa emotions right now. I've been waiting for these guys for 10 games so far, and at the end of the 10th game, they finally moved themselves up to a position where I am sure they are making it into finals.
And on the other side, I'm also proud dad. Bonus was able to pick up 1 point in that last game. Let's go, boys. Actually, no, never mind. That actual point came in game number 3. Now that I look at the leaderboard, damn it. Okay, it's still a win. We don't have, goose egg there. Let's head into game number 5 and just forget all of our pain right now, though, as we've got 2 matches left here. There were a number of squads that find themselves with not too many points, but still in the top 10. Their positions are not locked in, though, as we have a lot of teams in the middle of the pack looking to climb up. 2 games left to go to continue your career here in ALGS.
Yeah, your season could very well end right now. You could miss your chance at the international LAN, and we see 2 squads taking that chance right now, dropping once again very close to each other over in Launchpad. It's a risk that not many would take, but that bonus are addicted to on Stormpoint. They're going for it, and we're going to see if Farmer Lucas can save Cali.
Yeah, Cali doesn't need any saving. He actually gets the knock onto Charles there from CIMG. Instant Thirst. That doubles their points. Bonus on a roll here in game number 5. We'll see if they can find the rest of CIMJ. But this is such a better start for them. I mean, they've been struggling in terms of the armors every single game. But I think this is like the first purple that they've had across the last 4 games we've played.
You see in the kill feed as well, Gas Station Gaming took last game personally, and Jet almost single-handedly takes out the Skeeve squad. While bonus start getting going. We are in a game of underdogs, but it's one that is definitely full of the content for right now. Cali does get chunked out to about half HP. Bonus can continue to chase, but they've got the ring right next door to them. No rush for getting inside it, so they may as well.
Ooh, Farmer Lucas getting tagged there, but he's got that Loba right underneath, getting 2 cracks on the final remaining 2 players of CIMJ. Cali hasn't been able to find a weapon quite yet. Wonderfuls is there with the EVA 8, getting that knock, and now turning around to the last player. Wonderfuls pushes up. Might be a third-party attempt, though, so they've got to be careful how they play this one here, but I think they might just be playing off the hype, about to get the full squad wipe. Oh, no, they didn't get that last player that was inside of the tunnels there, so Smooksy getting finished off, but CIMJ not quite out of it yet.
Still, I wanted to say very much alive, but perhaps only partially. Still is going to be enough for them to collect placement points later on, should we get to that stage of the game. The exit from Launchpad, though, has been one that took them a little bit further off south, and Akiru is just trying to collect some cursory loot, stay out of everyone's way, and it should be possible as well, given that the zone isn't pulling to them. Instead, a little bit further north, in a very rare zone. We don't get a whole lot of northern zones on Storm Point, but I'm glad to see one.
Yeah, pulling up towards Thunderwatch, Command Center in play along with Stormcatcher. This is another one of those rings where getting that round 3 or round 2 scan will prove invaluable. Asurus on their move on up, as they do have quite the trek, but we'll see if they commit to the gravity gun. Picking up some additional loot. This is nice for them. It's unfortunate that they don't have much on that naked R301. Know that Nifty Ames definitely does have, or has lived up to his name at the very least, but end up taking that gravity gun, finding themselves on the edge of zone number 2.
This one's going to be a tough move as well. Though they are inside the zone, where they choose to go is going to say a lot because it's a difficult place to predict. There are several that will pull out just a little bit further off to the east. In inside the sort of cliffside depot area. CIMJ going to try and make it into the ring as well. Bonus. Likely now aware of where that Valk ended up going. CIMJ is going to continue to disengage and actually go a little bit further south in an interesting move. Curious to see how it ends up working out and how far they can get in with a potential Trident move up to the north.
Yeah, he does have at least one banner. Was not able to recover the Loba banner there as Cerberus spot out a team taking to the skies. Some damage coming out from this rampage, but don't get really anything from it. If they were just a little bit closer, it might have been the knock, but that allows them some freedom now to just play some PvE here on the north side of the map. Try and get closer and closer towards the red Evo shields. I feel like it should be going over towards Slacking and Novice. They're the ones sitting on the blues. They're the ones that'll be able to at least get the purples for themselves, and that puts your team a really good fighting force with those purple armors. But also the loot that comes along with it is going to be extremely nice for them. We see a lot of teams try to play slow side here or a ring like this, but it's going to be incredibly difficult. Take a look. We got TDG in the area, CDE as well, slow playing things here on the north side.
CDE are going to end up going down a little bit further south and getting into a small engagement as well, pulling the trigger on a very early fight, while Northern Forces take the much safer route around through the Prowlers to, again, maybe farm up some resources, but more than likely walk their way up through High Point.
Northern Forces, always living up to their name here on Storm Point. I feel like they're more than comfortable rocking around on that side, but we do have a small engagement here. Alazura forced back as he was cracked. Both squads giving well-earned respect. Again, 2 games left to go, and I don't know exactly the positioning on the leaderboard for both of these squads, but and you don't want to give anything up. You want to have the best showing. For Stick Drift OP, might find themselves just on that border of the cutoff, so they need a decent performance. They cannot go down early here.
Literally vibing, hoping to have their own consistency. Once again, they're going to make their way towards the loot drop, and Optimal Ambition, having stuck with the Wattson, are going to continue experimenting again, running Gibbyless. Now on Storm Point, this is a lot more normal, I'll say, and we've seen Wattson experimented with, especially in APAC North, but didn't really go the way of Optimal Ambition last time, and I've got to wonder, now that they've popped down into the lower bracket, their first 6 games of the day looked convincing, looked competitive, but their last half of the day has been anything but. What is going on with this squad?
I'm trying to remember how many points they have, or it's around 10, maybe 7, so I don't know if experimenting right now is the time to do it. 2 games left to go. Well, they're kind of stuck at this point. It's going to come down to game number 6. And running Gibraltarless isn't unheard of, but running Gibraltarless with the Wattson is where I feel like that's the big mistake. Sure, Wattson has her place, but I don't think it is here on Storm Point now. Guppy's controlling that northern side just outside of wall. They have a good high ground angle, making sure teams do not get in. They've even got that ring info, so they're going to slow play this on that north side and slowly walk in. OA though, getting the action pushed onto them once again. Money Miners see the same thing. There's a Watson ultimate out. Oh no, the push is here. AJ getting that knock onto Blake. Boxa T will use that Q, but was not able to get a port down for their squad. Optimal Ambition now just left with nades, but here comes the multiple third parties. Farmer Lucas showing up with a bonus, and we've got someone sign us here as well.
Oh lord, Money Miners don't get the portal up either. Optimal Ambition get taken out as they try and jump into the skies, and someone sign us are left fighting up against Money Miners, finally finishing them off as bonus have to be ready for this third party. Farmer Lucas climbs just in time, gets that re-knock, but someone sign us aren't off balance just yet. They've still got 2 members ready to fight, make it just 1 though as Callie comes around the corner, leaving Jelly in the lurch all alone. Has that purple swap, but it isn't going to be enough. You have to imagine. Does get the shield break, starts chasing after him. Defensive bombardment is a good reset tool, but Jelly's in a no-win situation. We have to imagine. Farmer Lucas chases him around the corner, gets that last shot directly to the face, and bonus have not just doubled their points this game, they have quadrupled them.
This is such an awkward fight because 2 of those teams, only one of them really needed the points. For someone sign us, I guess maybe they take an extended break here before game number 6. They are well established in the top 10. I don't think anyone is worried for someone sign us. But for a team like bonus, they need every single kill that they can get. They're so far off from that cutoff. Ether Low gets a nice little surprise from a Pathfinder playing Spider-Man outside, but they're getting cornered now. The nades coming in, the Arc Stars are there, charging forward to try and push through that doorway. They need a bubble here, but Monty's just gonna go for it. There's someone behind them. Nice big crack with that PK as it's TDG on the other side of this one, trading 1 for 1. Monty going down for Tony as Stanky tries to go for that door. Ether is the only one alive, but not for long. TDG survive. They've also got that beacon just to their north to get Tony back into the game.
Now, if you'd asked me what the recipe for success was for TDG going into their last 2 games of the day, I would not have told you it was Pathfinder Bangalore. But the results speak for themselves. TDG are already having a much better game than they did last time, whether it be the Northern Ring, whether it just be the composition, who's to say? But I'm excited to see them trying new things and actually having them work in a game where they need to make this work.
Importantly for Tony, swapping off back over towards that Bangalore is important because that's where they were making waves in Split 1 in the Challenger circuit. Tony and Durango were able to pop off on their comfort picks, and I think going for the vibes could be the difference maker here for them. They haven't been able to play the style that they wanted to. They haven't been able to survive until the late game in as many games as they're probably used to at this point. So I completely agree with just going for the vibes at this point, just going for the comfort picks. So it looks awkward, but it's something that can easily work out for them.
Yeah, this is super nice, and further sort of exemplifying what got TDG here as well, their ability to pop off when they are feeling a little bit better, when they are feeling a little bit more comfortable, especially with the ring going their way. This could be their game to pop off, get those kills, and secure their spot inside of the top 10 beyond a reasonable doubt. But we've still got plenty of game to play until that point, and Northern Forces are one of the teams that could play upset, sitting right underneath Thunderwatch right now, and keeping other squads from being able to push in nearly as easily.
That'd be annoying. The charge rifle just barely able to connect with your toes there and forcing out some slight utility. Lux has got a charge rifle of his own. We'll see if he goes for that peak, but we get a better idea of where this next ring ends up pulling in zone number 3 as round 2 is currently closing right now. And so it's still focusing over on that Thunderwatch side. Little bit of lightning rod in. We did get a funky circle, you and I, when we were casting the APAC games last night, where ended up pulling over towards the drop ships there to the northeast of Thunderwatch. Don't know if that'll be the case here with how centralized it is right on top of Thunder.
Yeah, it feels like it wouldn't, but we've got to pay homage to history as Flux ends up popping out and taking a chunk out of the squads below. CCE Uchinix have managed to efficiently repel a push that could have otherwise spelled their demise. It's been a slow game of control, and they've lost some safety. These doors providing a crucial little bit of help to CCE Uchinix in their ability to repel other pushes in the future. But for now, they've managed to stay safe, if not as safe as Northern Forces. I really like this underside that they've gone for, and it feels like it's so difficult for other squads to push into them.
And we're not having as many teams from the south side pushing up, so North can count their lucky stars that pressure isn't coming from the south. It's more from the eastern high ground where teams are able to get that, and you can see why teams are slow rotating. Take a look at how many teams are down there on the south side. You got one team in command center, that's going to be IRL. You got 3 teams hovering still over at Stormcatcher. The big thing about that is, of course, a lot of the beacon play coming out. Now we have bonus about to move into the path of Stick Drift OP, literally vibing here on the north side. Again, off a big game number 4. See if they can have a repeat performance. They don't quite have the kills yet, but it's all about the late game kills that matter more than anything else.
I believe Literally Vibing have spotted TDG off to the north as well, so they are going to be playing with a lot of awareness of their surroundings, using this a little bit of a prowler den to the most of their advantage that they can. Meanwhile, however, off in the Cliffside Depot, bonus are trying to rotate out, and they're going to end up pulling the trigger on the Valkyrie ult to do so, avoiding further engagements for as long as they can, and making their way up further north, potentially into the waiting arms of TDG, or the squads that lie between. I like, yes, no, oh my gosh. I was like, yes, we turn to the left here, we absolutely go for that spot, and then there were other people there, and all of a sudden, bonus start pulling apart.
Yeah, that's the stages of grief coming out for bonus. It's been a great game, finally, for them. Now Stick Drift OP looking to finish off the remnants of CIMJ. Akiru was able to get Charles back on in. Linzar pushing on his ones, though, needs the backup of Sushi, who ends up getting that bat off. You do have another team, though, shooting off from the distance here, so chasing after this could be a mistake, bringing Akiru down to 1 HP. Charles gets a med kit off, and now Inner Nerd Gaming looking for the third party, or at least to steal away some kills. There's one for Weta, getting that knock onto Charles. They might even get more onto Stick Drift OP.
They see that little bit of damage, but end up dipping into the low ground, knowing that they've got that Ashe ult for later on, finding almost no purchase. Charles is going to be the one to go down. But that will be it for Inner Nerd Gaming's push. They haven't expended a whole lot of resources to make it work, so it's very much a worthwhile endeavor. However, they're largely going to come up empty-handed and only have 44 seconds to get inside this ring. That's one that's closing, by the way. So time is of the essence. It's round 3, and that hurts.
Stick Drift OP taking a very similar pathing, but they've got a little bit further in, so they've got the rock cover here, and they're a little bit more connected, which allows Flinzar to get a very valuable bubble down on top of them for the reset. But where is the game plan now? They're going to retake height, but they have someone challenging right above them. I don't think Exo is quite aware. Arcstar's coming in along with the shots from across the ways. They're still doing a good job of maintaining their presence here and finding a decent spot of cover. The missile swarm might tag Sushi, but no, it narrowly misses. So Stick Drift OP able to succeed where bonus were not able to. Do we get that pull? We do! Over towards the supply drop, well, the drop ship on the northeast side. I couldn't imagine this happening 2 times in the last 24 hours, but here we are.
Stick Drift OP see that ring pull, and they are like, yep, that is ours, sprinting towards the bubble building. They're not going to lose a member, and they get an extraordinarily powerful position inside of the end zone. Cerberus, though, to make their way there, are going to have to survive this onslaught that is coming at them from all sides. Popping around the corner, Adeum ends up going down, and now Cerberus are reduced to just the 1, with Novice trying desperately to find this last Mastiff shot. He rounds the corner, finds the shot, eliminates Gas Station Gaming, and saves Cerberus for now.
They're not out of trouble yet, as a defensive bombardment has gone down. He's gonna go for the Hail Mary, stick onto this one, but it might just be the re-knock, the bubble in time. Madame has it to keep his team alive. Still not out of trouble yet. Northern forces are here. We got Void as well, literally vibing, swinging in, stealing away some kills, finishing off IRL, but they still need to finish off 3 other squads in the area now. They do have Banshee with that port, so if they can try and swerve around to the north side, that might be the play here. But it looks like they are going to continue to stick around as we've got Griffin coming back in with Plugged Cube for for the squad now, literally vibing, pushing in. They are committed to this. They want the kills. They don't really need anything else. They've already got a big win in game number 4, which secured a spot in the top 10. Now it's all about playing spoiler up against the other squads.
Let's really vibe and get to crack Cube, but now we're taking fights on 2 different fronts. Jerome wasn't aware of it and gets taken down as a result. Banshee having to disengage, jumping into the void, right into the waiting arms of what could be CCE. He's in an enemy bubble and he has no idea where they've gone, but as the bubble expires, he gets sniped right out, taken down, and now with Void picking up that kill, they're the ones that get to make the rotate into this next ring. Round 4's starting to close, and Void have to make their entrance in a huge crack for Ansi. Paves the way, but it's still so difficult for Void to make this work. Running through the open ground, they are far from done.
They do have some pockets to play off of right now as the Surus are still trying to make their way on in. There's a knock onto Proficiency coming out from Void. This is clearing up their back, but a defensive bombardment has been dropped right on top of them. Northern forces have been knocked out. Cerberus Esports just up as a 2-man, trying to deal with that Gibraltar just to their south now. It looks like it is a 2-man though. On all of this, Void on the verge of getting knocked out, I believe. 2 players remaining for them. CEC still maintaining a solid position here in this pocket. They're getting peaked. Damn, should have that bubble for them if they need to use it. No nades, it seems like, really coming out. There it is, the Arc Star, another one, forcing out the bubble from a dam. Now they're eyeing, just making a Hail Mary dash for that shuttle drop, but not a bubble. I don't know how long they can survive for. Looks like no one really contesting them on that rotate, and so they do actually make it in. And if they wanted to, they can hold the bottom floor of this dropship.
I am absolutely shocked that they were able to do that as well. Only 1 squad in here, Stick Drift OP, holding down the top floor. There is so much room for coexistence. There's an entire floor between these 2 squads as well that another team could try and jump in on. Asura's, in the meanwhile, not even interested in trying to contest that, or instead preparing themselves for an endgame that is coming in 10 seconds from now. They've only got a little while left to decide what they want to do, because they've still got to round this cliff corner. We've got to assume it's a Valcult for them.
Well, there's a tether coming out, so someone is looking to try and gatekeep them there. It might just be the 2-man as they turn around onto this. Try and walk up with it as well. A lot of nades being expended. I'm surprised that Asura are using so much utility for this, but it's just the 2-man. I don't have info on that. It is bonus though. Wonderful is going down. Only 1 remaining farmer. Lucas will fall. Still though, one of the best games that bonus have had. They've picked up maybe 8-9 kills throughout this game. Got a top 6 finish. That's another 3-4 points going their way. And Asura set themselves up for victory now with a phase breach, getting on top of that shuttle. But as you and I know, one of the best spots is to be playing on the outside. And surprisingly enough, there's no one on the ridge line to the north.
It is wild that this little bubble building has become a home for so many squads who have gotten there with almost no trouble. As Asura's hold down the fort on top, their only problem is going to be taking shots from afar. They are the ones that are most exposed to the outside, and with the Valkyrie rockets raining down upon them, it is going to hurt, but they have the ability to outlast this. TDG holding it down on height are going to be your X factor here. They've got the Bangalore, they've got the Pathfinder, they've got the chance to find their first win of the day. Can they do it here in Game 5?
All they need now is just to set up a crossfire to make sure they're covering every single angle, to make sure that no one is able to push up on them. Don't put too much stock into that high ground. You've got Tony, you've got Durango there. Tony will go ahead and join Girl to now finally control this avenue, but they're starting to back away. They're not showing any presence when That might be a big mistake here. That might allow a team to walk up for free. There you go. Keep eyes on the action in front of you. It's only Tony right now keeping an eye on the rest of the squads in this lobby.
You have to know what's going on. Asuras certainly do. Having their eyes out on this distance, Arcstar starts to rein in, pushing Lightstar Joe back, but he's the one that gets damaged down. It is largely unanswered. TDG opt in to play on the outside of this fence line, giving other teams a lot more space to work with should they try and jump out to the side of the bubble, but crucially, getting TDG that much closer to an endgame that they would not have otherwise had access to. The zone is closing right on them, and they need to play this perfectly.
This is going to be troublesome. They don't have a bubble. They don't have it, and we know that there are multiple Gibraltars. They've got their defensive bombardments ready as well. There's the first one going down on top of them. Everyone was able to isolate that out at a specific piece of information as TDG end up running into the bottom of the shuttle to try and survive. Two teams now on the outside just below. Asuras holding that height. Another feint out as a defensive bombardment goes down on top of the shuttle. The missile storm connecting, but it's the first bubble being used by Asuras. As Durango ends up going down, the defensive bombardment connects.
Just no safety here, and that's the trigger pull. CEC round the corner, taking down the members of TDG. Asuras jump onto the low ground, smelling blood in the water, but they got a squad behind them. It's going to be all or nothing right now. Asuras have to win 2 back-to-back 3v3s as another squad yeets themselves from the top of the building. We got one Ash jumping right back up, but CDE are down.
Yeah, and it's going to be Stick Drift OP up as a full 3. They lose out on 1, but they get the necessary trades to come up with a huge win for themselves. A team that's been largely quiet across the first 4 games of the day come up with a big win.
Incredible to have them pull that off, especially with how many teams were committing onto that very same fence line in the end. TDG, by far, came out with the worst end of the bargain at the end there, but to have Stick Drift OP pull off the, I want to call it 5th party in the end, still speaks to an impressive level of control in their gameplay.
Yeah, for Stick Drift OP across the last 4 games, they had 20 points, but with a win like this, they'll definitely basically double their points. They haven't been very active. They've been playing for a lot of the late games. Not too many kill points to back up the performance so far, but this is a much needed win. A lot of these squads who ended up finding themselves basically pushed up against the ropes come up with clutch victories here in the lower bracket. And now SDO basically have punched in their ticket to make it into the next LCQ.
They're crossing their fingers, right? Hoping that this is going to be enough. We assume that it is, but all that math gets left to the bigger experts behind the scenes and to the few minutes to Emerson. I'm excited to see who's going to be able to pull it out because we got one last game on Stormpoint for these guys to prove themselves.
That's right. One last game and one last break that you guys will have to wait it out. We'll be back very shortly here for the final game of the lower bracket of the ALGS LCQ North America. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the North American ALGS LCQ. We are into the final game for the lower bracket. 10 teams will be stamping their ticket into the finals. That'll be taking place in May, early May. I can't quite remember the day, but let's take a look at the action that broke out in game number 5. And it was an absolute frag fest for so many squads.
And right here in this fight, this is where bonus started taking off. They had one of their better games of today. Actually, their best game of today. I don't even know why I'm pretending that it's one of their better. This was far and away their best, and it was largely off of this third party onto someone, Cyanus, that really started up that roll. It was a great game for Stick Drift OP as well. One of the teams that ended up coming away with the victory. And for TDG, who Uno reverse carded their way out of the difficult situations that they had in game 4.
Yeah, that's right. Stick Drift OP walking away with a victory here in game number 5, which is a much needed one. They've been kind of quietly successful, throughout the majority of the day. They had a 3rd place finish with 2 kills, 6th place finish with 2 as well. Just haven't been able to find that those fights that they've wanted. So this is definitely their best game as well. But it was Asurus who ended up out-fragging them, and even though they came in 2nd place, they are first overall in game number 5. But Stick Drift OP still putting up much needed 17 points. That'll put them at, I believe, 37 overall, which you're comfortable with, but going into game number 6, you're still going to want to add on a few more points for comfort.
You're not sweating, but you know, your breath your breath is held a little bit.
You're glistening.
Exactly. yeah. A nice sheen. As everybody gets ready for this 6th game, though, I think nobody is going to be trying to perform harder than, of course, those squads that are right outside of the top 10. You've got to be inside of top 10 at the end of the day, and so many teams are just barely missing it. We're going to take a look at who's in the top 10 right now, as that cutoff lies just around Inner Nerd Gaming, but Literally Vibing are up there with 49 points.
Wow, this is the closest grouping of teams, I would say, in the top 5 that we've had today. In the winners bracket, we did see some clear favorites, especially amongst the top 2. Tripods and Wingman Season were having standout days, but right now it is a very close spread. Even down to 6th place, it's only separated Literally Vibing by 9 points from CCE, who can easily overtake them overall. Of course, though, it's more for pride to come in 1st place. You don't get anything bonus here from the lower bracket other than just your berth into the finals.
Speaking of bonus, let's take a look, because 28 points is the cutoff for the top 10. 25 points is where Northern Forces are right now. CDE coming up right behind them with 24, both with great shots at making it into the finals. And Alter Ego and Guppies right behind them honestly aren't out of the running either.
Yeah, there is definitely a chance. I believe that 10th place squad was sitting around 28 points, so they are not in the clear. But if you are SDO with that win from game number 5, you're definitely happy with that one. TDG and bonus. Both teams that have been struggling here in the lower half. It was also their best game in game number 4 overall. That was a 7-point game for TDG, an 8-point game for bonus. But it's only TDG that have an opportunity to try and secure a spot in the top 10, but they need to go big here in game number 6.
Exactly. You got to be getting at least close to those 30-point games right now if you want to turn it around from the bottom of the standings, but even 20 plus is going to be absolutely necessary to really make sure that you're secure. Again, the cutoff for being inside of the top 10 at the moment is 28 points, but there's going to be a natural inflation of that as we move into the next game, likely ending us in the low 30s is where you absolutely need to be to make it into the winner's bracket, to make it into those finals, and to have a chance at continuing your season.
Yeah, a default win for TDG, where they get the 12 placement points along with, let's say just the late game kills of like 18 points. I don't even know if that will be enough. That would put them at about 35. So still going to be a difficult thing. They need to keep a close eye on, of course, the kill feed as the games go on. But we're seeing some shifting of playstyles coming out from the squads that have already secured basically their spot, that have already gotten their win for the day. Now heading into game number 6, those teams are going to be on the hunt to try and knock out some of our other squads.
Final game of the day. I got my eyes on Northern Forces, CDE, Alter Ego, and Guppies all sitting right below that cutoff, all desperate to make it in to these top 10. It's their last chance to do so, and it might just be your last chance to try experimenting with some stuff if you are one of those teams that is in the top 10, that is sitting comfortably. We'll see how this all ends up sorting out and where the ring ends up taking us. We've had one over by Antenna, one up in the north, but we've yet to get some of those north pad or fish farm areas that are so common.
The crazy part is that our teams right now here in the LCQ, they're fighting to continue on in this extremely grueling gauntlet that is the LCQ. This is just the first weekend. We've got the finals also coming up, and then LCQ2, where we don't know exactly how many teams will be securing a spot here, but let's hold on just a moment. Bonus, taking the spite once again over at Pad. Already forced out a bubble. Ali this time around, he's only got the PK instead of the EVA 8, but he is ready to bang. Facing off against that Loba, it's a 1-for-1 exchange as Charles is able to take him out, but Farmer Lucas has a PK of his own. He gets the knock onto Charles, and now it's down to a 2v1, waiting things out for Wonderfuls to try and find an angle, but no, he's got the P2K along with the Mozambique, and of course it's the Gibraltar that's got the Mozambique. There might be an opportunity for CIMJ to try and fake a res, force him out, play it around these knockdown shields. There's that first fake, and he's getting tagged by that Mozambique. Akiru now down to 1 HP. Wonderfuls clutches up, keeping bonus alive. Is this going to be their miracle run to somehow secure a spot in the finals?
We can hope so. They started it off right. 3 points already secured. Better than the way that they started off last game with a protracted fight, instead making this one real quick. But there may still be teams rotating through them. That's the data that we need on the other side to find out where we need bonus to be going next. In the larger scale of things, if they want to try and succeed, we have got another Northern Zone pulling us up.
Importantly as well, that CIMJ knocked out. They are unfortunately not going to have an opportunity to compete for some time now, as we have a long downtime. We've got the playoffs coming up, and then we've also got champs coming up along with all the LCQ, and all you can do is watch on. TDG, they've been getting into these 50-50s, but largely avoiding them. Looks like it might be a lurk play again coming out. Will TDG fall for it?
The moment, it's going to be a push in for them. There we go, round in the corner. Instantly, Durango gets taken out. They could have sniffed it out, but didn't quite get it. Griffin ends up picking up the kill, and the rest of TDG, now crippled, are going to have a much harder time meeting that 20 healthy point threshold that we were talking about.
Oh, the lurk cheese, TDG. They've been largely avoiding a lot of this. They've been using the gravity cannon to just rotate around instead. This time around, no, they felt a little bit too comfortable there. Durango on his ones gets taken out. And I don't think they're going to have an opportunity. Take a look just on the edge. You got, they are safe in the zone, so they can camp this banner, honestly, for as long as they want.
CCE Ushinix not really going to be bothered with having to move around. We can tell there's some use being made of the replicator off in the north. See if perhaps TDG can get a mobile respawn. Perhaps they can pull off that miracle play, but it is really a pipe dream at this point. For Cerberus, however, their spot is pretty darn healthy at the moment. We've seen them play this just last game, farming up the spiders and really taking their time on any squads that would otherwise try and rotate either through them or below them, as the case may be. Sitting up here with snipers, they can pretty comfortably participate in the remainder of the game, as CDE right below them end up farming up the prowlers.
And looking at their armors, they desperately need this, but literally Vibing might show up to try and get involved. They have not worked up towards the blues quite yet. Just a few more waves of the spiders might help them out, or at least getting some decent utility throughout all of this. But unfortunate, they're still sitting on the whites. For CDE, they are on the edge, right? We were talking about them going into this game. They need a solid one here. It can't just be a 9-point game. They need a little bit more than that. They need possibly a solid 12. Gas Station Gaming, though, might be doing a solid for TDG as they end up pushing up onto the northeast side here. Icy has to be careful though as they get jumped on over, swapping out. Rambo now coming in, Jet chasing after them. They're even going to go ahead and knock down that door. They'll finish off CCE. TDG, are they in position to maybe come in, swing in for that banner?
I'm gonna say unlikely, but Gas Station Gaming have got to look out for them. Pretty low health bars on these guys, but a well-executed 3 versus 3. They actually spot another fight going off in the bubble building just off where the last game ended. We're going to train their eyes on that. Picking up the RE45 and the Wingman. We got Rambo going with the double pistol build and looking for some hammer points to make this even spicier. The thing is that for Gas Station Gaming, they can't afford to have a little bit more fun than most other squads because they are almost certainly secure in this game.
I might have missed it, but TDG might have gone out. We're down to 17 full squads here. With round number 1 closing up. So that might have just been a third party that we missed. And so now we're down to 17 squads. Like we said, Asura's in this very similar position over here at Thunderwatch, where we saw a lot of shenanigans, I would say, taking place.
Yeah, this is where we can get some really exciting gameplay as Asura's peek over the top right now. They do have a lot more squads approaching them from the south. A team like Northern Forces that previously inhabited underneath them shouldn't be able to comfortably anymore. Light Star Joe mostly going to be keeping a lookout here as Tether actually does land, causing quite a bit of confusion. But in the larger scale of things, it isn't Asura's job to try and find Nox right now. It's more about keeping their spot secure and farming up those Evos as much as they can. Since as long as their econ is good, you're hoping for a late game spot right now.
And they've had an up and down, but fairly consistent day throughout so far. They had the one bad game, I believe, early on. It was either game number 1 or game number 2, but since then they've been at least consistent in being able to find a full fight for themselves throughout the majority of these games. They even found a nice late game finish there in game number 5. So they're fairly comfortable here in the top 10, but again, they do not want to leave anything up to chance. They don't want to allow any Black Horse team to come out from behind. A number of squads showing up here, though, as looks like Ether might be in a little bit of trouble. They're sitting on white armors. On a board with Void, though, as Owe trying to push up. You've seen in the last 2 games, Money Miners have had their number for the large part.
It has been fun to watch them sort of tag along, and Money Miners have gotten quite a few points off of it. With Optimal Ambition once again swapping up the comp, though, they're introducing the Bloodhound into Storm Point, popping over the top of Cascade Falls. They should have a relatively safe rotation, but one that doesn't end here is they'll need to continue going north, perhaps through Command Center, perhaps around the side through High Point, but it's going to be a long hike up towards the top, while Northern Force is on a very late rotation, interestingly enough, much later than they had last game, have ended up popping in over by High Point.
Yeah, it's seeming like a compositional camouflage for Optimal Ambition, right? That a Watson was a huge beacon to other squads, letting them know, hey, we're Optimal Ambition, we're set up here, we've got a Watson, we're really vulnerable, please don't attack us. But Money Miners were able to take advantage of that. Bringing on the Gibraltar, though, kind of shores up a lot of the weaknesses of that initial composition, especially getting rid of that Watson now. Northern Force is another squad that needs to perform here in game number 6. The kills in front of them could be what propel them up onto the top 10, but they've also got to watch out. IRL are late rotating in the ring behind them. Cheesy might have an eye on that angle. These might be some free kills coming their way.
This could be an angle for them. Optimal Ambition, start making their way up as well. And if they hear the sounds of fighting, I'm sure Optimal Ambition are going to go for it. IRL gets spotted now as Optimal Ambition, start making their way up as well. And if they hear the sounds of fighting, I'm sure Optimal Ambition are going to go for it. IRL gets spotted now as Charge Rifle starts to come down, and Proficiency is off on the flank. With this Wraith, he can cause some real havoc. Bubble has already been forced, and now a portal starts coming out. Proficiency should be able to find an excellent angle here and perhaps even a knock.
There could be a full turn onto him as well, but an Arcstar connects and gets the crack. Proficiency now with that knock onto Relay. And Northern Forces on the verge of picking up some much needed kills. Do need Cheesy to start turning around now. They do have the last two players on the ropes as they're charging forward here. Proficiency on that high will go ahead and slide on past them. Getting the knock onto Ivan, but it is a nice trade at the very least. Northern Forces pick up the +3 and get the res. But here comes Optimal Ambition. Do they have that Bloodhound scan? Can they punish them? The armor swap is there for Northern Forces, and they get the crack now. Defensive bombardment on top of Blake, though. Looks like they'll just back away, not utilize that bubble, and this is going to be a nice timing for Optimal Ambition to try and take advantage of that.
Yeah, this is a really prime spot for them. However, having lost out on a little bit of momentum, Optimal Ambition are taking to the side of the ring with just the 30 seconds left on what decision they're going to end up making. Do they commit off towards the side for this Saint Beacon for these kills, or do they let it go? Right now, having committed, they end up missing out on a large bit of even more momentum since a Valcult is going to go right over them, bringing Northern Forces right back up to the top.
Yeah, they retake that height once again. Optimal Ambition now find themselves on the back foot, playing the low side of this building. A defensive bombardment has been used by OA as they're just using that for cover to get into that building. Northern Forces will top themselves off as they get scanned up. Don't know if a Beast of the Hunt is popping. It doesn't quite sound like it. They're just holding on for that on the Optimal Ambition side. For Northern Forces, if they can continue to find these isolated fights, this could be their keys to victory, securing a spot in the top 10.
Full information for the moment is given over as Bloodhound scan comes in. Northern Forces are going to have a ways to go. No real Valcult to do it for a while, but they end up dropping in, wanting instead to take the fight to rack up a few more of these kills. And they haven't lost a member just yet, but two of them are low. Just like that, Plexus and Cheesy go out, and Northern Forces get taken down in a second. That's going to be it for them. They are done with their season.
Now, Optimal Ambition still have a lot to cover in terms of points. They were super low on the leaderboard. They need a big 30-point game. Like we've seen multiple times today, it is definitely within the realm of possibility, but Optimal Ambition haven't shown that potential quite yet. With the swap off, with that Bloodhound, with the Gibraltar, that could be the difference maker for them. Inner Nerd Gaming, though, looking to gatekeep, but they are safe inside of that building. Here comes a full squad, and this is not who you want to run into. As someone sign us now, pushing onto OA. Blake, you already cracked Arcstar out, and he is fighting from inside the ring. He will fall. Lox ends up picking that one up, and Boxa T is nowhere near his squad to follow up. Nades does get a knock onto Lox, and there we go. Brings it down to the 1v1, and Optimal Ambition survive. But will Inner Nerd Gaming come in for the third party?
No way do the third place squad get taken out by the team in 20th. Optimal Ambition have just been on something else this game, and it looks like they're getting the chance to reset. We'll keep our eyes on the kill feed, though, because we've got even more action to cover as Literally Vibing start a fight of their own, and a defensive bombardment comes back to ward them off.
It looks like placement anxiety more than anything else, stopping Inner Nerd Gaming from going for that third party. That could have been a crucial +3 for them to pick up. But they're going to allow Optimal Ambition to go for the reset. On board with Literally Vibing. They are here on the southwest side of the zone, just on the other side of Thunderwatch, where we saw, I believe it's a Surus holding that Thunderwatch main building here. On board with CDE, they've been farming as much as they can here. They've gotten the blues, they've gotten a purple as well. The Mollus and Reeds, the Money Miners, want to continue pushing up. They've got to be careful, though, as Carlin now pushing forward. Aj was rezzed up, and now they need to buy time for him to heal.
That insta-bubble could not have come a second later. It would have been the end of this squad for certain. But for CDE to continue holding on just on the edge, they've only got to do it for a minute more. This third zone is not going to be tankable. And interestingly enough, Money Miners are far from out of the woods with Optimal Ambition coming up behind them. The squad that has been on a rampage, surprisingly, is starting to pick yet another fight. giving up their position from earlier. Are they going to pick up another +3, Jamerson? Oh
And
my
this
god,
would
they get
be
down flawless.
sweet revenge for Optimal Ambition, whose bane has been Money Miners, as we swapped on over here towards Storm Point. Picking up that first kill, Reeds has gone down as well. Money Miners just left with AJ, but Optimal Ambition are happy with what they've picked up now. They're gonna start focusing on possibly the rotate. There is a bubble down here. How far are they gonna chase? They've got 9 seconds to come up with the rotation planning. It looks like they think they've done enough inside of the tunnel, but with that scan, they realize that CDE are still alive on the inside. Are they just gonna try and brute force this one?
Nice move from Boxa T to be able to hold in the urge to jump on top of the Gibby on the low ground, instead of recognizing that they got to get in zone sooner rather than later. They've managed to push up all the way to here inside the zone now, but they're not done yet. The scan is crucial, and already having found themselves the shield break, the knocks are going to start flying in. Boxa T gets saved by an incredible bubble from Blake. A knock comes in onto Dice, and Optimal Ambition are finding themselves yet another fight.
AJ's coming up, I believe, behind them right now. They've got to be careful. This lone rat, Optimal Ambition, understood. They knew that there was that Gibraltar behind them. They keep that presence of mind, and they will be able to finish off this revenge tour up against Money Miners. AJ, you know what you did to them. Go ahead and give over that kill point. OA now, with about 3 team fight wins under their belts. This could be the run for OA to secure a spot in the top 10.
If they go from 20th to making it into the top 10, I'll shave. I swear to God, these guys are going wild right now, and in a way that is totally unjustified based on their last 6 games. They were so competitive in the winners bracket, and they started playing so weird in the losers. I am completely lost as to what on earth these guys have been doing, but it is somehow working in this final game. Asuras have not moved an inch, playing with that sort of placement anxiety that you talked about earlier, but very soon we're going to have a lot of teams exiting and moving up further north from this position that's going to be real tough to contend with.
Yeah, it's that hard pull away from Thunderwatch, favoring a little bit more of High Point, but honestly, it is just in the middle of nowhere between that trifecta of the POIs up in the northeast side. Stick, Drift, OP find themselves unfortunately stuck underneath Asuras right now. Like we said, they're comfortable with the points that they've picked up. They're well in the top 10. Just want to make sure that they get a few more placement points here. Securing top 5, top 6 would be very valuable for them. Optimal Ambition, though, are standing in their way. This is a potential 6 points that could go the way of OA.
If they round this corner, if they find these kills, Optimal Ambition have succeeded in bamboozling all of us. We'll see if they're able to do it. 15 seconds left until zone starts closing in, and it is going to be a rapid change in the game, as everybody is going to have to exit very quickly. Keep your eyes out for those Ash Portals and for those Gibby Bubbles, 2 of the biggest cooldowns that we have at this point. But for right now, literally vibing, they're the ones setting up a little bit earlier to try and get some kills, and are finding them.
They trade 1 for 3, and that's the +3 coming out from literally vibing, clearing out the north side now, making this rotation a bit easier. Alazura does need to heal up along with Jaron, but seems like they've done enough, and multiple squads starting to show up. OA not pushing out fast enough, as we do have bonus getting caught out. Asuras getting some decent damage off onto them, but it looks like they're gonna try and make a move away. Wonderfuls does not have his bubble. He will go down. That's gonna be Asuras picking up that kill. OA, though, coming up from behind, is able to get the knock onto Nifty Ames, keeping bonus alive. Throughout all this, the bubble res is there. There comes the thermite. Now, bonus on the back foot here. Missile Swarm and the thermite just to keep teams at bay, but OA with the huge defensive bombardment gets the knock and the thirst onto Nifty Ames. OA are doing it. It's a nice thermite coming in from from Rambo. Ends up taking out Wonderfuls here, but Optimal Ambition have cleared the path. They are charging forward.
No, they are not. There is no way this is happening. Bonus. Go out, but Optimal Ambition round the corner, picking up their 7th kill of the game, eliminating, literally vibing, and making it into the top 4. The miracle run for Optimal Ambition is alive. It is still seconds away from happening. Gas Station Gaming up on the high ground. They're the ones theoretically in control of this game, but as the next couple rings start ticking away, things have already surprised us today. They're going to surprise us further.
We got Stick Drift OP on that ledge right there that Gas Station Gaming have been able to spot out. It's our final 4 squads here. It's a 3v3v2v2. Gas Station Gaming are not going to risk anything, backing away to make sure they've got all the utility on the ground. Take a look at all the nades, Rambo, right in front of you. There is a thermite, there's a frag grenade. You need to pick those up. It's going to be crucial coming into this. You don't need that much ammo going into the late game fights, but we'll see if they end up missing out on that opportunity.
It's going to be a big thing to keep our eyes on. Is you'll look back, you'll VOD review that moment, and you'll know exactly what went wrong, especially if Optimal Ambition are able to take this game away from you, splitting up and jumping in towards the Prowler Den. They've got yet another angle on yet another team. Asuras, as just a 2-man, are now in the sights of Optimal Ambition, and from 4 squads, we could very, very quickly go to 3. A stick comes down, though, and Blake, who's going to take a lot of damage, able to just barely escape, lay down that bubble. Voxa T still taking the engagement, takes out Asuras. They've got 10 kills. They're in the top 3. They're doing it, Jamerson.
They're on the verge of the top 2 as Rambo is about to finish off Stick Drift OP. It's the final 3v3. Gas Station Gaming, the only team now standing in the way of Optimal Ambition, securing a spot in the top 10. Blake Yu on the front line. They get the first knock on to Jet. It's a 3v2 as they are giving them no mercy whatsoever. Optimal Ambition with the miracle game number 6. But still, the question is left up in the air. Was it enough to secure a top 10?
Optimal Ambition from 8 points ended up winning that game. A wild run, an illegal run, Jamerson. I'm in shock.
They finally make the swap off we've been asking for this entire day. This entire day. They make the swap off we've been asking for, but the thing is, they also had the desperation. They knew that they had to get more kills. They had to play more aggressively when all day long they've been playing that slow con game. They've been playing for center zone. But here in game number 6, when, everything is on the line, they end up performing. I don't know how many kills they got. We know they got the plus 12. I feel like they might have picked up maybe 16, 18. I don't even know at this point. We're just waiting for the final tally coming out from our admins.
Yeah, this is really a game of inches. Inner Nerd Gaming, they were the cutoff at 28 points. We could imagine that that's moved up to 30. Optimal Ambition, we're sitting at 8 points. It's really not that far, all things considered, and it's exactly the Cinderella story that we were talking about before jumping into this game, that really any bottom team right now, any team in the bottom 10 could have that 20-30 point game and rocket themselves to the top. Well, we're seconds away from finding out whether or not it happened. We're going to take a look back at that game and see how the Optimal Ambition miracle run ended up going, as it started with bonus, getting themselves a good start as well.
Yeah, these were the 2 teams on the bottom that we're looking at. Bonus with 9 points, Optimal Ambition with 8 points. Both squads with basically the same game plan. Just run it down, get as many kills as possible, hope that you get the win. The bonus. Didn't have the same kind of positioning. Everything started off, though, here with the TDG lurk, unfortunately. Optimal Ambition, I think, come in for the third party here eventually. And this was the closest fight. This was where Voxa T clutched up huge for Optimal Ambition to stay alive.
And again, a totally different look from this squad, as they were just jumping from fight to fight to fight, not bothering even to fully reset, just doing it in between them. Even here at the very end of the game, as Gas Station Gaming had just managed to win their 3v3, Optimal Ambition walked in not even at full HP, just ready to take the fight, and they did it convincingly. A big, well-earned victory for them, and I want to know how many points they ended up getting. That is
18 kills coming in for Optimal Ambition, and I feel like that has to be it. There is no shot teams end up scoring 30 points and don't make their way into the finals there. What an amazing performance coming out from Optimal Ambition. They let very few kills escape their grasps in this game. This should be enough. 38 points. I believe the cutoff on the upper bracket, in the winner's bracket, was Team Sheesh with 29. So if that's any indicator, this is good signs for Optimal Ambition. We're still waiting, though. Taking a look at the rest of the leaderboard, though. Doesn't really matter. Here's the seasonal leaderboard. Here's the overall leaderboard for the day. And Optimal Ambition have done it. And it's Cerberus Esports that end up on the bubble, but they secure that 10th place spot as well.
They made it. Somehow, someway, Optimal Ambition defy all logic and find their way in. A massive congratulations as well, because I do feel like we're missing a bit of the hype to literally vibing Asura's Gas Station Gaming. All the top 10 teams that have managed to just barely clinch their way in, and especially to those whose only chance at it was these 6 games, because teams like Gas Station Gaming, Money Miners, Stick Drift OP, CCE Ushinix, they really did only get this shot.
And also, I want to say, for the teams that were playing, of course, from that lower bracket where they only had the one opportunity to secure a spot, I'm glad to see that we had a pretty diverse spread amongst the winner's bracket and the lower bracket teams here. Unfortunately, these are the 10 teams that will not be moving on to our next weekend of games, which will be taking place the first weekend, I believe, of May. So keep your calendars on alerts. I believe might be the 5th or the 6th, where
the 6th.
The next LCQ weekend will be, where we find out which team secures a spot into LCQ2. But what a day of games that we've had so far, and what a way to cap it off. Not just with the miracle run from Optimal Ambition, but the fact that they were also able to get Poetic Justice up against Money Miners, who farmed them 2 games in a row just before this.
It was super cool to see them able to pull this off, and again, just a totally seemingly impossible run. To confirm, by the way, it is going to be the 6th, 7th, and 8th that are the next round of the LCQ, so that's what you at home can look forward to.
Yeah, and let's go ahead and talk about the day. We had 12 matches. We had 2 separate sets, the winner's bracket. I don't think anyone was surprised by the top finishers there. Wingman Season, Tripods, all really showing their best foot in their 6 matches at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, and I've been really impressed across both lobbies. We talked about this in the winners lobby as well, but at how close these games have been across teams that include Pro League squads, the very top of Challenger Circuit. There's been a lot of parity here, and certainly players that have demonstrated that they are ready to compete at the top level. We've seen some incredible Gibraltar play today. I actually called it out on Twitter earlier because it was so ridiculously good, and we can continue to look forward to really great macro play as well from all of the squads that we saw, even in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and I'm hoping, for Optimal Ambition's sake, and for all of our hearts as well, because honestly, I was about to have a heart attack at the end there. Play Gibraltar. It works. There's a reason why so many squads have been playing, and Gibraltar's been a 100% pick rate. But once again, I have to say, huge shout out Optimal Ambition for having a Cinderella run there in the last game to secure that spot, but also to all of our 20 teams who will be moving on to the LCQ 1 finals that will be taking place in May. One last shout out though, Nerd Street Gamers, the producers, of course, of our show. If you guys got any tinge of wanting to compete in multiple games, well, Nerd Street Gamers have you covered. Visit nerdstreet.com. Check out Nerd Street's Summer Champs, which will be coming up. You can compete in Apex, Valorant, Halo, and in Madden. And of course, in particular for Apex Legends, we got Apex Champs coming up as well. So get your buddies, sign up, compete, and maybe you have a shot at making it into the LCQ someday in the future, or even the ALGS. But I think that's going to do it for us. Dia, any final words before we close out the show?
I'm just taking a last look at my beard right now because I told Optimal Ambition I'd shave, and they actually made it. So I'm gonna start looking hopefully as handsome as you all. I'm not sure it's possible.
We'll definitely try. You can't do this to me.
I'm sorry. My last thought's a little too much.
I was doing so well all night long, but there it is. It was the final one. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, it was a great night of games, and I think we're going to be continuing it on a little bit later for for APAC, you and I. So I'll see you then. But for everyone else who's going to sleep, thank you all so much for tuning in. From everyone here at Nerd Street, for Dia and myself, thank you all so much for the amazing presence on our Twitch channel. And of course, thank you so much for all the teams that put up an amazing performance today. That'll do it for us. Thank you all so much and have a good night.